Chapter 464. Compared to the past, Sun was clearly much smarter. He didn't clumsily rely on words to describe things. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured scenes that he could recall, showing the exploration process and what he believed to be the key points in a discontinuous manner to the hanging man, justice, magicians, and the world. Then, he supplemented it with explanations. The city walls that had collapsed in the darkness, the streets that passed through the destroyed buildings, the dust covered white and blue under the illumination of the animal hide lanterns, the ancient temple propped up by stone pillars, the statue hanging upside down on a pitch-black cross, the series of murals that depicted the fallen creator bearing the blame for humanity, the abnormally beautiful mushrooms, the statue's eyes that were strangely open on the altar, as well as the yellow-haired boy, Jack, who was hiding behind it, and other scenes took form. They were reflected in the eyes of the members of the tarot in the most direct and realistic manner. The gloomy style, the atmosphere of danger at every step, and the development that was filled with strange things made Audrey excited. She felt a strong sense of interest. This is the situation around the City of Silver. It's more attractive than all the novels I've read. This is the charm of the mixture of mystery, the unknown, and horror. Of course, to the humans who live there, it's not a beautiful sight. Audrey's thoughts wandered, wishing that she could immediately become a demigod and head to the region ruled by darkness and storms to adventure. The fool Klein felt a little wistful as he watched. He sighed because it wasn't easy for the City of Silver to be able to last until today in such an environment. He sighed because little Sun wasn't sharp enough and didn't know much. Otherwise, he could have presented everything he had experienced in the form of a documentary or movie. It was absolutely exciting and attractive. However, this way, the narration will take longer. My spirituality can't sustain everyone watching a movie here. Besides, the longer we stay above the grey fog, the higher the chances of something bad happening in the outside world. Klein suddenly felt a little relieved. The hanging man Alger finished reading it quietly and thought about it carefully. He got Sun to present the few key points he had picked out on the long bronze table again. Among them was the mural of the fallen creator fighting against the 6 evil gods. Which evil god are they? Alger looked at the octopus-headed monster with lightning wrapped around its body, black waves under its feet, a bird feather cloak on its back, and a trident in its hand. Sun shook his head honestly. I don't know. I thought you guys would know each other. Justice Audrey and Magician's Force cast their gazes over at the same time. They carefully observed it a few times, but they still couldn't guess who it was. They originally believed that these were 6 of the 8 ancient gods in the legends of the City of Silver, but they couldn't find a suitable match. After all, there were dragons, elves, giants, phoenixes, and annihilation demonic wolves among the ancient gods, but there was only one giant in the mural. The fool took a serious look, and his pupils nearly constricted. He hadn't seen the mural clearly the first time because of his posture, but now, he finally realized that something was wrong. This is very similar to the statues of the 6 gods I saw in the underground ruins of the Tudor family. However, one is a normal version, while the other is a corrupted and depraved version. It's really a little hard to look straight at, especially Earth Mother, the Lord of Storms, and the eternal blazing Sunday. Not only have they been vilified as evil gods, but they're closer to ugly monsters. Klein didn't feel enlightened after finding the truth. He had expected the true creator to vilify the 6 gods and distort their image. However, I can't completely ignore the possibility of what this mural shows. Just like how I always believed that the Orthodox gods didn't have human forms, only symbols. However, the statues in the underground ruins of the Tudor family have made me less certain. From the looks of it, the establishment of a deity's image goes through a long period of evolution, and there are many secrets hidden within. Seeing that Miss Justice was focused on examining the mural and wasn't paying attention to Mr. Fool's attitude, Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As this involved whether little Sun could escape the strange predicament of repeating a short part of his life, he decided to tell her what he knew. Of course, a lengthy introduction and presentation of the images of the 6 deities in the underground ruins didn't match the fool's identity. He planned on controlling the world to complete this matter. And this was also in line with his constant efforts to equate the world with Sherlock Moriarty. The fool should say evernight, sun, storm, wisdom, earth, giant in a profound and unfathomable manner. Then, he wouldn't give any explanation or give any additional descriptions. Klein let his imagination run wild for 2 seconds before making the world hoarsely speak. I've seen similar statues before. After attracting everyone's attention, he paused and added, during an adventure exploring the ruins of the Fourth Epoch. Audrey was very interested in this, but she maintained a basic level of restraint on the surface. Mr. World, what kind of statue is that? Can you show it to us? Of course, if you're unwilling, or if you need payment, we can discuss it again. There's no need, because this can also resolve some of my doubts, the World said with a sinister smile. He pretended to make a request to Mr. Fool, and after obtaining his permission, he conjured the statues of the 6 deities and their corresponding sacred emblems. Resting on the full moon, the lady in the layered dress looked hazy, but she exuded an abnormally beautiful feeling. Her black dress also had specks of starlight, like the night sky. Together with the iconic dark sacred emblem, Audrey immediately recognized it as the Evernight goddess she believed in. And this statue looked 70 to 80% similar to the evil god in the upper left corner of the mural. However, its face was closer to a human's, and there weren't any strange eyes hidden in the surrounding. Blasphemy. This is blasphemy against the goddess. Audrey suddenly felt a little angry, but she quickly calmed down. As the most famous evil god, it's expected that the true creator would allow his believers to vilify the goddess. But why would there be a humanoid statue of the goddess in the underground ruins? Isn't it said that orthodox gods only have symbols? Audrey frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. The hanging man Alger was somewhat enlightened as he said with a sigh, so the mural is a distorted image of the 6 deities. They really once had a human form. This might be the reason why the few churches have always wanted to find the forsaken land of the gods. And the forsaken land of the gods is probably deep in the Sonia Sea. Yes, it definitely doesn't exist in a normal state. Otherwise, it's impossible for the deities not to discover it. Alger silently added. Sun was first taken aback before he came to a realization. Mr. the Hanging Man, are these the deities like the Evernight goddess and the Lord of Storms that you mentioned? Yes, the Hanging Man gave an affirmative response. What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does it have to do with the land we live in being abandoned by the Lord? Sun asked subconsciously. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Magician's Force raised her hand in puzzlement. Why isn't there a god of steam and machinery? This was the deity she believed in. In the northern and southern continents, there had always been 7 deities. Rumor has it that the god of steam and machinery, who was originally the god of craftsmanship, was only born in the Fourth Epoch. From the looks of it, it's true. Furthermore, the node of his birth seems to be in the middle or late Fourth Epoch, not the early or middle stages. The Hanging Man said, half explaining and half guessing. He had an unconcealable passion for such topics. Is that so? Force felt a baffling sense of guilt. This was because she had never seriously read the Holy Bible of steam and machinery. Her faith seemed to be just a habit. Derek didn't harp on the matter and instead asked, "What's the matter?" He asked, "Is this mural the key point?" "Perhaps. You can try to break it, but don't let the chief suspect." The Hanging Man originally wanted to say that he shouldn't attempt to recite the honorific name of one of the 6 deities. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would directly descend into the forsaken land of the gods, but after careful consideration, he realized that Little Sun didn't know the corresponding honorific name. "All right, thank you, Mr. the Hanging Man. You are always so kind and passionate. Also, Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, Mr. World, all of you are equally kind," Derek sincerely thanked them. Kind? Passionate? The Hanging Man was momentarily at a loss for a response. This was the first time someone had used such a term to describe him. Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Klein suddenly recalled something. In the exploration of the true creator's half-abandoned temple, the City of Silver had discovered the name Rose Redemption, but this time, they didn't seem to pay attention to it. "I can't ignore it." According to the evil spirit in the underground ruins, this extremely secretive organization led by a fallen angel isn't much inferior to the Twilight Hermit Order. The time cycle might be their setup. With this in mind, the fool, who was sitting on the high-back chair, leisurely adjusted his sitting posture and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers. Audrey immediately turned her head and looked at Mr. Fool in excitement. She was waiting excitedly. She was waiting excitedly for a hint. The hanging man, sun, magicians, and world also cast their expectant gazes at Mr. Fool. In the thick fog, the fool Klein chuckled. Rose redemption. Rose redemption? What is this? The key to escaping this predicament? Yes, there's this name in the corner of a mural above the temple. Son Derek seemed to understand something. The hanging man Alger, Audrey, and magician's force also recalled and valued the name Rose Redemption, but they were unable to fully understand the true meaning that Mr. Fool was trying to express. Honorable Mr. Fool, what does Rose Redemption represent? Audrey raised her hand and took the initiative to ask. This time, Klein didn't answer. All he did was laugh. His thoughts were very simple. The organization Rose Redemption had a close relationship with the true creator. No matter what happened in the temple, it could point to them in some way. As for whether this name was the so-called key, Klein wasn't sure, nor was he worried. After all, the right to explain was in his hands. Chapter 465. Seeing Mr. Fool chuckle without a word, Audrey and company had no choice but to retract their gazes and stop asking questions. They didn't find anything wrong with the situation of only giving hints and no explanation. Existences at the level of deities often had such habits. Sometimes, they didn't even give hints, but revelations. In the eyes of an important figure like Mr. Fool, just a name is enough. We can't understand it because we're not at a high enough level. We need to put more effort into figuring it out and making attempts. Audrey increasingly looked forward to the situation after she became a psychiatrist. I remember that there were words similar to Rose Redemption in that half-abandoned temple. The hanging man Alger turned his head to look at Sunday. Derek nodded without hesitation. Yes, in the corner of a mural, it was written in Jotun. We took a certain amount of time to crack it. Words derived from Jotun. The hanging man Alger hadn't paid attention to this detail the last time, but he couldn't help but make some connections at this moment. That young boy, Jack, is suspected to have crossed the Sonya Sea. Words derived from Jotun. Alger deliberated and made a request, conjuring a line of words. Those words belonged to ancient Fasak, which was the source of all the languages in the northern continent. It meant, Rose Redemption. Sun took a careful look and was immediately stunned. It's very close, but the treatment of the endings is different. Mr. the Hanging Man, is this a language from where you came from? As he spoke, Derek reproduced the words on the mural. Yes. Alger gave an affirmative answer. This language itself has evolved. The one you discovered should belong to an earlier type. In the linguistic world, this type of ancient Fasak is widely believed to be a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. Historian Klein gave the most correct answer inwardly. Alger paused for a moment before saying, "That's right. What about the corresponding mural's content? I wasn't in charge of that area, and I didn't take a closer look before I set off." Sun instantly felt a little ashamed. Alger nodded without changing his expression. Find a chance to figure it out. Maybe there's a key point hidden here. All right. Derek felt that things weren't as bad as they seemed. Seeing that he had relaxed a lot, Audrey asked curiously and puzzledly, "What's going on?" "Mr. the Hanging Man, if that boy named Jack is really the child of the listener you described, why is he able to communicate with Sun and the others?" After the matter of the corresponding words for Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the language used by the City of Silver and the Ruin language was different from the common languages of all the countries in the northern and southern continents. And above the grey fog, everyone can communicate very smoothly without any gaps. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's mighty powers. Audrey praised inwardly. The hanging man Alger glanced at her and chuckled. "Miss Justice, you haven't experienced many Beyonder events, right? Jack has already become such a terrifying monster. What else can't be changed? Believe me, sometimes, it's very easy to acquire language. It's just a matter of a second or two. Audrey blinked, feeling that she had once again exposed her lack of experience and knowledge in the field of mystery. After this matter came to an end, the tarot gathering proceeded according to the usual procedures. Audrey looked at the end of the long bronze table. Mr. Fool, there are 3 more Roselle diary pages this time. I still owe 7. Upon hearing this, Magician's Force hurriedly added, Mr. Fool, I've also received a reply. There will be a new Roselle diary next time. Very good. Klein responded with a chuckle. By the side, Sun suddenly felt ashamed. As he had joined the expedition team, he hadn't had the time to go to the library last week to read through the information and memorize the details of history. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 pages of the diary and began to read with anticipation the 8th of August. I received my first invitation to enter the White Maple Palace to participate in His Majesty's ball. These nobles are so *king extravagant. They pursue novelty with their food. Things like roasted swan, mutton biscuits. I have to say that I was very surprised from the beginning. The nobles of this world, yes, only the nobles, are very fond of cleanliness. They bathe frequently, and toilet paper has long been in its infancy. They're completely different from the medieval nobles on Earth. I originally thought that this was the influence of the existence of a true god, but later, someone told me that this was an improvement that had to be made due to a certain threat. A beyonder of a certain sequence could use their dirty habits to spread the plague, but it was unknown which pathway or sequence it belonged to. Back then, my first thought was that there was something wrong with these nobles' brains, right? Since they're afraid of the plague, why don't they clean up the streets that are filled with sewage? Why don't they build a complete sewer system? Why do they remodel the slums? In the same city, if there's a plague there, how can this place be fine? With water, food, and people being isolated or flowing in a one-way fashion, it might really be fine. However, there are plagues that can be spread through the air. When I'm in a high position, I'll definitely promote the construction of the city and clean up the environment. Even if I don't consider the plague, living in such a smelly city is still disgusting. By the way, I was summoned by His Majesty tonight. I thought that coming from Earth, having received equal education, I would be neither servile nor overbearing, calm and composed. But in fact, I was still very nervous and excited. I subconsciously bent my back and lowered my head. Of course, I know that I'm equal to the king in terms of personality. This is the charm of power. Although the entire page is filled with daily life, the emperor still managed to make me laugh. He's also a person with aspirations. Come to think of it, even if he's born in modern society, he'll still be afraid and fawn over people of high positions who can affect his fate. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he felt a lot more relaxed. He flipped to the 2nd page and continued reading 10th November. About to advance to sequence 4, about to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, my life's natural order will undergo a qualitative change. I'll no longer be a short-lived species. Of course, different pathways have different sequences. I faced 2 choices. One was the Savant Pathways alchemist, and the other was the Mystery Prior Pathways mysticologist. In the end, I didn't change my path because the hidden sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I've always suspected that he isn't a true deity. His level might be slightly lower. After becoming an alchemist, I'll be able to inject a soul into the items I create, giving them a certain amount of life. This is the feeling of being a creator. It'll definitely be very, very good. This is also the reason why I continue choosing this Beyonder pathway. After obtaining this sequence's Beyonder characteristic, I should be able to complete more ideas. One day, this world will have the phrase "it's not that we aren't working hard, but there's a Gundam." That will be a Gundam in the truest sense of the word. The only problem is that the corresponding ritual of alchemist will extract all the life force in a certain area. The soil will turn into sand, and the lakes will dry up. Why is this no different from a cult's sacrificial ritual? I've always felt that the potion sequence system has too many dark and crazy aspects. Occasionally, it's so evil that it leaves one in despair. The Emperor has similar feelings as well. Upon seeing this, Klein couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, he also felt that the background colors of this world were grayish-black and crazy. The law of beyonder characteristics, indestructibility and conservation, the convergence effect of the same pathway, and the interchangeability of similar sequences would all bring about a cruel evolution. The alchemist sequence is very interesting. Life alchemy sounds like a taboo that's very close to the domain of deities. I wonder if the emperor created a Gundam before he was assassinated. Probably not. Klein's thoughts were momentarily scattered. He was rather curious about the ritual to become a high-sequence beyonder and a demigod. Unfortunately, Roselle didn't write too much. After all, this was a diary, not a notebook. The Mystery Prior's Sequence 4, Mysticologist, sounds pretty good. Klein flipped over the second diary page and revealed the third page to him. The 23rd of April. These nobles are really messed up. I thought that Lady Karen had seduced me because she saw my inner qualities. Who knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping from next door? He was even very excited. He even King wanted to K me. I'm very sorry. I really couldn't accept it. All I could do was kick him out of the room. Compared to their family, I'm just a pure child. Klein was momentarily speechless. He felt that Roselle the Great's private life was just too interesting. Furthermore, many nobles with inties were truly odd. If some noble were to seek novelty and find a curly-haired baboon, a certain disease might be born. Klein scared as he sighed and moved his gaze down. The 25th of April. I'll meditate and go fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day, I'll be able to catch a mermaid from the sea. Sigh, I've been a little depraved recently. I have to perk up and invent more things. I can't leave a blank. Since I've transmigrated, I'll leave my mark on this era. Emperor, it's better if you continue to degenerate. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He didn't wish to comment. Then, he calmly looked at the last diary entry on the last page, the 26th of April. Zaratul came to visit. I deliberately found an opportunity to ask, what is a miracle? He asked me, what do you think? What do I think? There's only one kind of miracle in my heart, and that's the wonder of civilization. For example, the great Twilight Hall of the Fasak Empire, the former residence of giant King Ormir. Zaratul finally gave a direct answer. He said, what is a miracle? Chapter 466. Resurrection from the dead is a miracle. Klein suddenly thought of what had happened to him. The head wound of a person who committed suicide miraculously recovered. A beyonder who had his heart shattered crawled out of his grave in the middle of the night. Isn't that resurrection? Isn't this the miracle mentioned by the leader of the secret order, Zaratul? And the Sequence 2 potion of the seer pathway is called Miracle Invoker. At that instant, Klein vaguely felt that he had grasped something crucial, but he was unable to piece together the scattered clues into the truth he wanted. Just as I guessed, there are other factors at play when I chose seer as the starting sequence. My greatest reliance, the mysterious space above the grey fog, happens to eliminate any interference, giving a seer the most coveted environment. My characteristic of resurrection also seems to originate from the grey fog. When I came to Beekland, the matter that Nimblewright Master Rozigo was involved in was naturally attracted to my side. It's in line with the convergence of beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. The greater the quality, the stronger the suction, and the intermittent effects. The Antigonus family's notebook suddenly changed in style, using the misfortune cloth puppet to transmit key information about the hidden treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to me. Perhaps it's because of this factor, combined with the other scattered phenomena, does it mean that this mysterious space has a very close relationship with the seer beyonder pathway, and it corresponds to a grade 0 sealed artifact left behind by a sequence? Or could it be a divine kingdom left behind by a sequence 0 of that pathway? There's another possibility. The so-called uniqueness of the seer pathway. Klein moved his gaze away from Roselle's diary, looking forward to advancing to a high-sequence beyonder. He wanted to make the staircase of light deep in the grey fog complete, and what he would discover in that concealed area. Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the path home can be found there. He suppressed his excitement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his hands. At the same time, he became more wary of the leader of the secret order, Zaratul. This was a powerful existence of the seer pathway that had become a miracle invoker many years ago. At times, there might be a shadow of him hidden behind certain matters. Thoughts boiled in his mind, but Klein acted as though nothing had happened. "You guys can start the transaction." Force immediately turned to look at Miss Justice on the same side and said with anticipation, "That's right, Miss Justice. I've received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon's eyes for £1,000. At this point, Force was a little nervous, because Dorian Gray Abraham's bottom line was £800, which was already a lot higher than the usual £500 to £600, and she added a full £200 on top of that. After participating in so many tarot gatherings and various Beyonder circles, I finally understand something. Just as Roselle the Great said, money isn't omnipotent, but without money, nothing can be done. Although the guaranteed payment for my new book has already been received, and I have £350 in my savings, there's still the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, as well as the various expenses of Sequence 7, 6, 5, and even Sequence 4. Mr. Fool has vaguely revealed that I can only completely escape the curse of the full moon when I reach a high sequence Beyonder. Even if part of it can be found by teacher, I can't completely rely on him and the House of Abraham. In this aspect, it's not enough to rely on frugality. I have to work hard to earn money. The price of £1,000 is indeed very expensive. If Miss Justice wishes to bargain, I'll tell her later. After my repeated efforts, teacher has agreed to lower the price by £100. While waiting for a response, Force consoled herself. £1,000? Audrey didn't expect to receive news of the psychiatrist potion ingredients so quickly, so she subconsciously asked in a confirming tone. Without waiting for Force to answer, she happily added, "All right, deal. All right, deal." Although she still owed Viscount Glaint a sum and was still short of £2,000 from the Fool's Adorer, she would officially be declared an adult at the New Year's ball. Not only would she have more control over her finances than before, but she would also receive many valuable gifts. For example, her father, Earl Hall, had promised a few days ago that he would give his beloved daughter shares of Beekland Bank worth £50,000 and more than £2,000 in cash. Therefore, £1,000 wasn't a figure worth caring about. Back then, Audrey had requested Mr. Fool to extend the payment deadline of £2,000 to February or March. On the one hand, it was to first clear Viscount Glaint's debt and try her best to secretly gather the cash without arousing suspicion. On the other hand, it was to set aside an additional budget for the ingredients for the psychiatrist potion. Now was the time to use the budget. At most, he could save some time like he did in the past few months. After March, there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey wasn't worried at all. Agreed. Magician's Force was both happy and at a loss. After requesting Mr. Fool to witness the transaction and agreeing that Miss Justice would pay first and deliver the Beyonder ingredients on Wednesday, Force decided to head straight for Pritz Harbor once she received the cash. She didn't want to waste any time in the middle as she looked at the three men, the sun, the hanging man, and the world. "Do you have a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch?" After calming down, she realized that with her experience with the acting method, she was able to digest the Beyonder characteristics much faster than she had expected. 1 week was almost equivalent to 2 weeks in the past. In another 10 days or so, she would be able to completely digest the problem. When she gathered all the ingredients and advanced to Trickmaster, she felt that she would be able to perfectly pass the first test given by her teacher, Dorian. She would receive more attention, and she would no longer be a student who was accepted out of gratitude. Sun nodded. "I was just about to tell you that during this exploration, we obtained some Spirit Eater's stomach pouches. I can exchange for them at a low price after returning to the City of Silver. Well, the premise is that I'm no longer under surveillance." "All right, but you don't seem to have any use for the gold pounds?" Force asked directly. After saving Little Sun, she had a basic understanding of the City of Silver. Without waiting for Sun to speak, the hanging man Alger interrupted, "You can give me the corresponding notes or gold coins. You can give me the corresponding banknotes or gold coins. £300. That's a very fair price. And I'll show the Solar High Priest potion formula to the Sun Mr. the Hanging Man. You have the formula for High Priest Sun? Derek asked in pleasant surprise. In his previous patrols and recent explorations, he increasingly felt that the powers of the Sun pathway were very suitable for dealing with the darkness. Although a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin of the Giant Pathway could already create the light of dawn, he was still inferior to a light suppliant in the domains of holiness and light. The hanging man nodded slightly. Yes. He had previously found the potion formula for High Priest Sun in the secret vault of the Diocese of the Rorsted Archipelago, but it wasn't until recently that he found a good opportunity to access it with sufficient justification and sufficient authority. That reason was that someone suspected to be a priest of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had appeared on the Sonya Sea. It seemed like he couldn't return to the Republic of Intes for the time being and could only search for the corresponding potion ingredients for High Priest of the Sun here. And his hatred for the Eternal Blazing Sun could turn mere rumors into the basis for the actions of the Church of the Storm. Sun was delighted at first before he said with some difficulty, "That's right. The value of the Sequence 7 potion formula exceeds a spirit eater's stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds you speak of. You can repay me with ingredients of equivalent value." The hanging man tersely acknowledged. "But I'm not sure what I can get from you. First, make a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver and the corresponding ingredients. I'll choose from there." "No problem. I'll do it as soon as this exploration is over." Derek heaved a sigh of relief. By the side, Klein wanted to cover his face when he heard that, but he ultimately didn't control the world to ruin the deal. This was because he also wanted to know the common monsters around the City of Silver and the corresponding materials. As Audrey secretly sighed, the hanging man looked around and made his request. "I need a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs. I will pay the corresponding price." Only mentioning the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs. That is to say, Mr. the Hanging Man has clues to the blue shadow falcon's crystallized feathers. He really does have a lot of channels and resources. Audrey, who had seen the wind-blessed potion formula, thought in enlightenment. After the transaction, they freely exchanged information about the area they were in, and the tarot gathering quickly came to an end. During the process, the world asked for clues about mermaids and received an answer similar to Sharon's. When everything was about to end, Klein, who was watching quietly from the sidelines, thought of a problem and felt that he needed to warn Miss Justice and Miss Magicians. A terrifying thing that was suspected to be a Grade 0 sealed artifact had appeared around Prince Edisac, and it might even involve 0-08. This was definitely not a simple matter. And the last time a similar situation happened, Tingen City was threatened by an evil god's spawn, and it almost disappeared from the map. Therefore, Beekland also had such a hidden danger. Klein pondered for a few seconds before getting the world to speak in a hoarse voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I've recently received news that something big is brewing in Beekland. This will bring about an extremely unstable factor, and there may be a tragedy." "What's the matter?" Audrey asked with concern. Unknowingly, her brows were already slightly furrowed. "I don't know." The world shook his head frankly. "Where will the unstable factors and possible tragedies appear?" Magician's Force asked nervously. From the previous gatherings, she confirmed that Mr. World's sources were trustworthy. The world put on a troubled expression and shook his head. "The information is contradictory, so I can't give a definite answer." At this point, he raised his head and sincerely looked at the figure in the grey fog across the long mottled table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, your adorer in Beekland should have sensed something, right?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the end of the long bronze table. Some were curious, some were worried, some were expectant, and some were tense. Under such a gaze, the Fool Klein leaned back slightly and said calmly and casually, "That's right." Chapter 467. Prince Edisac Augustus? Could he be related to something dangerous that could lead to a tragedy? Furthermore, this matter seems to have garnered the attention of Mr. Fool. Audrey instantly matched the name to the person and felt extremely worried and puzzled. From what she knew, anything that could garner the attention of Mr. Fool was either very dangerous, extremely secretive, or far-reaching. It was definitely not simple. For example, the True Creator's attempt to descend upon Beekland with the help of Lenivus and the terrible situation in the East Borough's factory district, Roselle the Great's Dark Emperor card, the death of the Duke of Negan, and the Twilight Hermit Order. Based on these examples, Audrey had every reason to believe that if it wasn't handled well, or if she didn't pay enough attention to it, a major event that involved Prince Edisac would inevitably bring about a very, very, very terrifying storm. Prince Edisac hasn't pestered me for a long time. I only felt lucky and didn't think too much about it. Now, it seems like there's a problem. At the ball earlier, he even warmly stopped me to chat about some boring topics and played with self-righteous clumsy humor. Just 2 or 3 days later, he became rather cold and even deliberately avoided me. I have to find an opportunity to ask Father about him, but I can't appear too curious. Otherwise, he might very well agree to the royal family's marriage request. Audrey recalled some of the details and suddenly felt her shoulders become heavy. She had never liked Prince Edisac, including his 2 brothers. She had never thought of becoming a princess consort. As for the reason, it was very simple. The believers of the Evernite goddess couldn't accept Augustus, who had believed in the Lord of Storms for generations. That meant that their arrogance, contempt, and extremism towards women had already penetrated deep into their bones. It was very difficult to change, and this was something that Audrey couldn't tolerate the most. At the thought of being in an ancient, strict, and extremely conservative environment after becoming a princess consort, Audrey felt that she would definitely go crazy and flee at all costs. Therefore, she wasn't touched at all when the princes tried to curry favor with her. She was even very repulsed. Edisac Augustus. From his surname, he's a member of the royal family. I vaguely remember that he's a prince. What dangerous thing was he going to do? I can't come into contact with him at all. Right, I can seek help from Miss Audrey and Viscount Glaint, but I have to think of a reason ahead of time. I can't let them suspect me. Magician's Force frowned slightly as she interpreted Mr. Fool's words. The hanging man Alger was rather interested in this, but he didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool, who was obviously only giving hints. All he could do was ponder for 2 seconds and say to Justice, Magicians, and World, the atmosphere above the sea is not calm either. Perhaps it has a connection with Beekland, just like those machines. His words were completely groundless and were purely an attempt to exaggerate the degree of danger so that the 3 Tarot members in Beekland would actively investigate. I have to say, Mr. the Hanging Man is really cooperating well. Klein, who was watching from the side, immediately gave up on the idea of getting World to say something similar. The reason why he only mentioned Prince Edisac, the lady with the sapphire ring who was suspected to have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and 0-08 and in Sangwell, who might be involved in this matter, was because he didn't know the situation of the top sealed artifacts that could even destroy a country. He could only make guesses that he wasn't completely certain of based on some minute clues. He was afraid that if he directly told Justice and Miss Magicians the key point, they would be discovered by the target the moment they started their targeted investigations. This was also the reason why Klein didn't find an opportunity to inform the machinery hivemind of his encounter. Based on his speculations about sealed artifact 0-08, he suspected that if he were to leave Minsk Street with such thoughts in mind, he would encounter a sudden and absolutely irresistible attack when he arrived at the Lever Cathedral or the Steam Cathedral by carriage. For example, a sealed artifact riot in the underground area, or a fatal blow from a high-sequence beyonder. Only the grey fog's shielding allowed Klein to not have to worry about such problems. He could inform Justice and Miss Magicians of this matter to a certain extent, and through them, he could warn them in a gentler, more roundabout manner, and less likely to be discovered in advance. Apart from that, Klein had other plans. It was to let the supporting cast of the supporting cast fade away from the stage. After leaving Beekland, he would change his appearance without anyone noticing and quietly return. He would then contact the machinery hivemind outside the line of sight of the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Let's hope it succeeds. Let's hope that there's a chance to ferret out in Sangwell. Yes, the premise is that he's really involved in this matter. Wait, Mr. Aztec had a conflict with MI9 in the process of pursuing in Sangwell and was secretly wanted. And MI9 has always been considered the military's pro-royal faction. There's a series of coincidences surrounding Prince Edisac. This is similar to the characteristics displayed by sealed artifact 0-08. This seems to indirectly confirm in Sangwell's existence. Klein closed his eyes as the pair of bright leather boots and pale palms flashed through his mind. He leaned back in his chair and curled the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet again next week. Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family. Audrey stood in front of the full-body mirror, looking at herself in a daze. There was good news and bad news for her at this tarot gathering. The good news was that she was about to obtain one of the main ingredients of the psychiatrist potion. Although she was no longer the ignorant girl who had used £1,000 to buy some basic knowledge from the hanging man and knew the approximate price of many beyonder ingredients, she didn't mind paying a premium for the mirror dragon's eye. After the assassination of Duke of Negan, she had an urgent desire and motivation to raise her sequence and obtain the corresponding combat strength. For this, she didn't want to wait any longer and was willing to pay a certain price. As long as an ingredient appeared, as long as it wasn't too ridiculous, she would immediately accept it to prevent any unexpected interference. This was like a precious piece of jewelry that many noble ladies fancied, or a rare horse with a strange bloodline that men liked. The corresponding premium was inevitable. Sometimes, it's not impossible to double or triple the original price. Besides, Force was busy in the middle, contacting her teacher. I definitely can't let her waste her time and take the risk. She doesn't know that I'm Justice either. Audrey thought indifferently. As for the bad news, it was undoubtedly the matter regarding Prince Edisac. This made Audrey feel a rare sense of worry. Thankfully, Mr. World received the news and Mr. Fool gave me a warning. Otherwise, I don't know how bad things would have become. Audrey, with such good conditions, you can definitely solve this problem. All the best. The girl drew a crimson moon in front of the figure in the mirror, trying to make herself optimistic. Then, she restrained her emotions and went out to the piano room, ready to participate in the following piano lessons as if nothing had happened. This was because the Earl Hall couple and Hibbert Hall wouldn't be home until dinner. She didn't have anyone to ask for information from, so she could only tell herself to be calm, composed, and patient. Before the tutor arrived, Audrey casually played a piece of music, using the beautiful melody to cleanse her heart. When she finished playing, she found that the golden retriever, Susie, had opened the door at some point in time and was squatting beside her, still wearing the jewel-like gold-rimmed glasses around her neck. Audrey, what problem did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me that you have something troubling you, Susie suddenly said. Audrey was stunned, unsure of how to answer. She suddenly felt that having a mind-reading dog at home wasn't necessarily a good thing, in the campsite with a burning bonfire. With his eyes closed, Derek Berg quietly recalled what had happened at the tarot gathering, confirming that he hadn't forgotten the memories of repeatedly experiencing the same life. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes in anticipation and looked around. However, what reflected in his eyes were the same flames and teammates as he remembered. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who was sitting cross-legged and leaning against a stone pillar, said in a deep voice, "We'll set off in 50 bolts of lightning." At this moment, Derek was certain that everything he had experienced before wasn't a dream or an illusion. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Klein went down to the first floor and sat in the activity room, feeling the warmth emanating from the fireplace. He rocked quietly in the reclining chair. He didn't read newspapers, magazines, or books. Everything was so peaceful and silent until the doorbell rang. Klein, who was wearing a casual shirt and a cashmere vest, stood up and walked outside. He noticed that the visitor was a little unexpected. He opened the door and chuckled. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Shouldn't you be helping at the Harvest Church at this time?" The person who came was the handsome and somewhat feminine vampire, Emlyn White, with his hair combed back diagonally. Hearing Klein's greeting, the arrogant guy's expression suddenly froze, and it took him a while to recover. "I have something to ask you, Sherlock, Moriarty, detective," Emlyn said word by word. After inviting him into the living room, Klein returned to the reclining chair and asked with a smile, "What is it?" "The consultation fee is £1, but the time limit is 1 hour. Emlyn White didn't mind his words and said in thought, "That's right. A big shot wants me to do something. Although that thing can help me solve the hidden danger, It also contains a high risk. I don't have many friends, and I'm afraid that my parents will worry. As for you, you're a knowledgeable beyond a detective. What suggestions do you have? Reject or accept? Solve the hidden danger? Remove the psychological suggestion? Klein deliberated and said, if there's only the word matter, I can't give any suggestions. After a few seconds of silence, Emlyn White gritted his teeth and suppressed his voice. It's related to the fool. Chapter 468. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands and leaned forward. What exactly is it? No, I can't say any more. Emlyn White shook his head firmly. Worried that he would be probed, Klein didn't press further. He simply analyzed the situation based on the information the vampire had revealed. Related to the fool. It can help Emlyn White resolve his latent problems. There's a high risk. Combined with his previous thoughts, this seems to indicate that he plans on holding a corresponding ritual to pray to the fool, which is me, so as to eliminate the psychological cue and obtain his long-awaited freedom. However, this is no longer Emlyn's own ritual. It comes from the orders of a certain important figure. And with this vampire's pride, those who are willing to address him as important are likely powerhouses of the sanguine race. Why would a sanguine bigwig send a descendant to pray to the fool? Are they cooperating with the Aurora Order? Klein, who was filled with puzzlement, looked up at the expectant Emlyn and chuckled inwardly. Do you think I'll respond to your prayers? He deliberated for 2 seconds and didn't directly make a suggestion. Instead, he said, according to statistics, 30 out of 100 cases of praying to a secret existence of unknown circumstances will not receive any response. 68 cases will encounter all sorts of terrifying things, ending up losing their lives or living a life worse than death. Only 2 cases will succeed and obtain what they want, but the price they pay might not be what they are willing to pay. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always believed that when proving something or reinforcing a particular point of view, only mentioning an example or a special case without mentioning the overall sample or statistics was a hooligan act. It was just changing the concept. And typically, such situations were accompanied by similar statements, such as I have a friend, I know a lady, or someone around me. Therefore, in order to convince Emlyn White, he had carefully fabricated some data. Of course, this wasn't completely groundless. At the very least, the dossiers Klein had seen back when he was a Nighthawk squad stated similar situations. Only 2 cases succeeded. 68 cases had problems. Emlyn was indeed shocked as he couldn't help but raise his hand to tidy his hair. That's basically the case. This is the danger level of what you're about to do. If you have any ill intentions, the risk is even higher than that, Klein replied sincerely. Emlyn subconsciously shook his head. No, I don't have any ill intentions. Plus that big shot will protect me during the process. No malice. Even if you have ill intentions, you might not know that you're just a cannon fodder who's been pushed to the front. Klein raised his right palm and emphasized his tone with a hand gesture. This will reduce the risk by a lot, but it's definitely not zero. Can that big shot really resist the hidden existence? Can't, Emlyn replied, stammering. So. Klein spread his hands. He suddenly smiled and said, even if you completely believe in Earth Mother, it won't affect your life in any way. Look at the citizens of Fainapotter. They eat whatever they like, wear whatever they want, and do whatever they like. When the time comes, Father Utravsky will most likely not force you to volunteer at the Harvest Church. You will regain your original freedom. Besides, I think you've adapted well to the teachings of Mother Earth. There's no contradiction. Emlyn White fell silent for a moment. Because you like it. Becoming a believer based on my beliefs is completely different from being forcefully converted into a believer through a psychological suggestion. Even if one day, I do turn my back on the moon and believe in the Mother Goddess, I hope that it is a choice I make freely and has nothing to do with anyone else. This is the last pride of a blood breed. Klein looked at Emlyn in surprise, never expecting him to be so insistent. He thought about it for 2 seconds and didn't try to persuade him again. The question is actually very simple. It's whether the order of a powerful figure and the temptation of getting rid of the hidden danger can give you the courage to face a certain degree of danger. If you have the conviction to sacrifice your life for it, the answer is very simple. In short, you have to weigh the pros and cons of this matter. Emlyn listened with a heavy expression as he instinctively retorted, "That's right. If I really choose to try it, it won't be for myself, but for the entire blood race. Resolving the hidden danger is just a side benefit. For the entire bloodlings? What could I possibly be involved in that would involve the entire vampire race? That big shot must be lying to you, right?" Klein chuckled. "A weak vampire has the chance to save the entire race. Do you believe it? Blood clan, blood clan. Besides, my strength isn't bad either. It's equivalent to you humans sequence 7. Right, it's the kind that's good at combat. As for whether you believe it or not, you won't understand." He stood up and said, "Although your analysis and suggestions are meaningless, I still have to thank you. Well, the consultation fee will be deducted from the suitcase and tin box last time." Klein didn't know what he was talking about. After Emlyn left, he suddenly came to a realization. Under normal circumstances, aren't the containers in large transactions all free items? This stingy vampire, in the darkness where the frequency of lightning had yet to recover, the City of Silver's expedition team punctually arrived at the periphery of the half-abandoned temple. Derek remembered that during their first operation, all the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished here. The entire team had fallen into pure darkness, and he had heard the boy, Jack's hair-raising cry for help coming from the depths of the temple. According to Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the others' guesses, this might be the starting point of our cycle. But why did we wake up at the campsite outside the city, and not directly here? As Derek recalled the discussion on the tarot, he raised his arm and prayed according to the corresponding suggestions. His body suddenly emitted a pure and clear light, causing Joshua and the other members of the expedition team to quickly assume a combat stance. What happened? Demon Hunter Colin drew his sword and asked in a deep voice. Derek looked left and right in horror. "Your Excellency, I just heard a child shouting, 'Save me, save me.' He wanted to test if this was the key point." "What about now?" Colin asked warily. "There's no more." Derek listened carefully. Demon Hunter Colin swept his gaze at Joshua and the others from the corner of his eyes and asked, "Did you hear it?" "No." The members of the expedition team shook their heads one after another. Colin only thought for a few seconds before making a decision. He took out a dark blue metal bottle from a secret compartment on his belt and smeared the colorless, sticky liquid on his sword. Following that, he stabbed upwards with his sword. The sky suddenly lit up as thin silver snake-like beams of light swam above and quickly spread out in all directions. The silver-white light instantly enveloped all the members of the expedition team, as though it was illuminating everyone's darkest corner. With a sizzling sound, the thin silver snake burrowed into the void and headed off to an unknown location. Everything quickly calmed down, leaving only the dim light of the animal hide lanterns to scatter in silence. Colin half closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. After a full 5 seconds, he raised his finger and said, "From now on, we can't afford to be careless. From now on, we can't afford to be careless. Raise the alert to the highest." What familiar words. This isn't the key to breaking out of this predicament. Derek calmed his mind and followed the team into the half-abandoned temple without slacking off at all. This time, he had learned his lesson and didn't look at the fallen creator's face again. Then, in the process of inspecting the ground, he relied on his initiative and enthusiasm to fight for the area where the mural was located. He carried the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane as he began to move in a small team with a teammate. After passing through mottled or collapsed walls, he finally arrived at his destination. As the light of the animal hide lantern approached, the mural on the wall gradually became clearer. Derek first looked at the corner and found the line of strange words that had left a deep impression on him. Rose Redemption. He silently recited the name, raised the animal hide lantern, and carefully examined the details of the mural. On the highest point of the mottled wall was a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross. On it hung a shadow that was difficult to make out its exact shape. In such a background, there was a desolate and silent plain. On the plain, there was a long line of people walking. Their goal was the distant mountain, and the cross and the person hanging upside down at the top of the mountain. In this line of people, some members were still kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly, while others had already stood up and walked forward against the strong wind. Their faces were only a simple outline, as if to highlight the tattered clothes. Only the leader at the front was rather clear. It was a thin and tall man with silver hair that reached his vest. The man's facial features were soft. His head was lowered, and his eyes were tightly shut. There were layers of light wings on his back. Angel. The legendary Angel. Derek excitedly observed the situation around the leader. Soon, he discovered that there was a winding, shimmering river at the feet of the man who was suspected to be an angel. The river kept turning, circling back, and flowing into him, becoming the source. Cycle. This formed a cycle. Derek suddenly felt that he had grasped a key point. In a cycle of experience, there was actually a circulating river in the mural on the wall. The latter was obviously indicating or revealing something. Derek looked up and saw the silver-haired angel with countless wings. His face was gentle with a hint of indifference, as if he was looking down at the river and fate. Is this the true meaning of Mr. Fool's hint? Derek thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he planned on blaming the boy, Jack, for his abnormality. If he failed, no one would remember what he had done. Under the stunned gaze of his teammates, Derek raised the axe of Hurricane and slashed at the river on the mural. Chapter 469. Bang! Enshrouded in silver beams, Derek's axe cleaved at the river on the mural, causing the wall to cave in and stone fragments to fly everywhere. With a single strike, the river that was connected from end to end was completely severed. Just as he was looking forward to the scene of the cycle being broken and all the members of the expedition team jumping out of the temple, Demon Hunter Colin's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. With a sullen expression, he said, "What are you doing?" The demigod's sword tip was still pointing downwards, but his grip on the hilt was clearly tighter than before. Recalling the crystallization of the wisdom of the Tarot Club members, Derek said in a mixture of puzzlement and fear, "That's right." He said in a mixture of puzzlement and fear, "There was a shadow that flashed past here just now. Your Excellency, it's true. It's like a child's figure." Colin Iliad didn't move his gaze away as he asked another team member, "Hyam, did you see it?" The member of the expedition team named Hyam subconsciously moved closer to the chief and shook his head firmly. The exploration team member named Hyam subconsciously moved closer to the chief and firmly shook his head. Colin's light blue eyes immediately emitted a faint light, highlighting two complex, dark green symbols. Colin's light blue eyes suddenly had a glimmer of light rippling out, highlighting two dark green complex symbols. Finally, he retracted his gaze and said without any abnormalities, "This is Derek's light blue eyes. It's very normal for you to hallucinate due to nervousness. From now on, follow me. I believe you will feel calmer this way." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek agreed without any hesitation. "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek agreed without any hesitation. After the previous attempt, he had confirmed that the mural wasn't related to the key point. Mr. Fool's hint of Rose redemption likely has a deeper meaning. It's not that simple. Derek held the axe of Hurricane and silently walked beside Chief Colin. What happened after wasn't much different from the previous explorations in his memories. Everyone repeated the process and arrived at the final hall with the altar for the 6th time. They discovered the yellow-haired boy, Jack, curled up in the shadows. Upon hearing the words save me," and seeing the obvious child's figure, Demon Hunter Colin nodded indiscernibly. He retracted most of his attention from Derek Berg. Just as he deliberated over his words and was about to speak, Derek suddenly asked, "How should I save you?" The boy, Jack, revealed an excited expression. Save me, send me home, take me home. Where is your house?" Derek asked curiously and fearfully. Seeing this, Colin shut his mouth and clenched his fists. The little boy, Jack, weakly raised his hand. My house is in Enmat Port. Enmat Harbor. Although Mr. The hanging man didn't mention it, from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong here. He might very well come from the outside world, from the Kingdom of Ruin where Miss Justice and the rest are. Derek was overjoyed, unable to conceal his excitement. His reaction didn't arouse Demon Hunter Colin's suspicions, because this powerful chief of the six-member council had also never seen the sea. He only knew of this body of water that was many times larger than a lake, as well as the term harbor from some of the books that had been preserved. When the unfamiliar boy said in Matt Harbor, it was as if a new world had unfurled in front of Colin. This made him, who was desperately searching for the future of the City of Silver, instantly forget everything else. How did you, or you, get here? The boy, Jack, revealed an expression of recollection. My father and I first took a boat. Then we met up with his companions and continued to take the boat. After a very, very big storm, the rest of us landed on land and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze until we reached this place. Followed the direction of the Lord's gaze. Demon Hunter Colin, Derek, and the others looked at the statue on the altar at the same time, trying to figure out where he was looking. It didn't take long for Colin to confirm the general information. They followed the direction of the statue's gaze and came here. In other words, as long as we reverse this process, we can find the seaside and find the spot where they landed. The opposite direction of the gaze is the map of the City of Silver's surroundings, which was gradually perfected through constant exploration, surfaced in Demon Hunter Colin's mind, allowing him to draw out the unfamiliar boy's journey. If there were no other temples or corresponding statues in the middle, and they continued extending in this manner, then they would pass through the ruins of the giant king's court. Colin's pupils suddenly constricted. That was the divine palace where the ancient god, giant King Ormir, once resided. It wasn't far from the City of Silver. The descendants of the Kingdom of Silver, who had been ruled by the giants for a long time, clearly knew where its ruins were, but they were unable to complete their exploration. This was because it was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than pure darkness without any light. And according to Colin's recollection, the unfamiliar boy and company had passed through the ruins of the giant king's court to arrive here. How did they do it? Perhaps they didn't take a straight line and circled around the giant king's court. No matter what, there's a path that leads to the sea behind the giant king's court, and on the other side of the sea, there might be a human kingdom. Could that be the hope of the City of Silver? Colin couldn't help but think. At this moment, Derek acutely noticed that the clothes on Jack's chest and abdomen were dyed dark red, as if liquid was slowly seeping out. Are you injured? He asked carefully. Jack lowered his head and replied in an ethereal tone, There's something ugly growing on me. As he spoke, he pulled open his clothes, revealing his bare chest and abdomen. There were 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth embedded in them. They weren't painted, nor were they pieced together by gems. They were purely formed by real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth. Furthermore, they didn't seem to be a set, as if they belonged to 3 people. Suddenly, Derek imagined a scene. After Jack ate his companions, he used their remaining eyes, nose, and mouth to form a strange human face on his chest and abdomen. The face was gentle and indifferent, making Derek feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In just a second or two, Derek figured out the reason for the familiarity. This face was very similar to the angel in the mural above, the silver-haired angel whose feet were stepping on the circulating river. Indeed, the reason why we keep repeating our explorations stems from him. Derek's heart stirred as he blurted out a word, as if he was about to give an incantation to resolve his predicament. Rose Redemption, he shouted solemnly. The boy, Jack, raised his head and stared at him in a daze. His mouth widened bit by bit until it reached his ears. I'm so hungry, so hungry. Derek was stunned as he saw the intense battle. When he woke up again, he sat back down beside the campfire in the camp. Rose Redemption isn't an incantation. He deeply reflected on himself. The 7th exploration soon began. Derek, who had already made an attempt, no longer acted abnormally. All he did was take the initiative to check the Rose Redemption mural. As usual, the expedition team entered the underground hall with the altar and statue, and they discovered the obviously strange boy, Jack. After a similar conversation, Derek once again saw the face that was pieced together from other people's facial features. With experience, he didn't do anything provocative. He suppressed his voice and said to Demon Hunter Colin, Your Excellency, the face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural above. Your Excellency, The face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural. It's an angel with silver hair and a river under his feet. It's the one with Rose Redemption written in the corner. Demon Hunter Colin was first taken aback before he frowned. As he watched and pacified the boy, Jack, he sized up Derek from the corner of his eye. After a few seconds of silence, he whispered, "It's because you were the one who mentioned this matter. Because you mentioned this matter, and it made me think of something." Without waiting for Derek to ask, he continued, "We've studied that mural for a long time. We studied the mural for a long time and simply thought that it depicted an angel leading the way and a group of ascetics on a pilgrimage. Perhaps the name of their group was Rose Redemption. That river that's connected to the end indicates a cycle. Our interpretation is that the pilgrimage is repeated. And from the looks of it, it might indicate the identity of that angel. This is the idea you gave me because Amorn was once hidden in your body." "Why?" Derek was confused. Demon Hunter Colin stared at Jack and said, "The worm that Amorn left behind has the symbol of time. The river of cycles is often related to fate. When the two are put together, it reminds me of a small number of tomes that I've read about, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. When the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, watched over this world, he was surrounded by many angels. Among them, the leaders of all angels, the kings of angels who were closest to the divine throne, numbered a total of 8. Some of their names had already disappeared in the long course of history, while others still had certain records, either brief or detailed. Rumor has it that there are even descendants of deities among the 8 kings of angels. Among them, 2 of the kings of angels have the titles of Angel of Time and Angel of Fate." Derek was enlightened as he asked in confirmation, "That's right. You believe that Amorn is the Angel of Time and that the mural is the Angel of Fate?" "I can't be sure for the time being. Only the title of Angel of Time has been passed down, and the records of the Angel of Fate are relatively detailed." Demon Hunter Colin suddenly took a deep breath. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros." In the evening, in the underground building of the Odora family, Emlyn White looked at the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient sanguine lying inside, "That's right. Lord Nibs, I accept the primogenitor's mission." Nibs replied with an old voice, "Very good. When do you want to begin? Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" Upon hearing Lord Nibs ask about his wishes, Emlyn White's calves went limp. He nearly regretted it. "There's no need." Chapter 470. An iron-black coffin covered in strange patterns sat quietly in the middle, and there seemed to be a faint fluctuation in the air that was silently colliding. Emlyn White stood in the corner and followed the normal ritual procedures. He lit the candles and dripped the essential oil and the corresponding herbal powder. A misty atmosphere spread out as Emlyn recalled the requirements of artificial sleepwalking. He lowered his head and began cogitation while repeatedly chanting the fool's honorific name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Amidst the monotonous and rhythmic voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body was relaxed and restrained, as though he was asleep, but his spirituality was lively and light as it constantly spread out. At this moment, he had the feeling that he was constantly drifting upwards. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his fingers as he looked at the rippling screens of light beside him. He expressionlessly admired the praying figure. Although it was very blurry, Klein immediately recognized the vampire, Emlyn White. He's very courageous to have the initiative to buy a doll. Klein sighed and didn't respond. He had previously attempted to divine the sanguine's goal, but he was unable to obtain any effective revelations. The only thing he could be sure of was that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This made Klein rather curious, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn White with a high-ranking sanguine hiding beside him. He didn't know if the other party could grasp any traces of danger like blasphemer Amorn in the mysterious space above the grey fog, nor did he wish to confirm it. After all, Amorn was only an avatar back then, and the present high-ranking sanguine was most likely the main body. There's no need to take risks on unimportant matters, even if I want to understand the sanguine's true goal. Besides, it's not like there's no other way. Klein looked at the artificial sleepwalking Emlyn White and muttered to himself with a smile. I can delay the response. He planned on waiting until tomorrow or the day after, when Emlyn White left his protection and when the Sanguine gave up on the matter, then he would suddenly respond. However, there was a prerequisite. He had to first confirm the level of risk with divination. Tail Devourer. Just like that river. Derek Berg immediately made the connection. Demon Hunter Colin nodded solemnly. Yes. This means that we might have already stepped into a river that we can't leave from. Fortunately, this should only be some power left behind by the Angel of Fate. It's not hiding here. No, it's not a possibility, it's a certainty, and it's been a long time ago. Derek responded inwardly. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly faded and were dyed silver. In the end, his pupils even became vertical, reflecting the figure of the little boy, Jack. Sparks of silver light shot out from his eyes, spiraling and colliding with each other. Dang! Demon Hunter Colin first stabbed the long sword in his hand into the ground and pulled out another straight sword, smearing it with golden oil that resembled sunlight. Noticing this, the little boy Jack's expression changed, as if it was shrouded in a thick shadow. Before he could open his mouth, Demon Hunter Colin moved. He pulled out his sword from the ground and left behind a blurry figure. Golden and silver flashed, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light in front of the little boy, Jack, was the brightest. After a shrill scream, darkness enveloped the altar once again. The little boy, Jack, stood in place without moving a single step, but the human face in his chest and abdomen had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where his squirming organs could be seen. A few meters to the side of Jack, Demon Hunter Colin was half-squatting on the ground, his swords hanging diagonally. In front of him, the human face had been torn apart, returning to its scattered eyes, nose, and mouth. These organs twitched and bounced as if they had been electrocuted. Soon, they stopped moving and rapidly rotted, as if they were meant to be. In the blink of an eye, Derek felt an invisible barrier appear around him like a wall of water and silently shatter. Almost at the same time, he seemed to leave the turbulent river and return to the shore. Looking at the gloomy underground hall, the hanging statue, and the boy, Jack, whose expression was contorted from pain and had fainted, Derek was delighted as he heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he and the others had finally escaped from their repetitive lives. Derek knew very well that although the final process didn't seem complicated, without understanding the problem beforehand and receiving no hints, they might have to repeat it dozens or hundreds of times before they could discover any clues and find a solution. During this process, if they weren't careful, they would die. And Derek had no way of knowing if the lost life would be reborn, or if they would still be resurrected by the bonfire, only to die after completely escaping the predicament. What was even more serious was that people would always repeat the same choices. In other words, if they couldn't discover the problem the first time, without the corresponding memories and experience, they might not be able to detect any abnormalities even the 100th or 1000th time. They would be completely lost in the river of cycles until the normal flow of time in the outside world reached the end of their lives. At the thought of such a possibility, Derek was sincerely grateful to Mr. Fool. Grateful? Recovering his memories and giving him a hint. Turning his head, he saw that Joshua and the other members of the exploration team didn't have any abnormal reactions as they checked the surrounding area, as if the previous 6 explorations didn't exist. Perhaps only by returning to the City of Silver can they realize that they've lost a part of their lives from the wrong dates. Derek thought silently. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin stood up and walked back to Jack's side. He took out another metal bottle and poured the black, sticky liquid inside onto Jack's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane that stuck to the wound and stopped the blood flow. "Hyam, Joshua, you're in charge of bringing him along." Colin suppressed the palpitations in his heart and instructed in a deep voice. In his eyes, this was the hope for the City of Silver to escape the curse and defeat the prophecy of the apocalypse. Phew. Derek wanted to secretly thank Mr. Fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gesture. In Empress Borough, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family, The sumptuous dinner shimmered with an alluring luster under the illumination of the many candles. Unlike what the newspapers and magazines imagined, the dinner of a large noble family wasn't solemn, and there was no need to maintain silence. This was a rare time for the family members to gather together. As they ate, they casually chatted about all kinds of relaxing topics to communicate and strengthen their bond. Audrey cut a piece of steak from her ranch and observed Earl of Hall's expression. Without hiding her curiosity, she asked, "Dad, has anything happened to Prince Edisac recently?" Her plan was to pretend that she had heard some unrealistic rumors that she couldn't take responsibility for if there wasn't any. This wasn't uncommon in noble circles. Earl of Hall's knife and fork paused as he raised his eyebrows. "What did you hear?" As expected, Audrey, who read the information she wanted from her father's reaction, replied with a faint smile, "Some rumors." "It's just a rumor. It seems to be true." Earl of Hall rubbed his temples. "It's nothing too serious. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so there's no need to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal of the royal family. To put it simply, Prince Edisac has fallen in love with a commoner woman. This led to the death of a noble descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of the matter, not wanting to cause too much of an impact." The Countess took a sip of champagne. "It seems like he's not mature enough. Mother's criticism is very tactful. This does sound suspicious. Is Prince Edisac really involved in a dangerous matter that will bring bad changes to Beekland?" Audrey put on a look of realization and smiled. "This makes me a little puzzled. Why would a story of freedom and love involve the death of a noble descendant?" Hibbert Hall buried his head in cutting the tender steak and guessed with interest, "This reminds me of those complicated love stories. Among the worshippers of the Lord of Storms, dueling for the sake of honor is a very common thing. It's a tradition that has been put into a museum." Earl of Hall denied his eldest son's statement. Audrey seized the opportunity and deliberated. "My impression of Prince Edisac isn't such a person, and the rumors have already spread. Perhaps what they're really trying to cover up isn't this matter. Perhaps not." Earl of Hall ruminated over this sentence and couldn't help but frown. Audrey knew when to stop and didn't say anything else. She naturally led the topic in another direction. Next, she planned on finding other noble friends to inquire. As a girl who had once been pursued by Prince Edisac, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details of the matter. Whether it was curiosity or indignation, it could drive people to make such an attempt. The artificial sleepwalking state couldn't be maintained for too long. Emlyn White returned to reality, looking somewhat exhausted. He opened his eyes and looked at the iron-black coffin. He heaved a sigh of relief and said in disappointment, he said in a half-relieved and half-disappointed tone, "Lord Nibs, there's no response." Nibs was silent for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "All right. Stay here tonight to prevent any accidents from happening." "You'll stay here tonight, just in case." Emlyn didn't put on a brave front at all. That night, he spent it in worry and unease, but the night was so quiet and nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until the rare winter sunlight of Beekland shone on the window that it quietly receded. What bad weather. Emlyn left Audrey's villa, lowered his top hat, and grumbled as he boarded a rental carriage. His destination was the Harvest Church south of the bridge. After the carriage traveled steadily for a period of time, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred as he saw an endless grayish-white fog. Then, he was surprised to find himself in a mysterious and majestic giant's palace, sitting beside a long, mottled bronze table. Chapter 471. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and thoughtless, like a marble statue sitting there. Then, he heard the figure sitting leisurely in the thick grey fog ask indifferently, "Why do you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind buzzed as he blurted out, "This is the primogenitor's revelation. Tell us, okay?" Through the dream, it tells us that the apocalypse is coming and that we have to be prepared. As for me, I'm one of the key points. My mission is to pray to the fool, to you. Upon hearing the other party's detailed response that didn't hide anything, Klein, who had prepared a follow-up question, was at a loss as to where to begin. What he wanted to know, the vampire, Emlyn White, had already told him everything. A revelation from the primogenitor. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith fall in the Second Era long before the Cataclysm, or had her authority taken back by the Creator? It's precisely because of this that many vampires have attempted to pray to the primordial moon, but they ended up suffering an extremely tragic outcome. Furthermore, Mr. Dorr had also mentioned that the moon card is empty. On the one hand, this means that the primordial moon might be the embodiment of a deity or a high-level devil. On the other hand, it also indirectly proves that the ancient goddess, Lilith, has already lost her position as a sequence 0. Under normal circumstances, this is often equivalent to death. Klein instantly connected the relevant clues. He originally believed that Lilith, who would respond to the sanguine's prayers on certain matters, was a relic of the ancient god, such as the moon pathway's uniqueness. Therefore, she was rigid, and passive, with great limitations. But now, the fact that she had taken the initiative to give a revelation made him reject this guess. There are two possibilities. The first is that Lilith is a deity in disguise, occupying a critical point ahead of time and blocking the opponent who wishes to ascend to the throne of Sequence 0 of the moon pathway. In essence, she doesn't love the sanguine, and the revelation she provided was only a test. Among them, the greatest suspect is the goddess who snatched the title of Lady of Crimson. It's already Sequence 0, corresponding to the card of blasphemies, the star card. Why would it covet the moon? To ruin the enemy's plans? Secondly, the ancient god isn't dead yet. As long as no other powerhouse becomes a Sequence 0 of the moon pathway, it doesn't matter. It could exist in some strange and incomprehensible way, waiting for the opportunity to return, just like what the Dark Emperor card described. And the goddess had given him the title of Lady of Crimson, perhaps to destroy this matter to a certain extent. According to this logic, Lilith's recent apocalyptic revelation is an effort to resurrect after years of accumulation. And with me, the fool? If that's really the case, then it should be considered an invitation to cooperate to a certain extent. But I'm only a Sequence 6 Beyonder. What can I use to cooperate with an ancient god that hasn't dissipated yet? Let Emlyn White join the tarot? The sanguine is a race with a long lifespan. It has existed since the Second Epoch, so it definitely knows a lot of secrets. However, it's quite risky. Yes, I can divine if I want to pull Emlyn in before every meeting. Right, in the notebook, Sights in the Spirit World, there's a similar apocalyptic prophecy. It comes from Yellow Light Venithan. At the same time, it also points out that the curse of the House of Abraham will be removed by an apprentice who has received the help of a secret existence. This matches Miss Magician's current state. She's an apprentice who has received the help of the Fool. That's interesting. Could it be that all the high-level Beyonders who are good at prophecy have seen the inevitability of the apocalypse, as well as the possible effects of the Fool's existence? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression didn't change at all. He leaned back in his chair and smiled unhurriedly. What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me about? The calm voice allowed Emlyn to recover from his stiff state of not knowing what he was doing. He shook his head in a daze. I don't know. At this moment, Klein saw the messy stars moving rapidly on the back of the chair Emlyn was sitting on, quickly forming a symbol that symbolized the crimson moon. Indeed, the Beyonder pathway corresponding to the ancient goddess Lilith's descendant points to the moon. Klein chuckled. With the 7 orthodox deities and many secret existences, why would your ancestor believe that I'm the key to the apocalypse? The fool's attitude finally calmed Emlyn White down. He understood that he had truly encountered an unbelievable matter. He had been forcefully pulled into a magical place by a secret existence. It's the fool. He actually didn't flare up. Is this because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am indeed the special one. I was mentioned by the ancestor, and I even received a response from the fool. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straight as he deliberated over his words. Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation given by the ancestor is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key to saving the sanguine and defeating the apocalypse. And all of this begins with praying to you. His hidden meaning was, the key to the end of the world is not you, but me. This guy has such a Chunibya side to him. Well, he's always been arrogant and full of himself. Klein mocked him in his mind using a popular phrase from the past. Amused, He opened his mouth and said, "The same question. Why are you praying to me instead of the 7 righteous gods or other hidden existences?" "No idea." Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought for a moment and deliberately said, "Actually, I roughly understand what your ancestor meant. I hope that with my help, you can grow into a true high-ranking being and save the blood race when the apocalypse comes." Growth. As you know, we sanguine aren't able to grow on our own. Only through special rituals can we obtain the gifts of our elders and the inheritance left behind by our ancestors. Only then can we advance in level. Indeed, it also has to conform to the law of beyonder characteristics conservation. In other words, there must be another way as long as it conforms to the basic law. Klein chuckled. "Your knowledge has blinded your eyes, preventing you from seeing the wider world. Of course, I will not answer this question for you. You must find the answer yourself. I am only providing you with an opportunity." He paused for a second and said in a condescending tone, "Do you wish to have such an opportunity?" Emlyn didn't hesitate to stand up and bow. "That is my wish." Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility left?" Klein lampooned inwardly as he tapped the edge of the long mottled table. "But there are some things you must abide by. Please speak." Emlyn held back his excitement. Klein smiled. "You can't reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you have my permission. This includes the blood breeds who were present during the ritual." "But..." Emlyn found it somewhat unacceptable. Klein asked warmly with great certainty, "What's the matter? Lilith didn't ask you to report to anyone afterward, right?" This could be inferred from the fact that there wasn't even a prayer in the revelation. Lilith. Directly calling the ancestor by her name. It sounds like an old friend. Emlyn's heart palpitated as he lowered his head. "No." Klein smiled and said without much fluctuation in his tone, "This is a secret transaction. That's why I responded after you were out of sight. Similarly, there's no need for you to report to Lilith. That will be noticed by certain people." Seeing Emlyn nod in enlightenment, Klein added, "To be the key to saving the sanguine, you have to bear the corresponding thorns. If I want to be the key to the salvation of the blood race, I have to bear the corresponding thorns. For example, I have to be misunderstood, slandered, and belittled. I can only move forward in silence with a heavy mission in the darkness." These targeted words immediately made Emlyn White imagine the corresponding scene. He was always mocked by his fellow clansmen because of his fondness for dolls. He would get lost and enter the harvest church, leaving behind traces of humiliation. He would never be valued or thought highly of by his elders. He would silently protect his clansmen and everyone in a corner without anyone knowing. Soon, Emlyn, who had been touched by him, replied respectfully, "Your will be carried out. Your will be carried out across the land." Klein leaned back and said nonchalantly, "That's not a problem. I acquiesced to the establishment of a secret gathering, right here. Are you willing to join this gathering and find a way to become stronger and save the blood race?" "I'm willing," Emlyn answered without hesitation. Klein nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any other requests?" Emlyn was delighted as he hurriedly said, "That's right. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish for you to help me remove the psychological cue. This is a bishop of the Church of Earth Mother, I know." Klein calmly interrupted his description. "I know." As expected of a hidden existence. Emlyn lowered his head again. Klein chuckled. "I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay?" Above the grey fog, he had an extremely powerful spirit vision. He had just discovered that the dark-colored psychological cue in Emlyn White's body had mostly dissipated at some point in time, thinning to the point of being weak. Klein had originally planned on using the ritual in the Book of Secrets to deal with similar problems to resolve it, but the present situation made him believe that a secret deed ritual, the suppression of the Dark Emperor card, and the purification of the Brooch of Sun would be able to completely dispel the psychological cue in Emlyn White's body. Price? Emlyn thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest the hidden existence, the fool. Seeing this situation, Klein took the initiative to say, "I'm very interested in the history of you sanguine. I'm very interested in some of the history of the blood race. You can use this information in exchange." Sanguine history? Emlyn thought for a moment before agreeing. You can first think about the content you want to describe. Before that, you need to choose a code name from them. Klein conjured the tarot cards that hadn't been chosen on the surface of the long bronze table. Emlyn White took a few careful glances and said, "That's right. Moon." Chapter 472. Above the grey fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Emlyn seriously considered which part of the Sanguine's history he should tell Mr. Fool. He's an old friend of the ancestor, so he definitely knows what happened before the cataclysm. There's no need for me to repeat it. In the Fourth Epoch and Fifth Epoch, the glory of the Sanguine isn't rare. There's too much history worth recounting, but the most important thing is one thing. Emlyn quickly had an idea. Based on his current understanding, the Fool was very likely an ancient god from before the cataclysm. Due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and had been slumbering to this day, gradually awakening. This could explain why there were no records of such hidden existences in the thousands of years of history. That was, until the other party's honorific name suddenly spread. After some deliberation, Emlyn straightened his back. After the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the center of the historical stage of the northern and southern continents. They became nobles of different empires and dynasties as individuals, not as a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. When our queen, the Blood Moon Queen, Olnia, who led us out of the Dark Ages, became the wife of the Trensostal Empire's Night Emperor, the entire Sanguine was united and became an important supporter of this dynasty. At that time, Augustus of Rouen and Einhorn of Faysac would have to respectfully address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Olnia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to who is the most beautiful woman in the world could only be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and cautious to talking non-stop. A magic mirror that can answer questions. Isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if there are any members of the machinery hive mind who are so bored that they would say, "Mirror, mirror, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" What kind of answer would a Rhodes give? Klein's sitting posture did not change. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth as he thought about it. After saying a bunch of things, Emlyn's expression turned serious. All of this was destroyed in the War of the Four Emperors. The Night Emperor perished, the Queen perished, and the vampires suffered a rather heavy blow. After seizing the final fruit of victory, the seven gods supported the four great nobles Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, and Castilla to divide the empire, destroying the royal family that lacked high-ranking members. We, the vampires, could only retreat to the remote mountains and hide in dark corners to ensure the continuation of our race. It's about what I expected. The seven gods. During the War of the Four Emperors, there were already the seven gods. Klein thought of the statues of the six gods in the underground ruins of the Tudor family. Fortunately, the seven deities were divided, and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the calamity. At that moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of high spirits. He looked at Klein with bright eyes and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you still have the time to listen to me talk about the Blood Moon Queen's life and the glory that the Sanguine once possessed? It's a heavy tome formed from pages of glorious chapters. I can repeat every part of it. From the looks of it, you can still talk for an entire day and night. I once thought that you were a shameless vampire who liked dolls and didn't know much about history. I never expected you to be so professional and academic. It's no wonder you always believe that the Sanguine are noble and are proud of it. For a fellow like you who doesn't like to go out, if you really become interested in any field, you will indeed do in-depth research. Furthermore, vampires have long lifespans." Klein deliberated for a moment, prepared to decline Emlyn's good intentions. Although he wasn't lacking in interest in history, time didn't allow him to listen to Emlyn's long-winded speech. "That's enough." Klein smiled and said, "I like an equivalent exchange. I won't let you speak for nothing. When there's a chance in the future, you can use the corresponding history to exchange for what you want from me." "All right." Emlyn was momentarily disappointed. This was the first time he had a chance to talk about the glory of the Sanguine to another existence. Usually, In order to hide his identity, he couldn't flaunt this to humans. As for the sanguine, they already knew what they needed to know, and it wasn't his turn to be responsible for the education of newborns. Klein didn't say anything else and resumed his condescending attitude. "All right, you can go back." A crimson light lit up in front of Emlyn White's eyes, quickly engulfing him. After a brief moment of dizziness, he realized that he was still sitting in a moving rental carriage. Then, he saw the illusory goatskin and obtained the knowledge on how to use a secret deed ritual to pray for help from the Fool. "When I'm free at noon and return home, I'll immediately hold a ritual and ask Mr. Fool to remove my psychological cue." Emlyn suddenly felt a little excited. When the carriage arrived at the Harvest Church, he calmed down and paid the fare. After entering the church, he saw Bishop Utravsky preaching to the few believers there. He was no longer as vexed as before, and he felt rather relaxed. In such a state, he suddenly thought of something. "Father Utravsky doesn't seem to have stopped me from finding a way to remove the psychological cue. What exactly is he thinking?" East Borough, in a coffee shop with greasy tables. Klein, who arrived at the scheduled time, was enjoying a piece of oatmeal bread dipped in tender pea-stewed lamb gravy as he listened to old Kohler recount the information he had gathered in the past week. Unfortunately, there wasn't much valuable information in there. After the other party finished, Klein thought for a moment, took out £2 worth of notes, and pushed it over. "You already gave it to me just now." Old Kohler jumped in fright and waved his hand in shock. Klein chuckled. "I'll be heading south for a vacation within this week. After a year of hard work, it's time for me to rest for a while. I might only be back in 2 to 3 weeks, so I'll pay you in advance. Heh, don't forget to help me gather information." Okay. Old Kohler received the notes with joy and gratitude. At this moment, he had already decided on how to spend the new year. He planned on buying the cured ham that he couldn't bear to buy before and using it to match his bread. How impatient. "Thank you, Detective Moriarty." He could not help but swallow his saliva. Klein picked up his hat and deliberated for a moment. "You should be able to sense that East Borough has been a little chaotic recently. Don't put yourself at risk just to gather information. If you find anything amiss, immediately hide and don't get involved." The matter surrounding Prince Edisac worried him, so he wanted to warn Old Kohler. "I understand." Old Kohler patted his chest and said, "I'm very timid, I won't take risks." "Very good," Klein praised. He then thought of the laundry maid, Liv, and her 2 daughters, Frigga and Daisy, who loved to read and wished to change their fates. He muttered, "Keep an eye on Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If there's a riot in East Borough, take them to a safe place." "Riot? You mean the workers' resistance?" Old Kohler asked in puzzlement. "Something like that," Klein replied vaguely. This was the limit of what he could reveal, otherwise, it would be easy for people or sealed artifacts to suspect him. In a room filled with dolls of all sizes, Emlyn White, who had returned home at noon, sat in a chair, enjoying the darkness caused by the curtains. He looked around and clenched his fists. "Cheer me on." With that said, he rummaged for materials with spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the Fool, as well as the corresponding symbols and magic labels. After busying himself for a while, he attempted the secret deed ritual. His spirituality gradually drifted away, as if he had arrived at an infinite height. Vaguely, he saw countless indescribable shadows, 7 beams of light that seemed to contain a great deal of knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that lingered high above. Above the endless grey fog, there was an ancient palace that couldn't be seen clearly. Inside the palace sat a figure shrouded in grey fog. Then, Emlyn saw a dignified and sacred golden figure and the black wings that blotted out the sky behind it. Before he had time to count how many pairs of mysterious wings there were, he felt himself quickly floating up and coming into contact with the golden figure. "Ah!" He let out a blood-curdling screech, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground. His body was actually emitting bursts of green smoke. After a while, Emlyn calmed down and heard the Fool's deep voice echo in his ears. "Your hypnosis has been removed." Was this what it felt like to remove the hypnosis? How painful. Emlyn sat on the ground, panting heavily. His neatly combed hair was already drooping messily. Above the grey fog, Klein nodded thoughtfully and muttered to himself. As expected, the brooch of sun's purification and dispel effects will simultaneously harm vampires. He had already deduced that the sunlight needed to remove the weakened psychological cue wasn't enough to severely injure Emlyn, so he couldn't be bothered to change to a more complicated method. From the looks of it, the outcome was as he expected. After dealing with this matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and divined his future plans. This afternoon is a good time to go to Red Rose Manor. After reciting it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw that the spirit pendulum was motionless without spinning. It involves a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a corresponding powerhouse. The difficulty of divination is too high, and there's no way to obtain an effective revelation. Klein sighed as he roughly understood the reason. Right on the heels of that, he divined if it was a good time to go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow afternoon, but he failed again. I've always said that divination isn't omnipotent, and now it's proven true. I have to make a decision myself. I have to take this step, otherwise, there's no way I can leave the stage and go behind the scenes without anyone noticing. The sooner the better. I can't delay it, or else things might get out of hand. As his thoughts churned, Klein made up his mind. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. His destination was Prince Edisak's Red Rose Manor. Chapter 473. Outside Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage with his cane in hand. Looking at the red-uniformed soldier standing guard at the door, he closed his eyes to calm himself down. Since the sealed artifact suspected to be 0-08 has been creating coincidences to prevent the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting me, then today will be no exception. I don't have to worry too much about running into her. As long as I can deceive Prince Edisak with my performance, there won't be any problems. Klein's thoughts settled as he walked towards the entrance of the manor. After handing over the gun holster and revolver, he passed the search and was led by the manservant through the path paved with grey stone slabs. He bypassed the pool that sprayed clear spring water and entered the main house. He came to the 2nd floor and arrived outside the room that should have been a sunroom according to the layout. During this process, Klein's heart was in his throat, afraid of encountering an accident, afraid that the situation would develop in the worst possible direction. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking lightly on the door, the valet leaned in front of the door and lowered his voice. Detective Moriarty has arrived. After a full 10 seconds of silence, a deep voice came from the room. Your Highness, invite him in. Accompanying this sentence was the creak of the door opening, and a warm feeling spread outwards, a little warmer than in the corridor. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 tall guards, Klein stepped onto the thick, patterned, yellow, and soft carpet. He took a few steps forward, bypassing the cabinet that separated the inside from the outside, and saw Prince Edisak sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the rare sun of a Beekland winter. That familiar and memorable round face didn't have the slightest hint of a smile, and it naturally created a serious and solemn atmosphere. Due to the combination of the elegant fireplace and metal pipes, the room was warmer than it was at the end of spring. Prince Edisak didn't wear a coat, and his upper body was only covered in a white shirt with flower-like sleeves and a light yellow vest. The accessories such as cufflinks, brooches, and badges weren't conspicuous, but they were expensive enough. Upon seeing this, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief because the woman with the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Thus, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Edisak held a cup of steaming black tea in his hand, but he didn't invite Klein to sit down. He maintained his previous expression and asked in a deep voice, "Is there any result from the investigation?" "No, my divination, my mediumship, my visits, and my investigations all tell me that Talim died of a sudden heart disease." Klein responded with a pained expression and obvious self-blame. "I'm too weak in every aspect. Your Highness, you should ask for a stronger and more powerful helper. You'd better find someone else," he added silently in his heart. At that moment, Edisak seemed to see Sherlock and Detective Moriarty's faces clearly. He felt that the other party had aged several years, as though he hadn't been able to sleep in a long time. This wasn't an illusion, because before Klein went out, he had used his faceless powers to fine-tune the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lusterless. It made the messy beard that wasn't part of his body appear speckled, making his eye bags bigger, darker, and more obvious. After a moment of silence, Edisac put down the white porcelain cup inlaid with golden threads. I know, it's still too difficult. I'll get someone to take over the follow-up. You draft up an investigation report. Don't miss anything. All right. Klein clenched his fists inwardly and quickly took out a stack of folded paper from his pocket. Your Highness, you don't need to wait. I've always had the habit of writing. After instructing an attendant to take the investigation report, Prince Edisac casually flipped through it and put it aside. Is there anything else? No, Your Highness. Please allow me to take my leave. Ah, right, I'll be heading south for a period of time. I want to use the warm sunlight there to melt the pain in my heart, Klein replied with a sigh. This is a New Year's custom for many people in Ruin. Prince Edisac nodded slightly and turned to look at the old butler, Funkel. Send Detective Moriarty out and send a carriage to him. Red Rose Manor was 15 to 20 minutes walk from the nearest town. Only when he got there could he hire a carriage. Yes, Your Highness. The old butler bowed meticulously. Klein didn't let down his guard and quickly bade farewell. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and retrieved his holster and weapon. Less than a minute later, he was in a carriage for Red Rose Manor. Leaning against the wall and watching the manor grow smaller and smaller, Klein relaxed and slowly exhaled, allowing his hanging heart to return to its original position. He knew that he had already left the center of the stage. Next, it's time to bid farewell to Beekland, head south, and make a complete curtain call. After that, I'll change my face and sneak back. He calmly thought about his subsequent plans. At that moment, his spiritual perception stirred and his spirituality tightened. He saw the carriage's door quickly open and silently close. Before he could respond, a figure quickly outlined itself. She was wearing a heavy black dress and a sapphire ring on her hand. A sapphire ring. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who was about to attack or jump out of the carriage, narrowed his eyes and sat back down, not daring to act rashly. That's a terrifying figure who possesses a Grade 0 sealed artifact or is a demigod of this level. This. What I'm afraid of really happens. 0-08 or something else. Where's the coincidence you created? Klein's mind and body instantly tensed up as he watched the figure completely appear. The lady's age was completely different from her style of dressing. She looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with a slightly round face and slender eyes. She had a cultured and elegant temperament with hidden sweetness. She was an extremely outstanding beauty. Klein was taken aback at first, but he immediately recognized her and blurted out, Trissy, isn't this the fellow who went from instigator tries to witch Trissy? How did she become the prince's woman when she's wanted? As a member of the Demonis sect, how did she get to Prince Edisac's side? Furthermore, she has a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the same level. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Trissy had changed somewhat from before. Her facial features, which weren't outstanding on their own, had become gentler and more exquisite. When combined, it was even more moving. Upon hearing his surprised words, Trissy wasn't alarmed but delighted instead. She revealed a sweet smile. You know me. I knew you knew me. A detective with Beyonder powers would definitely pay special attention to all the wanted posters. She looks very happy. Klein cautiously asked with some doubt, what's wrong? What do you want to do? He clearly remembered that she wasn't a good person. Trissy had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the Alfalfa through instigation, and Trissy had caused many innocent civilians to die prematurely in Tingen City. Trissy pursed her lips and smiled. It's very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind. Let them come here to arrest me. Call the police to arrest myself. Did this ladyboy, is this woman crazy? Klein was a little confused when he heard that. Soon, he understood the meaning behind it. Trissy would rather be locked behind Channy's gate than stay in Red Rose Manor. She's trying her best to escape. To put it simply, she believes that this is more dangerous and despairing than being caught by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Klein tried his best to control his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" Trissy was stunned for a second before she widened her eyes. Her eyes were blurry and unfocused as she said, "Someone is manipulating my life. There are always coincidences that leave me horrified after the fact. And I'm becoming less and less like myself." At this point, the corners of her mouth curled up. "Can you imagine? I, who like those shy and cute maids, would always wake up in the arms of a naked man at dawn. Can you imagine the pain? I can, so I stay away from assassins and witches." Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene as his heart shuddered. Trissy continued with a seemingly self-deprecating smile. "I thought that by working hard to advance and become joy, I would be able to escape that strange state, so I hired someone to help me gather the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. In the end, it became even more serious. Sometimes, I forget many things, but they really happened. I endured the disgust and lured Talim, hoping that he would help me escape this place. Who knew that I would kill him with a curse at some point in time? Do you believe that such a thing could happen? Heh, they even changed my name, wanting me to completely abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought that I could only overcome coincidences in a short period of time and would soon return to the right track. This was an illusion I deliberately created for them. So, I met you, Mr. Detective. Joy. Demoness. Ingredients. Klein suddenly recalled a past event. At the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom, old Mr. Eichinger Stanton, someone had requested to purchase the main ingredient of the Demoness of Joy potion. With the formula, he had noticed it on the spot, but he didn't care about it. Later on, he gradually forgot about it. So it was Triss's helper. At that time, she was already by Prince Edisac's side. Why do I have an inexplicable feeling that her smile is so poignant and beautiful? Joy is poisonous. Klein took a deep breath, his thoughts in a mess. As he sorted out his thoughts, he casually asked, "What did they change your name to?" Trissy furrowed her pretty brows and replied with a misty look in her eyes, "Trissy Cheek." Trissy Cheek. 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 Klein suddenly raised his head and felt his entire body go numb once again. His entire body was as stiff as a marble statue. At this moment, there was only Roselle's diary echoing crazily in his mind, the 5th of June. I obtained an ancient book that actually mentioned the name of the primordial demoness. Called, Cheek. Chapter 474. Cheek. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him with her slightly furrowed brows and misty eyes, Klein couldn't help but have goosebumps rise all over his body, accompanied by a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as though he had returned to Tin Gen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company. He was just about to activate his spirit vision to observe Megos and the baby in her womb. The instinctive fear was so clear that it was like a huge hand that was squeezing his heart tightly. He finally understood that what was resisting the grey fog and interfering with his divination wasn't a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the corresponding level. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Triss's body. The symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial demoness. No, she's not the primordial demoness yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control and become a squirming pile of rotten meat just from being with her. She's in a very strange state. Triss's brows calmed down as her eyes regained their focus. Looking at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all, she gently raised her right hand, allowing her fair fingers to slowly slide down from the side of her body. With a tinge of grievance, temptation, and maliciousness, she smiled. With a hint of grievance and temptation, she said with a sinister smile, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind of this matter, and I happen to meet you before I'm captured by them, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Klein's gaze unconsciously followed the movement of her fingers as soul-stirring details surfaced in his mind. It's not big, but it's very perky. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the seduction powers of a demoness of pleasure? Ignoring the fact that you were a man in the past, even if you were a pure lady who didn't do much evil in the past and didn't give me any psychological barriers, I wouldn't dare. If I were to suddenly awaken as the primordial demoness, even the fool wouldn't be able to handle it. Klein sighed silently as he raised his head and looked at the wooden board at the top of the carriage with pity. Do you think an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder like me has the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I believe they've already realized that something is amiss and are about to take action. Seeing that Klein didn't dare to look at her, Trissy felt a little smug. She chuckled and said, I'll try to escape and lure away the main forces of the pursuit. Although the remaining forces are still very strong, they're no longer unsolvable. I believe that for the sake of your own life, you will definitely fight with all your might. Your chances are not small. With that, her figure quickly disappeared, as if someone had wiped her off with a rag. This was different from Sharon. She didn't return to her normal state as a wraith, but directly turned invisible. Bang! The carriage door was first opened, then closed. The lingering sweet fragrance wafted into his nose. Klein withdrew his gaze and his face darkened. Even now, his arm was still trembling slightly, as if he had contracted some kind of disease. If it wasn't for his rich experience, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying pressure even though he had faced the son of an evil god in the real world. Knowing what the name Trissy Cheek represented, he would have collapsed on the spot. It was like a rubber band that would eventually snap if it was pulled too tightly. From the looks of it, Trissy still doesn't know what happened to her, nor does she know the meaning of the title Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts, looked out the window, estimated the distance, and silently counted the time. His spiritual intuition and corresponding experience told him that in such a situation, doing anything was better than doing nothing. Therefore, with the danger of being silenced at hand, he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a tree with only withered branches ignited a small flame that quickly rose higher. A few matches that Klein had specially separated from his pocket ignited as a scarlet color instantly covered his black suit. His figure disappeared from the carriage and walked out of the flames by the side of the road. Pa! 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 He snapped his fingers with his left hand, and his figure constantly flashed through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flames and quickly arrived in the depths that couldn't be seen from the outside. Then, he paused and pulled out the accessory hanging around his neck. He had always known that there were unexpected factors lurking in his visit to Red Rose Manor. Based on the magician's code of conduct, he had made some preparations ahead of time. For example, he had separated the matches and carried some mystical items with him. Among them, the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch were involved in the Capim and Wraith incidents, so he had cautiously left them above the grey fog. As for the all-black eye left behind by Nimblewright Master Rozigo, it was difficult for it to pass the Manor's guard's inspection, so it received the same treatment. In the end, apart from the purification, demon hunting, and exorcism bullets, he only brought 2 mystical items. One of them was a master key that could allow one to pass through obstacles. Its effects of getting lost could be offset by dowsing rod magic. Furthermore, it usually looked like an ordinary key, so it wouldn't be discovered. The other item was the core element that Klein had prepared, Aztec's copper whistle. To put it simply, when there's danger that I can't deal with on my own, I'll seek help from a powerhouse. With that encounter, regardless of whether I recognize Trissy or not, I'll definitely be on the annihilation list. Furthermore, there's a high chance that I've been targeted by 0-08. Finding Mr. Aztec will no longer have any negative effects. Yes, if the one who has been creating coincidences is indeed 0-08. Klein picked up the cold, ancient copper whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew at it. Silently, he, who had activated his spirit vision, saw white bones spewing out from the ground like a fountain. He saw a giant messenger that was nearly 4 meters tall take form. It lowered its head and looked at him with its eye sockets that were burning with black flames. That massive body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out a pen and paper that he carried with him and wrote a word, help. Right on the heels of that, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's hanging palm. When the messenger disappeared, he put away the copper whistle, deliberately assumed a praying posture, and quickly recited the fool's honorific name. Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have yielded results. The woman Prince Edisac fell in love with is Witch Trissy of the Demonis sect. She has now advanced to Demoness of Pleasure and has been renamed Trissy Cheek by the upper echelons. After quickly completing the report, Klein didn't bother concealing himself. He immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Then, he extracted his prayer image and threw it into the crimson star that symbolized Miss Justice. He tried his best to feign a teasing tone and added with the condescending attitude of the fool, "That's right, Miss Justice. Heh, that's the true name of the primordial demoness." After doing all of this, Klein immediately returned to the real world and prepared to flee for his life. Just as he took a few steps, his eyes suddenly lit up. He subconsciously looked up and saw a few flaming meteors falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the forest. At that moment, a scarlet light reflected in Klein's eyes, making him feel like he couldn't resist it at all. He never expected that the other party would directly send meteors to silence him. On the yellowed notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For unknown and inexplicable reasons, the Durasco meteor shower arrived on this planet 2 days ahead of schedule. A portion of them happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding." Yes, it happened to be Tuesday afternoon, in Audrey's private study. The girl, who was about to reach adulthood, was listening attentively to Escalante's explanation of the connection between the spectator, telepathist, and the intersection of mysticism and psychology. Beside her feet, the golden retriever, Susie, sat meticulously. Suddenly, she saw the endless grey fog and a blurry figure in a praying posture in what appeared to be a forest. Following that, words entered her ears. Prince Edisac. Demoness sect. Witch Trissy. Demoness of Pleasure. Trissy Cheek. Audrey automatically filtered out the irrelevant details and noticed the most important words. So that's how it is. Edisac fell in love with a demoness. And many demonesses are transformed from men. Why do I feel like laughing? Is this the reason why he brought danger to Beekland? I have to remind Dad. But what method should I use? What excuse should I use? Audrey tried hard to control her expression and gaze, but she couldn't stop her mind from wandering. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool, who was sitting leisurely at the end of the long bronze table. She heard him say in a calm and somewhat teasing tone, "Cheek. Heh, that's the true name of the primordial demoness. The true name of the primordial demoness. The primordial demoness." With a hum, Audrey's expression instantly went out of control. What's wrong? As an extremely observant telepathist, Escalante immediately noticed that something was amiss with Miss Audrey. Audrey's thoughts raced, and she didn't hide it as she said worriedly, "Teacher Escalante, I just thought of something bad. Ms. Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents before, but I forgot. This will lead to very serious and terrible consequences. For example, Beekland would be destroyed, and only a small number of the millions of people who lived there, regardless of whether they were nobles, middle class, or poor, would survive." Audrey pursed her lips, unable to hide the worry in her emerald-like eyes. Escalante raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is it too late to go now? It's better than not going. Teacher Escalante, wait a moment for me." "No, you should leave first." Audrey entered the state of a spectator and calmly made a decision. She then got up, left the study, and entered the corridor. "Dad has gone to the House of Lords. Only Mom is at home. But what should I say?" Audrey frowned slightly. Her footsteps didn't slow down, nor did she speed up. Beside her were her personal maidservant and the large dog, Susie. Gradually, she had an idea. By the time she arrived at the activity room where the Countess was, she had already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an abnormally heavy weight on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. Chapter 475. In the sitting room, Countess Caitlin sat on a sofa. The butler, the assistant butler, and the steward stood before her. She was methodical and orderly, giving instructions on the various matters of tonight's banquet until her daughter, Audrey, came to her side. "Mom, I have something to tell you." Audrey's gaze swept over the other people in the room. On the way to the living room, she felt the ground tremble slightly, but she didn't notice anything unusual. The Countess looked around and nodded slightly. "Come in later." The living room quickly became quiet. Even the golden retriever, Susie, was sent out of the room by Audrey's gaze. You should be by my side more often and learn how to deal with things. Although there is no lack of such content in your family lessons, how to effectively integrate them with practical matters is still a profound subject. The Countess, who looked like she was in her early 30s, smiled and said, "All right, my little angel, what's the matter?" Audrey wanted to show the elegant smile that she had practiced repeatedly in etiquette class, but she found that she was too nervous to lift the corners of her mouth. She pursed her dry lips and said directly, "Don't worry. Mom, I have something to hide from you." The Countess tilted her head slightly, waiting for further explanation. Audrey's words paused for a moment before they became smooth. I'm already a Beyonder, a person with miraculous powers. I became one through consuming potions." The blonde Countess Caitlin raised her eyebrows slightly and replied without any surprise, "Yes. I know. Your father and I both know." Audrey didn't know how to continue. The Countess covered her mouth and giggled. "You've taken so many magical ingredients from the treasury. Do you naively think that your father and I didn't notice it? By your father's side, in this villa, and in the family's territory, there are quite a number of Beyonders. They are either hired or dispatched by the Church of the Goddess, or they are members of the Hall family. His Majesty has tacitly approved of these matters, and we have also tacitly approved of your little adventure. Sigh, you will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I won't be able to protect you forever. There will always be a time when you need to face certain matters alone. Having additional magical powers to aid you can make your trump cards even better. Yes, according to what I know, the initial stages shouldn't be that dangerous. Advancing will take a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. Therefore, your father and I aren't in a rush. We plan on waiting for you to officially become an adult before giving you a few warnings, allowing you to stay in your current position. No, Mom, your common sense is wrong. You don't know of the existence of the acting method. If I gather all the ingredients, I can become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. Besides, I don't want to stop. The death of the Duke of Negan made me realize that this world isn't as stable and calm as I thought it was. I want to have the strength to protect you at critical moments. Mr. Fool is gradually reviving, and evil gods are attempting to descend one after another. Although I'm still immature and lack the necessary knowledge, I can still sense the indescribable danger lurking in these matters. Audrey had always known that the Beyonder ingredients she had taken from the treasury were an unavoidable problem, but she was lucky enough to believe that her parents didn't know the exact effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she was sinking deeper into the circle of mysticism enthusiasts. After removing the burden from her heart, she avoided her mother's exhortations and said, "Mom, I later joined a secret organization. It's more academic and doesn't worship evil gods. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you its name and details. I've already made a vow." Without waiting for the Countess to ask, she cut to the chase. "I received news today that the commoner girl that Prince Edisac fell in love with is a demoness. I don't know what they're plotting." There was actually no need for a connection between her two sentences. The former referred to psychological alchemy, while the latter information came from Tarot, Mr. Fool. Through this arrangement of words, every word she said was true and could be confirmed through divination, but it made people believe that her information came from the secret organization Psychological Alchemy. The smile on Caitlin's face gradually disappeared as she solemnly asked, "Demoness?" She didn't know much about the mysterious world, but just the term made her feel evil and uneasy. Audrey quickly nodded. "Yes, a demoness of pleasure. And what makes me even more afraid is that her name is Trissy Cheek." "What's wrong with that?" the Countess asked in puzzlement. "A member of that organization has seen the name Cheek in an ancient book." Audrey told the lie she had just fabricated. Be it her tone, words, expression, or body movements, there were no flaws. In the 4th epoch or earlier, it belonged to the primordial demoness. Following that, she added solemnly, "That's an evil god." Countess Caitlin didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew very well what an evil god meant. She couldn't sit still any longer and asked quickly, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" "I'm not sure." Audrey trusted Mr. Fool without any doubt, but she couldn't say that on the surface. "Regardless, I think it's necessary to invite the royal family, no, invite the Beyonders of the Church of the Goddess to confirm it. When it comes to matters involving an evil god, it's always right to be cautious." Caitlin looked up at her daughter in surprise. "Audrey, you've grown up." If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved after hearing such praise. She would first act modestly and coquettishly before returning to her room to gloat. She might even do a short dance. But now, she couldn't care less about that. She hurriedly made her worry and nervousness surface. "Mom, can you help me hide it? I heard that the Beyonders of the church and the royal family hate secret organizations that don't belong to them." "Well, you can say that it was Dad who received the news. He should have many channels." Caitlin stood up and gave her daughter a hug. "Don't worry, your father and I won't let you get involved in such matters. Your father won't be back until evening. I'll first get the hidden guard to appear and pretend that he was the one who delivered the news. Then, I'll find the Beyonders sent by the Church of the Goddess to protect our family." "All right," Audrey replied happily. At that moment, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining a high level of nervousness for a period of time. As he watched a few burning meteors fall at high speeds and envelop the entire forest, Klein felt powerless to resist them. He could only wait for death in despair. Even if he constantly used flaming jump, he wouldn't be able to escape the forest and the dangerous core area before the meteor shower hit the ground. And with the weak body of a Beyonder of the Seer pathway, it was impossible for him to withstand the meteors. Even a zombie that can't be injured by a pistol would be reduced to mincemeat under such an attack. Furthermore, it would be charred black. Flaming jump. A yellowish-white light shone into the depths of Klein's eyes. He hadn't given up, and he quickly had an idea. In such a scene that could only be calculated in seconds, he didn't hesitate to do it. Pa. After silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers, igniting the remaining flames in the matchbox. A scarlet flame soared up and quickly enveloped his body. Without a sound, Klein disappeared from where he stood and appeared in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh! The meteor rapidly plummeted. Just as he jumped out of the flames, he left the meteor and fell into the terrifyingly hot air. At the moment he used his Beyonder powers to jump, Klein wasn't afraid of ordinary flames. Even if the temperature was a little high, he could only try his best to control the flames to avoid himself after he escaped that state. He would still be burned to death. In addition, the hot air wasn't within the range of his jump. Pa. Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the air at the critical point to instantly explode. He flashed into another flame, hoping to avoid the first wave of impact from the meteor hitting the ground. However, no matter how much he tried or how much risk he took, he still couldn't escape from danger. He only had two choices left. He could either jump into the forest that avoided the direct impact and suffer the aftermath of the meteor's descent, or he could jump around like an acrobat and wait for the mushroom cloud to engulf him. At that instant, Klein seemed to see himself being torn apart. His body was charred black, and he looked like he was still on fire. A thought flashed through his mind as the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. The red turned redder, the yellow turned yellower, and the white turned whiter. All sorts of rich colors stacked together, forming a strange oil painting. The oil painting seemed to detach itself from the real world, making Klein watch as the meteor slowly plummeted and hit the ground like a bystander. The forest was instantly destroyed, and the ground clearly shook a few times. Smoke mixed with the flames rose up, forming a strange mushroom-shaped cloud. Such an impact didn't affect Klein because it was unable to enter the overlapping colors. It was like the still oil painting of the world. Klein was first taken aback before he saw a figure beside him. The figure was of medium build and had bronze skin. He wore a black frock coat and a half-top hat. He had a pair of brown eyes that exuded the vicissitudes of life. His facial features were rather gentle, and there was a tiny mole beneath his right ear. "Mr. Aztec!" Klein exclaimed in delight. He finally knew what the revelation he had received from his divination corresponded to. It corresponded to this very moment. Sea of blood represented a situation of certain death. Being pulled up by Mr. Aztec meant that he was saved because of him. Just as he said that, Aztec waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and walked into the depths where all sorts of rich colors stacked together. The ordinary-looking quill no longer wrote on its own. Its surface had dimmed a little. The middle-aged man, who only had one eye left, held it and quickly wrote in a psychic state. Chapter 476. Everything around him was like an illusion. The colors were rich, overlapping, and rapidly receding. Just as Klein snapped back to his senses and observed and experienced this wonderful passage, he felt Mr. Aztec's hand, which was grabbing his arm, tremble slightly. Before he could react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't stop falling, and he even began to spin. The red, yellow, white, and black colors around him rapidly faded. Klein fell heavily to the solid ground, causing his head to spin and his organs to churn. In his vision, which was mixed with specks of stars, everything he saw had returned to normal. On his left was a dark valley that he couldn't see the bottom. It was like the legendary abyss of demons. On his right was a grey rock wall that extended upwards, as though it supported the entire area. There was no sun, clouds, or fog. Some of the light came from the glowing moss that grew in different places. Darkness and depth were the main colors of this world. Klein supported himself with his left hand and leaped up agilely. He discovered that beneath his feet was a regular path paved with stone slabs. It could accommodate 2 carriages running side by side, and it was definitely not formed naturally. One end of the path spiraled downwards, deep into the dark crevice, and the other end led to a high point. From time to time, he could see the domed corridors and halls inside the rock wall. Klein looked up, but he couldn't see the highest point. His vision was completely blocked by the grey stone wall. Suddenly, he had a realization. He and Mr. Aztec had fallen underground, and they were in the remains of an ancient civilization. Is it another area, or is it still near Beekland? Just as Klein's mind stirred, he heard Mr. Aztec say in a deep voice, "Leave this place first and head up." Ah! Before Klein could understand the meaning of this sentence, he saw a flash of light to his side, instantly outlining an illusory double door. The door seemed to be made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was abnormally heavy. There were countless strange patterns and symbols on its surface. With a creak, a crack appeared on the door, and pale, bloody arms reached out one after another. Apart from that, there were also greenish-black vines with baby faces and slippery tentacles with bulging eyes. This is very similar to the effects of Miss Sharon's mystical item. Amidst his thoughts, Klein realized that the arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer in a frenzy. They had quietened down and stuck close to the ground. It was completely different from when they had pulled a Sequence 6 zombie through the door. Then, the gap in the illusory door widened and a figure walked out. The figure was wearing a pure black clergy robe, and his facial features were like a classical sculpture, deep and distinct. His hair was dark gold, his eyes were dark blue, his nose was high, and he wore a soft hat that old people liked. His sideburns were a little white, which contrasted with his middle-aged appearance. When Klein saw that the person's eye had completely lost its luster, the name of the person appeared in his heart. Ince Zangwill, the former archbishop who single-handedly directed the Tingen incident and dealt a heavy blow to the Nighthawks, the wielder of sealed artifact 0-08. Almost at the same time, Klein turned around and followed Mr. Aztec's instructions and ran up the road. He knew very well that staying in a battle between demigods as a Sequence 6 would only be a burden and a distraction to Mr. Aztec. And in a situation where every second mattered, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would only harm himself and his companions. Tap, tap. As there was nothing underground to ignite, all Klein could do was grit his teeth and run with all his might. Then, he heard Aztec's calm and gentle voice. "All the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled many things. I know that I once stayed in a sequence for a very long time. That sequence is called Undying." Tap, tap, tap. Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark domed corridor. The walls on both sides were engraved with mottled murals. At that moment, He heard a dignified and hoarse voice echo from where he was previously. Teleportation is prohibited here. Beside Nsangwil, a figure had arrived at some point in time. He was floating in midair in violation of the laws of physics, wearing a gorgeous mask that looked like it was forged from gold. As for Nsangwil, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he glanced at the corner where Klein's figure had disappeared. A sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Church of the Evernite Goddess could give others bad luck to a certain extent, but Nsangwil, who had silently blessed Klein, realized that he hadn't slipped and fallen into the ravine. Not only that, but Nsangwil also seemed to be hallucinating. He saw some thin, illusory grayish-white fog. Without any time to think, he retracted his gaze and cast it back at Aztec, Egus. Tap, 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 screech. Klein, who was running at high speeds, suddenly came to a halt. His spiritual intuition told him that there were people up ahead, beyond us. Furthermore, there was a high chance that they were the guards here. After some thought, he stretched out his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, his body emitted a crisp sound as he grew 7 to 8 centimeters taller. By the time his left palm left his face, he had already transformed into a middle-aged man with dark gold hair and a high nose bridge. Nsangwil. Recalling the man's demeanor and using an illusion to modify his clothes, Klein quickly walked forward, circled around a corner, and entered a hall. There were 4 guards clad in black full-body armor, their gazes sharp. With a sullen expression, Klein walked over and deliberately said with a deep and hoarse voice, "Someone has infiltrated this place. Someone snuck in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues?" The leading guard first examined him before lowering his head. "Mr. Zangwill, there's no commotion here." "Okay." Klein nodded gently, walked past them, and left the hall. Throughout the entire process, although he was highly nervous with sweat seeping out of his back, he appeared calm and reserved. He was no different from Nsangwil in terms of appearance and aura. With the powers of a faceless, combined with his running, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and came to the end of the building. There was an illusory door formed purely from ghostly blue light. Apart from that, it was completely sealed. Although he was worried about Mr. Aztec's battle with Nsangwil and the other demigods, Klein still hid in the shadows outside the room and patiently observed for a while. He discovered that someone had arrived through the ghostly blue light, and someone had used it to leave. He noticed that the person who left had to show an item that resembled a coat of arms before the 4 guards allowed them to enter the door of light. "I don't have time to wait for the next person with a coat of arms. I can only take the risk. The battle over there might end at any moment. Even if it doesn't, the search order for me will soon reach here." Klein quickly made up his mind and once again walked into the room as Nsangwil. "Something has happened outside." He wasn't confident in the former archbishop's voice, so he deliberately spoke hoarsely to indicate that he had experienced an intense battle. The guards, whose thoughts were disrupted by the news, only reacted when Klein approached. They reached out to stop him. "Mr. Zangwill, where's your pass?" "Don't waste any time," Klein said as he took out a coat of arms from his pocket and stuffed it into the guard's hand. This calm performance made the other guards immediately relax. Just as the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein suddenly lunged forward. The moment he landed, he quickly rolled and entered the ghostly blue door of light. Then, the guard realized that the coat of arms in his hand was rapidly fading, turning into a piece of paper. On the top left of the piece of paper were the most common blessings recently printed. "Happy New Year." The abyss-like crack was filled with an illusory pitch-black liquid. Furthermore, the water was constantly surging as pale-skinned arms frantically reached out. Nsangwil had a general understanding of Aztec standard, so he wasn't surprised or afraid. This was because he had a demigod as his helper. What he was most worried about was another problem. 0-08, which had forcefully pushed the story forward, could backfire on him at any time. At this moment, he swept his gaze from the corner of his eye and was surprised to discover that 0-08 had left his pocket at some point in time. It was floating in front of the grey rock wall, crazily writing lines of words. In intense battles, there are always all kinds of accidents. For example, Nsangwil's belt breaking and his pants falling. A ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, creating a passageway of overlapping layers of light between the deep darkness and the swimming invisible creatures. Klein didn't observe his environment as he tumbled to the end of the passageway. He stood up, straightened his clothes, restored in Zangwill's solemn expression, and stepped into the rippling screen of light. After a moment of daze, he found himself in another room. There were also quite a number of guards here. "There's a problem underground. Watch this place and don't let anyone enter," Klein calmly instructed as he walked to the door at a moderate pace. "Yes, Mr. Zangwill," the guards replied respectfully. At this moment, the guard from before passed through the ghostly blue light and shouted, "There's something wrong with Zangwill just now." Everyone looked towards the door, but Klein's figure had already vanished. Tap, tap, tap. The guards immediately split up and scattered in search of the target while informing their companions. The scene was rather chaotic. Just as one of them rounded the corner, he saw in Zangwill's back. Subconsciously, he drew his saber that flickered with lightning and slashed forward. Fart! The figure floated away weightlessly, turning into a split paper figurine. At the same time, there were 2 consecutive bangs. Pale golden bullets pierced through the helmet that wasn't pulled down and accurately shot into the guard's head. Before he could even let out a scream, the guard fell to the ground and convulsed twice. Klein walked out of the shadows in the corner and expressionlessly stuffed the revolver back into his armpit holster. He burned the paper figurine and quickly dragged the guard to an empty room. He changed into pitch-black armor and took on the guard's appearance. Then, he picked up the electric sword, walked out of the room, closed the wooden door, and ran forward in a panic. Chapter 477. Red Rose Manor, inside the solarium. Edisac Augustus stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his face gloomy as he looked at the indifferent Trissy. His voice was like a volcano that was about to erupt. "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him and out the window. She chuckled and instead of answering, she asked. She chuckled and asked instead of answering, "Did you see the meteor shower just now? Did you feel the tremors of the earth?" Behind her, the porcelain and other objects in the museum cabinet had already fallen onto the thick, soft carpet, and the old butler, Finkel, was standing beside her. "This isn't too rare," Edisac replied in a deep voice. Trissy raised her eyebrows slightly. "You're very slow. Then I'll be honest with you. I'm a demoness." Prince Edisac's expression didn't change in the slightest. He turned to the old butler and said, "Guard the door and don't let anyone in." "Yes, Your Highness." Finkel glanced coldly at Trissy, turned around, and walked out of the solarium. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Edisac slowly exhaled. "Trissy Cheek, you prefer to be called Trissy. I know you're a demoness, and the person who helped you buy the Beyonder ingredients didn't succeed. What you obtained was all provided by me. I don't mind if my consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster." Trissy was taken aback at first, but then she revealed a teasing smile. "You know a lot. Then do you know that I was once a man, and my real name is Trissy?" "What?" Edisac's eyes widened as he tilted his head slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth like a lunatic. "Ha ha, you didn't hear wrong. I was once a man. I was once like you, longer and thicker than you down there. But the witch potion forcefully changed my gender. Isn't it disgusting? Do you have goosebumps all over your body?" She vented out the words that had been bottled up for a long time and took 2 steps forward. Edisac instinctively retreated, his throat involuntarily moving up and down. "No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's nothing wrong with you. I can confirm this." He first muttered to himself, then raised his voice and said, "From the moment I knew you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend that nothing like this has happened. What I like and love is the current you." Trissy was taken aback. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her laughter. "You are a poor man. Don't you understand? Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Even if you like." She paused and continued, "Even the fact that you fell in love with me was arranged by someone else. Don't you think that everything happened too fast? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe it has such a magical power. You're acting like the main character in a third-rate romance novel. Just because you met me once, you fell in love with me, a stranger, and forgot the target you used to like. This is too crazy. Prince Edisak's eyes stared straight ahead and his mouth opened, but he didn't say a word. His body suddenly shook, as if he had finally awakened from a long dream. Why, you're indeed my type. But my reaction is really, too exaggerated. The corners of Triss's mouth curled up as she tilted her head and sneered. Poor man, even something like liking has been arranged by someone else, like a puppet on strings. Don't you understand? You're an expendable target, and I'm not only a hostage needed for the cooperation between the royal family and the Demonis sect, but also a disguise necessary for deception. I'm carrying the important items of the Demonis sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any time and lose the treasures. This is the sincerity of our cooperation. Once the matter is exposed to the 3 churches or other factions in the military, the development of the matter will be very simple. Prince Edisak was greedy for beauty and secretly raised a Demonis. Knowing that his sins were grave, he committed suicide with a gun. Then, all the problems will be covered up. No. Edisak blurted out. Then, he asked with a distorted face, what are they cooperating with the Demonis sect for? How could a hostage who can be abandoned at any time know? Trissi laughed self-deprecatingly. That's all the reason I want to escape. She lowered her head and laughed softly, her body trembling slightly. After a few seconds, she looked up again and curled the corners of her mouth. What do you want to do with me? Strip me naked and throw me on the bed? No, you should already have a psychological barrier. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth now. It's not embarrassing for 2 poor people to comfort each other. Prince Edisak looked at Trissi in silence for nearly a minute with a gloomy face. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and pointed to the other side. You can leave. Leave through that door. Trissi raised her eyebrows in surprise. You're letting me go? Yes. Edisak turned to look out the window and slowly replied, I'll stop Finkel. As for whether or not you can escape the other pursuers, it'll depend on your own strength and luck. Triss's eyes were confused for a few seconds before she quickly ran to the secret door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back. What about you? Edisak didn't turn his head as he continued staring out the floor-to-ceiling window, as if he was looking for a shadow of the past. He smiled and said, Of course. Me. Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final ending, be it good or bad. Trissi took a deep breath and didn't stay any longer as she entered the secret door. St. Samuel Cathedral, in a quiet room. One of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the person in charge of the Beekland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. This beardless, deep-eyed elder had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he was wearing a black and red archbishop robe, he didn't give off a dark feeling. However, anyone who faced him would tremble from the bottom of their hearts, as if their spirituality was ruled by fear, or they would face an unknown existence watching them from the depths of the darkness. Trissi Cheek. The primordial Demonis. Saint Anthony patted the paper and immediately stood up. The surrounding light suddenly disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the darkness in the room. Inside the cathedral, all the praying believers instantly felt the descent of night. Everything quickly returned to normal, and Saint Anthony appeared in front of the Channy's door in the cathedral's basement. The person leading the team today was spirit guide Daly Simone. Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop Saint Anthony instructed in a deep voice, Be prepared. Enter the process. I'm going to awaken a sealed artifact. He wanted to make use of 0 to 17. He wanted to use that terrifying sealed artifact to confirm and deal with matters related to Trissi Cheek. And this was the only grade 0 sealed artifact that was preserved outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 members of the church's upper echelons knew that it was in the Beekland Diocese. Yes, Your Grace. Daly was taken aback for a second before she immediately replied. While waiting, Saint Anthony closed his eyes, and a portion of sealed artifact 017's information naturally surfaced in his mind. Number, 17. Name, XXXXX danger grade, 0, extremely dangerous. Of the highest importance. Of the highest confidentiality. Not to inquire, not to divulge, not to describe, not to pry. Confidentiality grade, Pope, team of researchers, and the Archbishop in charge of the Beekland Diocese. Note: when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Beekland Diocese, he needs to use sealed artifact 1-29 to erase the relevant memories. Sealing method: complete the seal through the combination of 1-29 and 1-80. Description: this isn't an item. This is a living angel. She has a beautiful appearance, and her hair and eyes are black. She's suspected to be a young woman, but her actual age is impossible to estimate. She doesn't have the wings recorded in the books. Just from her appearance, she's not very different from an ordinary person. She doesn't have the ability to think, and has lost all sentience. Any person or item that approaches her will completely disappear. Through divination and other means, it can be confirmed that they are still alive and truly exist. However, no one has been able to find them. So far, 1,825 methods have been attempted, but all have failed. 0.17's range of influence will expand and contract irregularly. So far, it has caused more than 70 researchers to disappear. Warning: she cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the Fourth Epoch. Exact year, missing. Exact date, missing. Exact location, missing. Appendix 2. According to the data, she has been awakened 5 times. By transmitting the information and searching for the fake in Zangwill, Klein, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the master key and headed straight for the exit indicated in the revelation. He knew very well that with a carpet search, the corpse in the uninhabited room would quickly be discovered. Therefore, he had to make every second count and rush to the exit as soon as possible. The powers of a faceless need to be paired with a mystical item that can destroy corpses. It didn't take long for Klein, who had gained true knowledge through practice, to pass through one checkpoint after another and arrive at the exit indicated by the divination. But what surprised him was that there were no guards here. There was only a heavy stone door that stood there alone. What's going on? Why isn't there anyone guarding the exit? Was my divination misguided, or are the guards outside? Amidst his thoughts, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, returning to his light and agile state. Following that, he came in front of the stone door and felt his way to the left corner of the wall. After cautiously confirming it with a gold coin, Klein took out the ancient brass key, pressed it against the wall, and twisted it gently. A ripple appeared and shook slightly. Klein silently passed through the wall and didn't use the main door. The first thing he saw was the natural light that shone down from the dome. This meant that this was indeed the exit. Klein cautiously didn't move as he quickly adapted to the light. He saw neat but mottled grey stone slabs beneath his feet, and there were thick pillars in front of him. This was a large hall, and in the middle, there were 4 hooded figures kneeling around what appeared to be an altar. Following that, a gentle but slow female voice entered Klein's ears. Chapter 478. Mr. A. Mr. A from the Aurora Order. Klein, who had planned to slowly move along the wall and the shadows to the door, shrank back without a sound. Zangwill should be working with a certain faction of the royal family. To be able to excavate and hide such a large underground ruin near Beekland, it must be one of the leading forces of the Ruin Kingdom. The addition of Zangwill and 0-08 can directly eliminate the possibility of the Church of the Goddess. Although the people of the Lord of Storms are a little rash and chauvinistic, they aren't likely to cooperate with the Demonist sect. At least up to now, there haven't been any suspected Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. By the same logic, the Church of Steam and Machinery isn't too suspicious. The Aurora Order is also involved. What were they trying to do? Klein leaned against the wall and slowed down his breathing. He listened to the conversation from the center of the hall while thinking. After a brief silence, a hoarse voice sounded. Done. The answer was so concise that Klein couldn't figure out what they were plotting. The clear and melodious voice from before chuckled and said, "That's right. You don't seem to trust us." "Yes," Mr. A responded bluntly. "Hehe. Then I will honestly describe our goal and why we want to cooperate with you. We've done something and left some traces. Before the Church of Night, Storm, Steam, and the military find out, We have to do the corresponding cleaning, and we need your help. Well, it seems that you haven't really understood what I mean. Then, let me give you an example. Let's say that I committed a serious crime such as murder in a house. What's the best way to destroy the evidence and clues? There's no need. Letting others witness such behavior is our goal, Mr. A said indifferently. As expected of the people from the Aurora Order. They're a bunch of lunatics. Klein confirmed that the man who spoke was Mr. A, the one who killed Ambassador Intes. Let's say it was me instead of you. The clear and gentle female voice had a barely noticeable sound of breathing. After a second, Mr. A replied, "Burn that house and bury all the clues inside." There was a hint of a smile in the gentle female voice. That's exactly what we're thinking. I'll be in charge of arson, and you'll use this opportunity to expand the situation and create a channel or vessel for your Lord to descend upon this world. And the only price you'll have to pay is that you'll have to bear all the notoriety and receive the greatest hatred from the military and the 3 major churches. But I don't think you'll mind. As long as we can welcome the return of the Lord, even if we are hated by all the forces, we will not have any fear. Mr. A's tone was no longer as indifferent and distant. Arson. The Aurora Order will take the opportunity to complete the true Creator's descent ritual. This must be the 3rd time. Why am I running into her again? This is AF** King ill-fated relationship. Klein couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, he was abnormally curious and wary of a particular faction of the royal family, the Demonist sect, and Ensanguil. It was so terrifying that they needed to use the descent of the true Creator as a shield. Perhaps, they've left something up their sleeves. In the end, they'll destroy the Aurora Order's ritual and drag down all the other factions apart from me. Klein thought nervously yet calmly. From the looks of it, you no longer have any doubts. The gentle female voice chuckled. This place is very well hidden, and there are corresponding arrangements. You can hold the ritual without worry about being disturbed before it succeeds. As for the parts outside, we've already completed the preparations. We've been waiting for me to light the first flame. If you still have any doubts, you can check it again. Just as Mr. A spoke, Klein heard a clanging sound. It was the sound of the door opening. Who let you in? Didn't I order that no one is to approach this place? The gentle female voice said, suppressing her anger. Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated underground. The higher-ups have sent me in to make arrangements and close the corresponding passageway. A male voice with an obvious Beekland accent replied quickly. The so-called Lady Despair fell silent for a few seconds, as though she was communicating with an unknown existence to confirm the situation. Finally, she said without changing her voice and tone, "Go in. Don't come out again, and don't let anyone come out. Wait for further notice." "Yes, Lady Despair." The man ran straight for the stone door, and there was a clanging sound in the background. From where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see the stone door that led to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of average height, neither fat nor thin, appeared there. Phew! The man took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and pushed open the heavy stone door with a ferocious expression. At that moment, Klein had completely taken in his appearance and characteristics without missing anything. This was the beyonder power of a faceless. The man's skin was brownish red, and he had obvious southern continent blood. His facial features were unremarkable, making it difficult to remember. As he was gritting his teeth, a portion of his teeth were revealed. The 3rd tooth on the upper left shone with a golden light. It was a fake tooth. This. With the spiritual intuition of a seer, Klein frowned as he found it familiar for some baffling reason. Soon, he used his technique to recall the source of the familiarity. The hanging man had once asked the tarot members to find a man with brownish-red skin, missing the 3rd tooth on the left, and a strong Beekland accent. The man's name was Baran, and he was related to the escape and disappearance of many colonial island slave. And at that moment, the man in front of Klein was almost identical to the Baran described by the hanging man. The disappearance of colonial island slaves, many tribes in the southern continent have vanished into thin air. Baran has appeared here. Capim, who controls a large portion of the underground slave trade, is protected by 4 beyonders suspected to be from the Arbiter pathway. The strongest of them is a sequence 6, or even a sequence 5. Capim insists that the target of the kidnapping is the purer and naive girls. The passing of the Grain Act and the improvement of textile machines caused a large amount of unemployment. Many female textile workers obtained new jobs and quietly left East Borough, leaving no clues behind. The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's mind, pointing deep underground. What are they doing that requires such a large population, as well as so many pure girls? A ritual? An extremely terrifying ritual that needs to be carried out in secret and takes a very long time? Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. Creak. Bang. The stone door closed, and Baran disappeared from his line of sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's hoarse voice sounded again. I smell an accident. Let's begin before it arrives. Lady Despair replied softly. That's exactly what I was thinking. But I need you to send me to East Borough. East Borough? Klein had another bad feeling. No problem, Mr. A replied without any fluctuation in his emotions. Wearing a hood, a transparent and blurry book quickly appeared in front of him, accompanied by a distant and ethereal chant. I came, I saw, I recorded. The book flipped quickly and stopped at one of the pages, immediately emitting a pale blue and illusory light. The light enveloped Lady Despair in a pure white robe, causing her figure to blur before becoming invisible. Lady Despair instantly saw countless transparent shadows of indescribable shapes. She discovered that at the highest point, there was a bright brilliance that seemed to contain endless knowledge. Her body was dragged forward by a strange force as she quickly shuttled back and forth. It didn't take long for her to leave her original spot and arrive at a secluded, dirty, and disgusting corner of an alley. She pulled down her veil, covered her face, and looked up into the sky. She saw that the afternoon sun was once again obscured by the clouds and fog, turning pale and gloomy. The pale yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, but it floated in every corner of Beekland. It had a slightly choking smell, cold and moist. Unfortunately, I didn't wait until the smog is at its most severe and still. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden and temporary loss of control of 0-08, the appearance of Aztec, and the damage done by the Black Emperor have made things worse and attract attention. The operation can only be brought forward to today. Lady Despair looked around, walked out of the alley, and entered the street. Her footsteps were very slow, as if she was wandering in a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the fog would imperceptibly thicken a little, tainted with an iron-black color. The visible distance quietly decreased. After she left the street, a vagrant in an old jacket with a sallow face suddenly coughed violently and fell to the ground. 2 poor people who were very close to the vagrant retreated in horror. Then, they covered their throats and let out gasping sounds, as if they had a serious lung disease or bronchitis. They were already out of breath. The iron-black and pale yellow smog descended on East Borough, the dock area, and the factory area that was spewing smoke. It constantly spread throughout all of Beekland. The various scenes in the distance were drowned. Even the towering bell tower was left with a pale shadow. One by one, the workers and the poor felt uncomfortable. The vagrants, who were struggling to resist the cold and fatigue, circled the route that the lady took. One by one, they fell ill. Human lives were as fragile as the bubbles during laundry. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as if she was completing a piece of art. She walked among the passers-by without any abnormalities. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she chuckled softly. This day will be remembered in the history of the Kingdom of Ruin, the Great Smog of Beekland. The dark valley had been completely covered by the pitch-black illusory water surface, but the writing of 0-08 didn't stop. It frantically arranged absurd, laughable, and horrifying stories wherever it could be written. The dropping of his pants didn't affect Insangwal's performance because he was wearing a long robe. Perhaps he had long expected such an accident. The imperative mage left Aztec Aegis rooted to the ground, temporarily depriving him of 2 powerful beyonder powers. He was a good helper in the truest sense of the word, but the overlapping door between the spirit world and the underworld was attracted by Aztec's characteristics. It was struck by the power of their battle, resulting in an unpredictable change. At this moment, an unknown existence was attracted and passed by. He used his opportunity to extend his hand into the real world. Aya! He has captured in Tranquil. In midair, two blood-yellow arms covered in squirming rotten flesh suddenly extended out from behind the clergyman's black robe. Chapter 479. Where in Tranquil had vanished, the light suddenly disappeared, and it was dyed with the thickest and deepest darkness. In the darkness, the sound of a poem could be heard. It was tranquil and soothing, lulling one to sleep. Even the countless pale arms that were constantly clawing at the surface of the pitch-black water slowed down and no longer went crazy, as though they had received salvation for their souls. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Tranquil, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Compared to before, he had lost the bonnet on his head, and the clothes on his left shoulder were in tatters. A piece of flesh had been torn off, and pale yellow pus was bursting out. His eyes were no longer indifferent, but filled with pain, as though he was enduring unimaginable torture. The quill 0-08 continued to write, some regret, while others rejoice. Tranquil had an evil god umbilical cord on him. It came from the baby in Megos' womb, from the true creator. Through the use of the umbilical cord, he successfully escaped the shackles of an unknown existence and forcefully returned to the real world. However, he also completely lost that mystical item, and for a short period of time, he will suffer the resentment of an evil god's offspring not being able to be born. This makes his strength similar to certain products in a department store when it's changing seasons. He only has 55 left. Yes, this number is very accurate. On a street deep in East Borough, Old Kohler carried the ham in a paper bag and hurried back to his rented apartment. He looked around warily, afraid that those hungry fellows with wolf-like glints in their eyes would pounce on him and snatch away his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves when he was still in the countryside, but he never expected to experience that familiar feeling in Beekland. It's still too expensive and too big. I can only buy one with someone and cut it into several pieces. This is enough for me to eat during the New Year's holiday. I can have 2, 3, no, at least 5 slices of ham for every meal. I can also cut some off and stew it with potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, Old Kohler looked at the ham in his arms. Looking at the red meat mixed with quite a bit of white, he couldn't help but gulp. As he walked, he felt that the fog around him had thickened. The church bell tower in the distance, which was still clear, was gradually swallowed up by a mixture of pale yellow and iron black. Even the pedestrians around him were only blurry shadows if they were more than 10 steps away. Old Kohler instantly felt like he had been forgotten by the world, and he raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Why does the fog smell so bad today? He muttered and quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Old Kohler felt his face heat up, and his forehead seemed to be burning. His chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and he soon had difficulty breathing. Are you sick? Damn it, I still wanted to have a wonderful New Year, but now I can only send my savings to the clinic and the hospital. No, maybe I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. I'll be fine after covering myself with my blanket, Old Kohler silently muttered to himself. His head was getting hotter and hotter, and he was getting more and more confused. Huff, huff, huff. He heard his own labored breathing. His hands went limp, and the paper bag containing the ham fell heavily to the ground. Old Kohler subconsciously squatted down to pick it up, but he dropped it. He pressed down on the bag of ham and tried his best to keep it close to his chest. At that moment, he felt that thick phlegm was surging up and blocking his throat, so he struggled with all his might, producing the sound of bellows. Thump! Old Kohler's blurred vision began to see someone a few steps away who had also fallen and was out of breath. He was about the same age as him, in his 50s, with white sideburns. Suddenly, he had a realization that he was about to die. This reminded him of his wife and children. They, too, had suddenly contracted the plague and quickly died. This reminded him of the time when he was hospitalized for treatment. The patients in his room could still laugh and chat that night, but they would be sent to the morgue early in the morning. This reminded him of the friends he had made when he was a homeless person. After a winter, many of them had disappeared, and they were eventually found stiff under bridges or in street corners that could shelter them from the wind. A small number of them had died from the sudden availability of food. This reminded him of the time when he was still a good worker. His neighbors on the block would also suddenly die like this. Some of them died from headaches and convulsions, some accidentally fell into the molten steel that had just come out of the furnace, some died because their bones were in pain and swollen, and some even fell silently in the factory, batch after batch. This reminded him of the words he had heard from a drunkard in a bar when he was scouting for information. He said, "People like us are like straw in the field. When the wind blows, we'll fall. Even without the wind, we might fall. The wind is coming." This thought flashed through old Kohler's mind. As he hugged the paper bag containing the ham tightly, he reached into the pocket of his old jacket, wanting to take out the wrinkled cigarette that he had been reluctant to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why he, who was healthy, would suddenly fall ill. It wasn't like he had never experienced such a thick fog before. What he couldn't understand was why his life had just gotten on the right track and was developing in a good enough direction. He had also received Detective Moriarty's payment in advance. He had bought a piece of ham that he had wanted for a long time to welcome the new year, and he was looking forward to tasting its delicacy. Why did he suddenly collapse? Old Kohler took out the wrinkled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to raise his arm as it slammed heavily onto the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout out the words that had accumulated in his heart, but all he could do was let the weak words linger in his mouth, unable to come out. He heard his last words. He heard himself asking why. In an apartment at the edge of East Borough, Liv hung up the last piece of laundry she had washed and waited for it to dry. She looked at the sky outside and couldn't determine the time due to the thick fog that had appeared at some point in time. In short, it's still early, and our washing work has already been completed. Liv's expression gradually turned heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. It didn't mean that she could rest. It only meant that there wasn't enough work and insufficient income. Liv took a deep breath and turned to her eldest daughter, Freya, who was wiping her hands and staring at the vocabulary book in the next room. "It's almost the new year. Most of our employers have left Beekland for vacation. We can't go on like this. We have to find new jobs." As she spoke, she walked towards the door. On such a holiday, the rich will hold one banquet after another. They might not have enough servants, so they might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. "I'm going to ask Frigga, stay at home and pick up Daisy when it's time. We need income, and so do those thieves, robbers, and human traffickers to welcome the new year." In the Eastern District, every woman who did not enter the factory had to be either skilled or shrewd if they wanted to survive. Frigga replied briskly, "All right." Her mind had already drifted to the little table and the vocabulary book next door. Liv had just opened the door when she suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed violently, her face flushed red, and every joint in her body ached unbearably. Frigga ran over in panic and squatted down. "Mom, what's wrong? Mom, what's wrong?" "No, cough, cough, I'm fine." Liv's breathing gradually became labored. "No, you're sick. Sick. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Frigga tried her best to help her mother up. "It's too expensive, too expensive. Cough, go, charity hospital, charity hospital. I can wait." It's not a big problem," Liv replied, panting. Frigga teared up and her vision quickly blurred. At that moment, she felt her lungs burn and her body go limp, causing Liv to fall to the ground again. "Frigga, what's wrong? Cough, cough, are you sick too?" Liv shouted anxiously. "The money is, cough, in the cupboard, cough, in the hole in the wall. You, hurry to the hospital. Find a good doctor." Frigga wanted to say something, but she couldn't make a sound. Her gaze slanted upwards and saw the door next door. It was their bedroom. There was their bunk bed, her favorite little table, and the vocabulary book. Her body suddenly convulsed. Liv's coughing came to an abrupt stop. In the public elementary school at the edge of East Borough, the fog wasn't too thick, but many students had already begun coughing. The teacher on duty had been trained and immediately instructed, "Quick, go to the church." Go to the church, Go to the church next door. Daisy stood up in a panic and followed the crowd to the church next to the school. Suddenly, her heart palpitated as she panicked, feeling the fear of losing something important. Mom! Frigga! Daisy turned her head abruptly, wanting to go against the crowd and rush home. However, she was stopped. She was grabbed by the teachers and forcibly dragged to the church. Daisy struggled with all her might and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Mom! Frigga! Mom! Frigga!" In East Borough, in the dock area, and in the factory district, the elderly or those with hidden illnesses fell one after another in the fog like felled trees. And those who came into contact with them were infected with the plague and quickly died. Adults and children who were still relatively healthy also felt slightly uncomfortable. In their eyes, the mist that was a mixture of pale yellow and iron black was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. On the Tuesday of the last week of 1349, the Great Smog of Beekland. In the corner of the hall, Klein clung to the stone wall to prevent himself from being discovered by Mr. A. Soon, he heard muffled grunts and smelled the rotting smell of flesh and blood. "Sacrifice your life for the Lord's descent." Mr. A's voice suddenly sounded. Thump. Thump. The sound of figures collapsing reached Klein's ears as intense spirituality fluctuations appeared and constantly reverberated. Mr. A sacrificed 4 of his attendants. Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he heard layers of illusory sobbing. Some were calling for their mothers, some were coughing violently, and some were moaning in pain. As half a mysticism expert, Klein seemed to see illusory and transparent figures with indignant resentment enter the ritual one after another. And the numbness, despair, pain, resentment, and other repressed emotions that had accumulated over the years in the factory district, dock area, and East Borough surged out like a tidal wave. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes and pressed his back against the wall. He clenched his right hand and loosened it. For him, the best choice was to sneak out of the hall and flee into the distance while Mr. A was focused on the ritual. He loosened and tightened his right hand several times in a row. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up exaggeratedly. He reached out to grab his revolver, turned around, and rushed out. Chapter 480. The first thing that entered Klein's eyes was the altar that was surrounded by layers of light, as well as the tall and thin figure standing within it. The figure took off his hood, revealing a beautiful and bewitching face that resembled a woman's. His left chest, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs were covered in squirming, sticky, and disgusting flesh. Around him, the layer of light was filled with illusory and transparent figures, brimming with feelings of numbness, despair, pain, and repression. Outside the altar, the 4 figures that had been praying had already collapsed. Their skin was shriveled and tightly wrapped around their bones, like corpses that had been weathered for many years. Above the entire hall, beams of light tore through the void, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and air that were covered with symbols and magic labels. Just as Klein came out of his hiding spot, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in his direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and there was extreme madness hidden in his coldness. If it were any other Beyonder, they would probably have subconsciously averted their gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. However, Klein had faced the eternal blazing sun and seen blasphemer Amorn, so he wasn't afraid. He calmly pulled the trigger, causing a silver demon-hunting bullet engraved with many patterns to shoot out towards the altar. Upon seeing this scene, Mr. A subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he ultimately stopped and watched indifferently as the silver bullet drilled into the layer of light around the altar. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and disappeared within the layers of light, engulfed by the innumerable indignation, resentment, and negative emotions. Finally, it completely disintegrated, leaving no traces behind. Klein's pupils constricted as he repeatedly pulled the trigger, firing all the remaining bullets in his revolver. The pale gold purification bullets and the brass exorcism bullets that emitted a golden glow shot out one after another as they penetrated the layer of light around the altar. However, they similarly disintegrated and disappeared, failing to create any ripples. Mr. A laughed hoarsely. "It's useless, little worm. The ritual has officially begun. With your strength, there's no way to break or interrupt it." Even a sequence 5 beyonder can't do it. But you're also lucky. You'll live to witness the descent of my lord. My body. With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes again, as if the other party was indeed just a tiny bug. The shepherd half raised his arms, making a gesture of opening his arms, and shouted loudly in ancient Hermes, "I'm not afraid." The creator of all, the ruler behind the curtain of shadows, Note 1. The depraved nature of all living beings. Your devout believers pray for your arrival. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear your great will. As he prayed, a ray of light suddenly descended from above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The unwillingness, resentment, and negative emotions that had taken the form of human figures rolled in like a tide and poured into Mr. A's body. Bang, bang, bang. Klein snapped his fingers to control the flames, trying his best to attack the altar. However, the flames couldn't resist the light layer around them. They were disintegrated, extinguished, and melted. Nothing worked. What to do? My other mystical items are above the grey fog. If I want to take them out, I need to first perform a ritual. This will waste at least a minute or two. Furthermore, my unprotected body will be very dangerous. What do I do? Klein rationally stopped his attempts and stood there, his thoughts racing. Furthermore, be it the brooch of the sun, the biological poison bottle, the all-black eye, or the Dark Emperor card that only raised one's level, none of them seemed to be able to break through the barrier of the altar. Could it be that I can only wait for Miss Justice to find reinforcements in time? Or should I watch helplessly as the true creator descends? Klein tensed up as his thoughts raced through his mind, quickly thinking of what countermeasures he could come up with. He filtered the items on him one by one as his palms unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of something. Without any time to consider the consequences, he reached into his pocket and grabbed an item that had a metallic texture. Tap, tap, tap. Klein took a few steps forward, swung his arm forcefully, and threw the item in his palm towards the altar. With a flash of brass light, the item entered the layers of light. It was a simple and unadorned key. It was the master key. Inside the layer of light, the brass master key began to disintegrate and melt. And when its outer shell disappeared, the curse contained within directly appeared, connecting to Mr. Door in an unknown place. Empress Borough, inside Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking into the distance worriedly. She saw the fog on the horizon gradually thicken, and the pale yellow was dyed with an iron-black color as it slowly spread in her direction. Something's not right. The golden retriever, Susie, squatted beside her, also looking at the commonly seen fog. Yes, I hope I can stop it in time. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. All she could do was silently pray to the goddess and Mr. Fool. Plead. Please don't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she realized that the tree branches outside the window were beginning to shake, and the glass was trembling slightly. The wind is coming. Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. A terrifying storm that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared outside it before stirring up an unimaginable hurricane towards the east. Whoosh! The accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black color quickly faded away. Whoosh! Withered tree branches fell to the ground, and dust and mud flew into the air before disappearing with the fog. Whoosh! Many pedestrians' hats left their heads as their bodies swayed so much that they had to hold onto trees or walls. The sailors in the dock area seemed to have returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smoke in East Borough and the factory district thinned, and the slight discomfort of the healthy citizens was alleviated. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. They quickly calmed down, and the pouring rain began to cleanse the land. The Church of the Storm reacted very quickly this time. It's also because we acted ahead of time and weren't fully prepared. Heh, those middle-class people, those tycoons, if they don't have the corresponding protection, they'll be no different from commoners in such a fog. They're all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lady Despair sat in a rental carriage, leisurely listening to the sound of the rain hitting the glass window. Even if it was destroyed in time, according to her estimates, the fog just now could have directly caused the deaths of more than 20,000 people, and there would still be the subsequent spread of the plague. This way, my potion has been mostly digested, but this is just a bonus. The traces of a large number of people disappearing will be wiped away, pointing to the Aurora Order and the true creator. No one can guess what the royal family really wants to do. It's time for me to leave and take Trissy with me. Lady Despair thought in a good mood. Her whereabouts were hidden, and she had taken care of it beforehand, so she didn't have to worry about being blocked by the demigods of Beekland for a short period of time. By the time they found any traces, she would already be far away from the city. Just as Lady Despair was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred as she saw a figure. The figure sat opposite her. It was a young woman wearing a hooded classical robe. Her eyes and hair were black, and her face was beautiful but dull. After throwing out the master key, Klein held Aztec's copper whistle, held his breath, and waited for the outcome. If his idea failed to come to fruition, and the altar's barrier still hadn't been broken, he would use Aztec's copper whistle to see if he could obtain the help of a messenger. If that didn't work, he would enter the world above the grey fog and take out the Dark Emperor card and other items. He would try every possibility and fight to the last second. At that moment, it was still afternoon. There was no crimson moon, much less a clear full moon. Therefore, Klein lacked confidence in the curse contained in the master key. He only hoped that the dispelling effect of the altar's barrier would pose a threat to its existence, making it instinctively react, such as communicating with Mr. Door in reverse. A cry for help could be heard. In just a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into the tiniest particles of light and an illusory, distorted crimson. The crimson struggled with all its might as it rapidly faded away before suddenly exploding. In that instant, Klein lost his hearing. He saw the countless figures formed from resentment and indignation in the layer of light raise their heads in unison and let out tragic cries. They rapidly changed, dyed black and green. They grew a second head, a third eye, or a fifth leg. They converged into a torrent and surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes. Under the indifferent color of blood was disbelief and shock. Right on the heels of that, the layer of light around the altar distorted and collapsed. Boom! A huge explosion spread out from the center of the altar, stirring up a terrifying storm. Crack! The four thick stone pillars closest to him instantly snapped. In the distance, Klein only had time to roll before he was sent flying by the shockwave. Bang! He slammed into the wall and flattened into a thin piece of paper. The thin piece of paper was quickly torn apart by the subsequent waves and scattered in all directions. Klein himself appeared in a corner, using the wall to resist the shockwave produced by the explosion. The destructive effects of the master key far exceeded his imagination. The curse that had been forcefully melted had an instinctive reaction, transmitting Mr. Door's shout. And the voice of this exiled one, who was at least at the level of an angel, tainted the indignation, resentment, and numb despair that the ritual needed. Therefore, the altar lost its balance and walked down the path of self-destruction. When the waves calmed down a little, Klein rushed out to confirm the results. The illusory figure and the oppressive feeling that came from midair had already vanished. All that was left of the altar was some wreckage. Mr. A's body leaned forward as he knelt beside the collapsed stone pillar. He was missing an arm, half of his face, and many organs. His remaining eye was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, those wounds were quickly covered by squirming flesh and blood. After taking a glance, Klein didn't hesitate to run. To him, destroying the descent of the true creator was his ultimate goal. If he didn't leave now, was a Sequence 6 going to stay behind to have dinner with Shepherd Mr. A and welcome the new year? Chapter 481. Upon seeing a stranger appear in front of her, Lady Despair immediately condensed a sharp, crystalline ice spear in her palm and threw it at the target. Using the recoil, she attempted to break through the carriage and enter the street. It wasn't that she wasn't puzzled by the sudden situation and the strange appearance of the enemy. On the contrary, she was very puzzled. She didn't understand how someone could find her so quickly despite being so secretive. The difficulty was no less than destroying a large city or directly teleporting from Beekland to the southern continent's East Balam. However, as a Sequence 4 demoness of despair who had grown step by step from being an assassin, She knew that she couldn't be distracted or speak nonsense at critical moments. It wasn't too late to consider all the problems later. Therefore, she chose to attack directly, hoping to take the opportunity to escape. She could already imagine that wherever the ice spear passed, frost would condense and seal the world. The strange black-haired, black-eyed woman would be frozen in layers of crystalline crystals. She would have to break through the obstacles with great difficulty to have the strength to chase after her. And at that time, she would definitely have left the street and blended into the crowd. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. Just as the crystalline ice spear left her hand, it silently disappeared in midair, its whereabouts unknown. Angel. The demoness of despair's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly rose from her body, spreading the disease. She planned on igniting everything around her to create a large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled strangely and froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear centimeters at a time, and it was rapidly spreading upwards in an unstoppable manner. In her eyes, the eyes of the beautiful and lifeless woman opposite her were deep and dark, as if hiding a pure darkness without light. "You're not. You're." The demoness of despair's words came to an abrupt halt. Her entire person was like a sketch that had been quietly erased by an eraser, leaving no trace. Her final eyes were filled with fear and despair. The seat she was in was empty, as though no one had ever sat there. The beautiful, lifeless woman pulled up the hood of her classic robe. The corners of her mouth moved imperceptibly, and her figure instantly disappeared. In the outskirts of Empress Borough, on a trackless public carriage, Trissy wore a hat with a veil and sat quietly in a corner. She did not head for the Tussock River and run downstream, as others believed, or head for the nearest railroad and climb the train. She chose to return to Beekland. Only this city with a population of more than 5 million, with all sorts of secret factions and beyonders mixed in, could help her escape the follow-up pursuit of the demoness sect. At this moment, she was on high alert, always on guard against the terrifying old butler, Finkel. Suddenly, her head spun. When her vision returned to normal, she found that she had magically left the coach and was standing on the side of a muddy suburban road. Triss's pupils rapidly constricted as she warily observed her surroundings. Then, she saw a figure wearing a classic robe and a black hood. She noticed the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, Trissy felt like she had returned to her infancy. She was so weak that she couldn't resist at all. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead, and her legs trembled violently, but she couldn't move. This is the most terrifying enemy I've ever faced. Even the high-ranking demoness I saw before didn't give me such a feeling. Am I going to die here? Is the escape operation that I'm unwilling to give up in the face of failure coming to an end? A deep sense of despair and uncontrollable sorrow occupied Triss's heart, making her feel as if she had fallen into the deepest nightmare. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of her, removing the curse that prevented her from moving. Trissy looked ahead again, but the extremely terrifying figure was gone. Everything that had just happened seemed like the most realistic illusion. But when Trissy lowered her head, she was shocked to find that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had shattered at some point in time, losing all of its luster. Pa. 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 The remains of the ring and gem fell one after another. Klein rolled around the collapsed stone pillar and the heavily injured Mr. A, who was being treated, and ran to the opposite entrance. As for the slowly condensing characteristics left behind by the master key, he didn't even look at them, afraid that Mr. A would block them. He knew very well that even with all his mystical items and ample preparations, he might not be a match for a shepherd, much less with only Aztec's copper whistle and 3 types of Beyonder bullets. He didn't even have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare take the risk. He had heard that the Rose Bishop, a sequence before the shepherd, was extremely good at flesh and blood magic. His ability to heal physical injuries was in no way inferior to his ability to transfer wound. Creak. He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone, and the clouds in the sky were dyed with a thin yellow. The sun was pale and dim. Klein rushed out and found that he was in a mountain. The surrounding mountains made the place extremely hidden. Tap, tap, tap. He ran crazily. He didn't even take the mountain path. Instead, with his clown skills, He went straight down the slope, sometimes rolling and sometimes using the trees to swing. Whoosh! He heard the sound of a flowing river. It was right in front of him, right below him, but at this moment, a strong wind blew and swept towards his back. Klein made a prompt decision. His knees buckled, and he rolled diagonally forward. Sue, Sue, Sue. The place where he was originally standing and the direction he was heading in had been sliced by the wind blades, leaving deep ravines. Mr. A fell from the wind, draped in a cloak of blood that was still squirming. He pointed his finger, and pieces of flesh flew out from his body, expanding in midair before exploding. Boom! Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew everywhere. Klein flipped to the side with his hand, dodging most of it and hiding behind a huge tree. The huge tree was covered in bloody holes, and the signs of decay quickly spread out with them as the center. While running, Klein had already loaded his revolver. He was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eye when he saw a deep darkness appear in his eyes. Suddenly, Klein knew that although the scenery around him hadn't changed at all, he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare, or at least a nightmare. Klein maintained his clarity of mind and saw Mr. A flash to the side in a manner that defied logic, turning into a blood-colored carpet that enveloped him in an unavoidable manner. You want to rely on a nightmare to scare me to the point that my heart stops beating? A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he responded. This was his dream. When he was awake, he could simulate anything. Thus, a pure, dazzling golden sun appeared where he was. The bright and scorching flames instantly ignited everything around him. Klein imagined the scene when he saw the eternal blazing sun in his dream divination. Almost at the same time, he left the dream and heard a muffled grunt. Mr. A took a step back, and 2 streams of blood flowed from the tip of his nose. The surface of the robe weaved from flesh and blood slowly flowed, as though it was melting. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers and ignited a tree 30 to 40 meters away. Beneath his feet, the withered weeds that had long since turned yellow burned. Flames rose up and enveloped his body. Mr. A's face, which was so beautiful that it didn't look like a man's, suddenly had a hint of feminine beauty. A crystalline, cold, and weightless ice spear condensed in his hand, and he threw it at the burning tree dozens of meters away. Just as Klein jumped out of the flames, his pupils reflected the dreamy, transparent tip of the spear. The tip of the spear grew larger and clearer, filling his entire vision. Klein suddenly lunged to the side, his body covered in a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear immediately extinguished the flames, causing the thick layer of ice to rapidly spread in all directions. It was about to envelop Klein. In midair, Klein suddenly curled into a ball, half-turned his body, and let his head face down. He stretched out his left hand and gently pressed on the layer of ice. He rose into the air again, escaping the cold domain. However, the skin on the surface of his palm was frozen at the point of contact, and with a ripping sound, it tore off. After rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and took out a self-made slumber charm. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to spit out the incantation to activate it, his nose suddenly itched, and he sneezed. Achoo! 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 He had a headache and was sneezing, unable to fight back at all. Am I sick? Am I infected? Just as Klein came to this realization, he felt countless threads that were invisible to the naked eye wrapping around him like a mummy in a sense. He wasn't unfamiliar with such an experience. He knew that this was the beyonder powers of a demoness of pleasure. Back then, he had relied on the use of charms to make both enemies and himself fall into a deep slumber. Then, he used his own uniqueness to escape the control. And now, Mr. A maintained a distance of about 20 meters. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. He could still move his fingers, and they produced crisp snapping sound. In a flash, the spider silk around him was ignited, as if he had turned into a giant torch. Just as Klein jumped out of the scarlet, he began to sneeze again, accompanied by a violent cough. Many of the beyonder powers he wanted to use were automatically interrupted. At this moment, the feminine beauty on Mr. A's face disappeared, replaced by a sense of lofty dignity. He stretched out his right hand and gently clenched it. Klein immediately had the premonition that if he were to escape, he would only be spinning in circles. Mr. A, who was draped in a blood-colored robe, revealed a cruel smile as a transparent and illusory ancient book appeared in front of him. An ethereal voice sounded from afar. I came, I saw, and I record. Achoo. Cough. Cough. Chapter 482. In a desolate field in the suburbs, the old butler, Finkel, was running for his life. He had lost his hat, and his meticulously combed white hair hung down in disarray. The surface of his clothes was covered in mud. Phew, phew. He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. When he realized that there was no one there, he felt a little relieved. But when he turned his head and was about to change directions, he realized that a figure had appeared in front of him at some point in time. The figure was wearing a hooded classical robe. His black eyes were hidden in the shadows, and his face was lifeless and expressionless. Finkel's pupils constricted as he immediately opened his mouth and tried to say a word in ancient Hermes, but he was shocked to realize that his nose was disappearing and his voice was gone. A look of despair appeared on his face. Then, like a stain in the void, he was wiped clean with a rag, leaving nothing behind. Achoo. Achoo. Cough. Cough. Faced with Mr. A's impending fatal attack, Klein was afflicted with a headache and fever. He found it difficult to control flames and jump. At this moment, he couldn't even create an air bullet. The fear of the unknown occupied his mind, and the premonition of danger from the clown made him see himself suddenly disintegrating into the tiniest particles of light. Perhaps he wouldn't even have a chance of resurrection. In an instant, Klein reached into his pocket and grabbed an item. This was the plan he had considered in advance for the most dangerous situation. No matter how rushed it was, magicians were prepared to a certain extent. They wouldn't panic in battle. Klein took out the Aztec copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew at it with great difficulty amidst the sneezing and coughing. Without any prior commotion, he saw bones gushing out like a fountain through his spirit vision, quickly forming a gigantic messenger with pitch-black flames burning in its eye sockets. And at this moment, the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping, and the distant voice came to an abrupt halt. A blurry green light surged out, and the nearly 4-meter-tall skeleton messenger cracked apart into countless pure points of light. Behind it, the power that kept Klein spinning on the spot was the first to collapse. The figure in the black double-breasted suit was immediately enveloped, turning into a statue made of yellow sand that was blown away by the wind. But what scattered were white spots, like the shreds of paper that had been torn to the limit. Klein's figure appeared on the other side, half kneeling on the ground and coughing uncontrollably. If not for the skeleton messenger blocking it, he wouldn't have been able to suppress the disease in time and use paper figurine substitute. After such a torment, his illness became even more serious, and he almost lost the ability to resist. At that moment, Mr. A, who had failed to land a fatal blow, suddenly started coughing, more violently than Klein. He crawled on the ground in pain, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed out a pile of broken internal organs and wriggling flesh. Then, he opened his mouth with great difficulty, trying to lick them into his mouth and forcefully eat them back. What was going on? Klein was stunned for a moment. But this didn't stop him from holding back his coughing, raising his right hand and aiming his revolver at Mr. A's head. At that moment, he vaguely understood that Mr. A's physical injuries could be maintained by using flesh and blood magic, but the impact and backlash to his mind and spirituality couldn't be made up for in such a way. Mr. A should have switched to another beyonder power to slowly heal the injuries to his spirit body, but he was driven by hatred. He forcefully suppressed it and chased after Klein. Thus, after continuously expending and using beyonder powers that exceeded his limits, the situation worsened and erupted. Bang! 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 Klein fired all the bullets in his revolver. Brass, pale gold, silver, and other streams of light quickly crossed the short distance between the two of them. To his regret, he was unable to hold back his sneezing and coughing during the process. Only 2 of the bullets hit Mr. A, one drilling into his forehead and the other into his torso. Sizzle. The sound of burning could be heard, but Mr. A's head didn't seem to have any bones. It was just a combination of a pile of rotten flesh, causing the pale gold bullet to sink deep into it. It quickly came to a stop and failed to cause any fatal damage. All it could do was emit a golden glow that resembled sunlight. Mr. A raised his neck, and the flesh and blood in the hole in his head squirmed crazily. He wasn't dead, and he wasn't even seriously injured. He was once a Rose Bishop with tenacious vitality. Upon seeing this scene, Klein made a prompt decision. He turned around and ran, no longer attempting to attack. Mr. A panted, lowered his head again, and licked the minced meat and organs he had coughed out. Sneezing and coughing intertwined as Klein ran, stumbling and rolling from time to time. Finally, he reached the edge of the cliff, which was more than 50 meters high. Below the cliff, the slightly turbid Tussock River surged endlessly, wide but calm. Without hesitation, Klein exerted strength with his feet and jumped out. He fell rapidly, feeling the intense weightlessness brought about by free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture in midair, turning it into a standard dive. Cough. Achoo. The illness stopped his 3.5 tumbling midway, and he failed to open his body and adjust his palms properly. With a splat, he fell into the water and turned into a thin piece of white paper. The paper figurine quickly became wet, half submerged and half floating. At the bottom of the water not far away, Klein's figure was outlined, trembling. His clothes were already soaked, and so were the remaining paper inside and the notes in his wallet. After distancing myself from Mr. A, the illness has been alleviated. Klein thought with lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that his coughing and sneezing had subsided at the last moment, he wouldn't even have had the time to use the paper figurine substitution technique. He would have died from internal bleeding from the fall. Of course, if that was the cause of death, he felt that he could be resurrected. As he kicked the water, Klein created an invisible, hollow tube in his mouth and let it protrude out of the water to bring him fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein inhaled through his mouth and exhaled through his nose, not letting the turbid gas pollute the pipe and enter the water directly. At the same time, he quietly swam towards the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't a city, so the powers of a faceless can't be used effectively. Otherwise, once I escape, Mr. A definitely won't be able to find me. As he swam, Klein instinctively had such a thought. This thought made him think of a problem. It was the beyonder power that Mr. A had previously used to control the wind. Generally speaking, this belongs to the Lord of Storm's pathway. Apart from wind, this pathway's characteristics also include water, and it's especially good at underwater activities. Underwater activities. A shepherd is too all-round and terrifying. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein's heart nearly stopped beating. He swam up abruptly, no longer concealing himself. Just as he surfaced and approached the shore, he saw Mr. A's beautiful and bewitching face. He saw that it was covered in fish scales and had gill openings. The corners of Mr. A's mouth curled up as his bright red robe floated on the water surface. His eyes were filled with tangible hatred. Fight. I can only fight. I have to fight until the church's reinforcements arrive, or until Mr. Aztec escapes. Klein, whose illness had subsided, didn't hesitate to raise his right hand, ready to snap his fingers. At this moment, the two of them looked up into the air at the same time, almost instinctively. A silhouette of a woman's gentle beauty was quickly outlined there. The figure was wearing a hood and a dark robe, staring blankly at Mr. A. Then, Klein saw that Mr. A seemed to have turned into a pencil drawing, quickly erased by an eraser without any ability to resist. All that was left was a look of confusion and indignation, a look of despair hidden in madness, engraved in the mind of the only spectator present. This. What kind of level is this? What kind of strength? Just as Klein had this thought, he noticed that the figure had turned her head and was looking at him. It was a beautiful face, but it was expressionless. Her black eyes were dark and deep, but they lacked spirituality. Just as Klein's heart was beating wildly, thinking that he would disappear silently, unsure if there was a chance for him to be resurrected, the corners of the woman's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a smile. A smile. Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could come to his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared. The sound of the water flowing around him echoed silently. Swimming to the shore in confusion, Klein climbed up and looked around. He discovered that this place was abnormally remote. There were no roads, nor were there any living people. There was only the slightly turbid river that flowed without any change. It ended just like that. Mr. A died just like that. Who was that lady just now? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have the time to scream. She even smiled at me. Smiled. Perhaps. But other than figures at the level of the Pope in the three churches, how could there be angels walking on the ground? And figures at the level of the Pope clearly wouldn't be in Beekland. Klein couldn't believe that he had escaped danger just like that. After calming his mind, he finally found some sense of reality. It should be a powerhouse sent by the church. She arrived in time and successfully rescued me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice in advance, they might not have been able to take action in time. Then, there's a high chance that I would have died at Mr. A's hands today. I don't even know if I can be resurrected. Yes, it's also because I've persisted and delayed the battle until now. It's not bad. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, coughed twice, and began to search for a way out. Exile. The man in the golden mask pointed at Aztec Egus and threw his figure into the void, to an unknown location. Then, he turned to face Tranquil, who was frowning at him. There's no time. We can't finish him off that quickly. We have to hide here as soon as possible. We can only exile him. Do you want the church to discover our secret? The man in the golden mask said angrily in a deep voice. Tranquil put away his puzzlement and nodded. He turned to the 0-08 that had stopped writing and grabbed it. His figure was a little hobbled, and his pants, which had been torn during the battle, were piled at his feet. In Red Rose Manor, Prince Edisac sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes abnormally empty. Your Highness, please be quick. A voice sounded beside him. Edisac's eyes came alive. He took a deep breath, picked up the revolver on the table, and pressed it against his sun acupoint. There was a bullet inside that could annihilate spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked fondly at the golf course and the strolling horses outside. Bang! Chapter 483. In the hall with the broken stone pillars, a group of nighthawks in black trench coats and silk top hats appeared around the altar that still had wreckage. Leading them was the Archbishop of the Church of the Evernite Goddesses Beekland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson. Was it destroyed? He whispered. Without staying any longer, he went straight to the stone door that led to the inside. A thick darkness appeared as the stone door silently opened. St. Anthony led a number of nighthawks inside and proceeded deeper. Along the way, they didn't find a single guard or anything of value. It was as if the place had been forcefully swept clean. Finally, they arrived at the deepest room, but there was nothing there other than walls and stone pillars. The blue door of light that Klein had come out from had long disappeared. The lanterns in the hands of a few nighthawks suddenly lost their light, and darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they discovered that the surrounding walls had melted away at some point in time. However, there were no secret doors or tunnels behind them. It was either thick mud and rocks, or the corridor they had come from. St. Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Attempt divination. Search the vicinity." Achoo. As Klein traversed the pathless cliffs and woods, he sadly realized that he seemed to have fallen ill. The effects of Mr. A's beyonder powers, coupled with his drenched winter state, had shamefully caused him to catch a cold. However, he didn't dare to stop to gather withered branches, light a fire, dry his clothes, and dry his cash, because he was afraid that he would be found by the beyonders of the church. Even though he had already obtained a semi-official status with Stanton Ikingus endorsement from the machinery hivemind, this matter involved the awakening of the primordial demonis and the descent of the true creator. He was bound to undergo strict investigations, such as taking turns to drink black tea at the machinery hivemind, the mandated punishers, and the nighthawks, actively or passively repeating the entire process. There were two hidden dangers. First, he had acquaintances within the nighthawks. Although the great detective Sherlock Moriarty looked quite different from Klein Moretti, who had died in the line of duty, making it almost impossible to tell them apart from photos, he still didn't have much confidence if he really had to face him face to face. Second, due to their close pathways, the The Church of the Evernite Goddess wasn't very friendly to people and things related to death. Dating back to the Pale Era at the end of the Fourth Epoch, death had perished under the siege of the Seven Deities, and the helper that Detective Sherlock Moriarty had summoned at the critical moment was a powerful descendant of death. This was a problem that couldn't be washed away. That extremely high-ranking powerhouse might have been in a rush to deal with Tranquil and 0-08, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to a small friendly character like me. However, I can't be careless because of this. I still have to run. Yes, if there's a chance, I can write to the machinery hive mind and explain the second reason why I have no choice but to temporarily leave Beekland. This way, there might be a chance for us to work together in the future. Of course, I have to first secretly observe if the machinery hive mind has any strong hostility towards the descendant of death. I wonder how Mr. Aztec is doing now. Perhaps in the official announcement, Sherlock Moriarty's death will be due to a meteorite falling from the sky. That way, he won't let down his identity and name. Klein endured his alternating fever and cold, hoping to find a small town as soon as possible and blend into the crowd. Only in human society could a faceless powers be maximized. The woman who worked with Mr. A, it should be a demoness, went to East Borough. From the looks of the ritual, there's probably a large-scale death there. I wonder. Klein, who had the spiritual intuition of a seer, suddenly felt his heart sink. At this moment, all the colors in front of him turned rich, as if a deity had splashed paint on him. This feeling disappeared in a flash, and Klein found himself far away from his original spot. He saw the bronze-skinned, soft-featured Aztec Egus appear beside him. "Mr. Aztec, are you not injured?" He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. "Yes," Aztec answered frankly before smiling. "But for an undying, this isn't a big problem." Klein relaxed and asked, "What about Tranquil and 0-08? Tranquil is still alive and still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact," Aztec said as he walked. "Tranquil is still alive, and he still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact," Aztec said as he walked. Klein tried his best to keep up and couldn't help but sigh. "Don't worry about it. He's quite injured." "Don't worry about it. He's injured quite badly," Aztec said solemnly, "and more importantly, we know that he's secretly cooperating with the royal family, so there's no need to worry about not being able to find him in the future. This way, you can focus on improving yourself, and I can also try to go to a few places that I've already recalled and awaken more memories." You're pretty lucky. I've been secretly observing MI9 and the royal family, hoping to confirm Tranquil's whereabouts. Red Rose Manor is a key location, so I'm always loitering around it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you so quickly. Speaking of this, Klein suddenly felt a little awkward. "Mr. Aztec, don't you wonder why I'm not dead? I also often wake up after entering a coffin. This is something I've recalled before." Aztec smiled nonchalantly. "And in my incomplete memory, although it's rare to see something like this happen to others, it's not unprecedented." "Often wake up after entering the coffin? Often?" Klein suddenly realized that the problems he was worried about were nothing in the eyes of the real big shots. As expected of an undying of the death pathway. Mr. Aztec previously said that he had stayed at this sequence for a very long time. In other words, he had long advanced. Klein thought for a moment and asked worriedly, "What's going on?" "Mr. Aztec, wouldn't Tranquil discover that I'm Klein Moretti?" He was afraid that the other party would take revenge on Barnson and Melissa. "I don't think so. At most, he'll think that we've known each other for a long time, or that you're or in the words of the police, my informant." Aztec thought for a moment and said, "But that Grade 0 sealed artifact might sense it, but you don't have to worry." "Why?" Klein asked. It was unknown what Aztec had recalled as his expression suddenly turned odd, as though he was amused and horrified. "That Grade 0 sealed artifact will always attempt to kill its owner. This is likely its nature, and it won't change. Therefore, I don't think it would take the initiative to divulge information that can cause Tranquil to suffer at such a critical moment, unless it involves something that can't be avoided or explained." Seeing Mr. Aztec speak with such certainty and reason, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. His cold seemed to have recovered a little. Upon seeing this, Aztec added, It's best you stay away from Beekland for the time being. It's best you stay away from Backland for the time being. Tranquil might use that Grade 0 sealed artifact to seek revenge on you by using your fake name. As long as you're not in Beekland, there won't be a problem. That Grade 0 sealed artifact's range of influence won't exceed a large city. Just as I guessed, there's a range restriction. Otherwise, Tranquil could hide in a small town in the southern continent and leisurely arrange the fates of all his targets. He wouldn't have to worry about being found. Klein deliberated and asked, "It shouldn't be a problem for me to return to Beekland for a day or half a day, right? Under the premise that I changed my identity and appearance." With that said, he rubbed his face and instantly reverted to his Tingen appearance. Aztec raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. "It's not a big problem." He turned his head around and cast a glance at the distance that he could no longer see. "I seem to be targeted by powerful existences of the Church of Evernight. It's best you don't follow me to prevent yourself from being implicated. Heh, they are very interested in Beyonder characteristics related to death. Yes, I'm preparing to go out to sea. While digesting the potion, I'll look for mermaids. This is the condition for my advancement." Klein explained his plan. Aztec tilted his head. "Mermaid? Could a mermaid who had turned into an undead do that? I can find at least 4. I don't think so." Klein wiped his forehead with his hand. His intuition told him that it definitely wouldn't work, but he planned on going above the grey fog to make a divination to confirm it. Aztec didn't mention the undead mermaid again and instead said, "If there is anything, contact me through the messenger." Messenger? Klein suddenly felt guilty and ashamed. It was killed in the battle between me and Mr. A. It saved my life." Aztec glanced at him, shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry about it. As long as it isn't killed by an angel-ranked powerhouse or through some special method, as long as the netherworld still exists, it can slowly be reborn there. And before this, there were, I can't even count how many similar messengers there were. A messenger that looked so strong and huge had an army." Klein opened his mouth, but no words came out. His shame dissipated a lot, and he asked curiously, "Mr. Aztec, where is the netherworld, which is also hell?" "The spirit world. To be precise, it's a special place opened up by an ancient death in the spirit world." Aztec didn't hide the truth. Ancient death? That should be the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Greg race. So the netherworld is a part of the spirit world. It's no wonder the basic structure in mysticism is reality world, spirit world, astral world. It doesn't include the netherworld or the abyss. Klein was just about to ask about it when he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Aztec, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. It contains the secrets of high sequence beyond us. I believe it can help you awaken more things, but you'll have to wait for a while. It's hidden in Beekland." Klein didn't mention the bounty, afraid that it would reveal the secrets of the tarot, the mysterious space above the grey fog, and Miss Justice. Therefore, he could only use this tactful method to thank Mr. Aztec for his help and contributions. Aztec looked at him in surprise, but in the end, he didn't say a word and nodded slightly. He nodded slightly and said, "When you retrieve it, get the messenger to bring it to me. I'll immediately return it to you after studying it, or you can directly copy the corresponding contents for me." He paused as though he had recalled something. He took out a glove that was as thin as human skin from his pocket and handed it to Klein. "I've already awakened the relevant memories, so I don't need it anymore. It's a relic of that pirate vice admiral. I've made some seals so that it won't be hungry, but every time it's used, it has to be fed with the flesh and soul of a human. Otherwise, it will devour you." Chapter 484. In a small town on the outskirts of Beekland. Klein, who had changed into dry and clean clothes, placed the soaked banknotes on the surface of the table, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, his actions were very careful and gentle. He even forcefully suppressed the sneezing and coughing that came with a cold and fever. To ensure that he didn't make any mistakes, he didn't control the fire to roast the banknotes. After doing all of this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where there was a full-body mirror. In the mirror, Klein's black hair was neatly combed, and he had a pair of dark brown eyes. His face was rather thin and angular. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and he didn't have a beard. He looked young and experienced. This was Zhu Mingrui's appearance that he had modified based on the characteristics of the northern continent. Furthermore, it was the youthful look he had when he was in university, and he hadn't been forced to put on weight by society. He planned on returning to Beekland after things had calmed down a little. He also planned on getting a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he didn't lack the corresponding channels. For example, Ian from the Bravehearts Bar, Miss Sharon's Circle, or Detective Ikinga Stanton. How nostalgic. Klein muttered and busied himself with the ritual in the room with the curtains drawn. He was prepared to bring creeping hunger above the grey fog to conduct a foolproof study. In the silent ancient palace, he appeared at the end of the long bronze table. He held a thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin and leaned back in his chair. Right on the heels of that, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the item that needed to be sealed. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove, as though it had a stomach that could never be filled. However, it was so docile above the grey fog that it didn't dare to show any malice. It was like a hunting dog that lay there, not daring to move at all. Then, Klein heard indignant shouts and painful moans. Distorted, hideous, and wailing transparent faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unbearable sorrow and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the beyonder characteristics of different colors, states, and manifestations. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it could fuse with the corresponding face and use the powers it possessed. Is this the way to use it? Klein tried again and again, and combined it with divination. He roughly figured out the 5 souls that creeping hunger was currently grazing. One was a faceless, but he only had the ability to change his appearance and figure. The second was a psychiatrist. He could make the target fall into a frenzied state and carry out a certain level of psychological suggestion. He could simulate dragons' might to intimidate individuals and groups and create chaos. The third was interrogator. He could make the wearer of the glove proficient in the use of various weapons and become an explosives expert. He also had the ability to focus his mind and pierce through the target's spirit body. The fourth was nightmare. It only had one ability, and that was to silently drag people into a dream. However, it was different from the corresponding beyonders. This was mainly accomplished through creeping hunger. Therefore, the wearer could still move their bodies after entering the nightmare state. The fifth was Priest of Light. It could produce a halo-like effect, purifying dead spirits and filthy creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the bard ability to enhance his and his companions' singing. He could summon the light of holiness, which was slightly weaker than flaring Sunday. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers that can be used during the first grazing. This isn't something I can decide. It's purely up to luck. Perhaps there are 3, or perhaps there's only 1. Klein nodded thoughtfully, sighed, and said to the suffering souls. He sighed and said to the souls in pain, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your shackles and allow you to be completely liberated. And in the future, the souls I graze will only come from heinous and unforgivable people. Every time I kill such a beyonder, I will replace one of you and allow you to be liberated, regardless of whether your powers are needed by me." His solemn but gentle voice echoed in the ancient palace. The wailing souls in pain quietened down, no longer as twisted and hideous as before. Phew! Klein exhaled and opened his eyes. He tapped the edge of the long ancient table with his fingers and muttered silently to himself, "The faceless powers overlap with mine. He's completely worthless. When there's a replacement, I'll release him first. Yes, when the time comes, I can attempt to mediate his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I can obtain news of the high sequence beyond us of the seer pathway, as well as clues to where mermaids appear. No, there's no need to wait for a replacement. In a few days, after I've recovered from my cold and recovered, I can attempt it. The soul corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the formula I previously obtained. Furthermore, he will leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristic. This way, Little Sun won't have to worry about his subsequent advancement. Yes, he will be the second to be liberated. As for using a human's soul and flesh to feed creeping hunger every time I use it, I don't need to worry about it. I definitely won't use it under normal circumstances. When I need it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's definitely no lack of lives that I can harvest. Even if there aren't any, I can throw creeping hunger above the grey fog. I don't have to worry about its backlash, nor will I harm the innocent. The worst outcome is that I can no longer use it. Putting away his thoughts, Klein attempted to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the shepherd potion formula, but he ultimately failed. He didn't divine the source of creeping hunger, afraid that he would attract an ominous existence. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself with the grey fog isolating and obstructing him, creeping hunger might be damaged if that happened. I'll consider making the corresponding attempt when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and placed his elbows on the table. He quickly recalled what had happened and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was destroyed, the Beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into particles of light and worked hard together. It can be foreseen that the final apprentice characteristic will no longer have Mr. Dawes' shout. In other words, I can use this method to remove the mental corruption in the Beyonder characteristic. But the problem is that under normal circumstances, there's no way to destroy a Beyonder characteristic that has been solidified into an item. Back then, I relied on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. The prerequisite required included a large number of innocent lives. Furthermore, once the all-black eye is shattered, the mental corruption of the true creator hidden deep inside will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the grey fog? Amidst his thoughts, Klein thought of the possible encounter in East Borough. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper and did the corresponding divination. After receiving the revelation, he lost his expression and slowly, very slowly, leaned back in his chair. Below him, the boundless grey fog floated silently as if it had never changed since ancient times. Audrey stood by the window, watching the pale yellow and iron-black fog quickly dissipate. She watched the heavy rain that didn't belong to winterfall, and her mood calmed down. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie finally waited for Earl of Hall to return home. "Dad, how was it?" Audrey asked with concern. As Earl of Hall handed his coat and hat to the attendant, he revealed a gentle smile. "It's resolved, but the exact process is still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me a lot this time. You're worth a ton of medals." "That's good, that's good. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, and it's all thanks to his blessed taking the risk to investigate. Our tarot club has once again prevented an evil god's descent and saved the world once again." Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl of Hall took the towel from the maid's hand, wiped his face, and sighed. But this time, it still caused serious casualties. Beekland's smog can actually become so deadly. Although the statistics haven't been released, I estimate that more than 10,000 people have died in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading. Try not to go out for the time being. More than 10,000 people? This was a number that Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. She could only see thousands or tens of thousands of people gathered together during the parade on the nation's founding day every year. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy, and her mood from turning gloomy. Daisy stood outside the apartment and watched as the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks entered and carried out the corpses. She already knew the outcome. Her expression was numb and her eyes were empty as she subconsciously approached the door. At this moment, the police officer in charge of the cordon stopped her. "Don't go over. Do you want to be infected with the plague?" Daisy stopped there and watched as the two corpses were carried out. She watched as her mother, Liv, hugged her sister, Frigga, tightly. She watched as they were carried to the delivery carriage that was temporarily requisitioned with a black cloth. She watched as they were covered with white cloth and disappeared before her eyes. The carriage slowly drove towards the other end of the street. At this moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran quickly to chase after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up a few times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, She still couldn't catch up to the carriage and watched helplessly as it disappeared around the corner. Daisy slowed down, her body swaying slightly, her expression abnormally lifeless. She held onto the trees beside the street and stared at the spot where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she squeezed out a sob from her throat. "Mom, Frigga." The voice was thin, low, sharp, and weak. It lingered on and on. At this moment, in East Borough, in the dock area, and in the factory district, tens of thousands of people were also wailing and crying. Empress Borough, Sedella Palace. George III, wearing a crown, with a determined face and a mustache, sat on the throne. He looked at the Earl of the Summer Palace in front of him and remained silent for a long time. "Your Majesty, the people of the three churches are waiting for your explanation outside," the Earl of the Summer Palace asked with sweat on his forehead. Explanation? Prince Edisac was tempted by the demonists and colluded with a cult in an attempt to rebel. That's the explanation. His plot was exposed and he has already committed suicide. What other explanation do they need? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual seriousness. Tell them that no matter what method they use to obtain the corresponding title, they will be able to obtain a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions regarding elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituencies will be eliminated. This is to appease those factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately give a conclusion, and the relevant bill will soon be passed. The minimum wage and working hours regulations will also appear in the form of a law soon. The poor law will be reformed according to their requests. Allow the three churches to send personnel into the military. Your Majesty. The Earl of the Summer Palace jumped in fright. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flew into a rage once again. Tell them just like that. Since they want a new order, I'll give them a new order. Yes, Your Majesty. The Earl of the Summer Palace didn't dare say another word and left the palace. George III sat there for a long time, motionless like a stone statue. Chapter 485. December 31st morning, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. Emlyn White was wearing a priest's robe as he stood in the kitchen. From time to time, he would throw different herbs into the pot and stir them. After all the ingredients that he had prepared ahead of time were put in, he patiently waited for 10 minutes before scooping up the ink-black liquid with a metal spoon and pouring it into a glass bottle and glass cup beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the concocted medicine. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and sent bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. Inside the hall, most of the prayer pews had been torn down, and there were tattered blankets on the ground. Inside were the plague-infected who were either asleep or moaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Utravsky worked together, each carrying a portion of the medicine and distributing it from two directions. The first in line was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up, took the medicine, and gulped it down. Handing back the bottle, he gratefully said to Emlyn, "Father White, thank you so much." "Father White, thank you so much. I feel much better now. I have some strength again." Emlyn raised his chin and replied disdainfully, "Father White, thank you so much. This is just a very insignificant matter. It's not worthy of gratitude. You guys are really too ignorant." With that said, he sped up the distribution of medicine. After about 10 minutes, he returned to Earth Mother's altar and complained to Father Utravsky. "You should find 2 more volunteers." Father Utravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and smiled warmly. In another 2 or 3 days, they should be able to recover. "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Utravsky lowered his head with a benevolent expression and looked at him. "Herbs are one of the domains of Earth Mother. As believers, although they aren't of the Earth pathway, they still need to know basic knowledge." Emlyn T-sked. "I'm not interested in religion. I don't know much about it. Even though I've been copying Mother Earth's Holy Bible in recent months." He added with slight resentment in his heart, he casually said, "Father, I never expected you to accept disbelievers. Only 2 or 3 of them are believers of Earth Mother. Father Yutravsky smiled without a care. They are also lives, innocent lives. Emlyn was stunned for a few seconds before he exhaled and said, "That's right. Father, I've found a way to deal with the hypnosis. Maybe I'll leave this place soon." Wait, why did I mention this? I was moved by him. What if he locked me in the basement again? Emlyn was suddenly nervous. Father Yutravsky's expression didn't change as he looked down at Emlyn. Actually, you don't need to look for a solution. After some time, the hypnosis will naturally disappear, and you can freely choose whether to come to the church or not. In a while, I'll become a devout believer of Earth Mother. No, Earth Mother. Emlyn blurted out. Father Yutravsky raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "That's right. I didn't force you to change your faith. The hypnosis I left behind is to make you come back to the church every day. I hope that you can fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of harvest. Then the only purpose of the hypnosis is to make me return to the cathedral." Emlyn's expression froze. Yutravsky nodded calmly. Yes. Emlyn's mouth was half agape as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look at the altar, at the sacred emblem of life of Earth Mother. It was as if he had instantly turned into a puppet. December 31st, evening, 2, Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "I've already booked a second-class ticket to Beekland on January 3rd." Sitting in the dining room, Melissa, who had a few newspapers spread out in front of her, said worriedly, "Benson, the air in Beekland is too bad." Benson, the air in Backland is too bad. A few days ago, tens of thousands of people died from poisoning and diseases caused by the smog. This is really a regrettable and tragic matter. Benson walked to the dining room and said with a sigh, "However, the upper and lower houses have already passed the report of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will soon be corresponding legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater. What awaits us will be a new Beekland. You don't have to worry too much." Having said that, he smiled mockingly. "When I returned from Iron Cross Street just now, I discovered quite a number of factory owners or their employees from Beekland hiring. They said that because of the smog and plague, the factories there are lacking in manpower. Therefore, they are willing to promise working hours and minimum pay. It will be much better than the current standard." "Heh. You think it's impossible?" Melissa asked sharply. "When more and more people flock to Beekland, it's destined to be impossible unless the upper and lower houses can pass the corresponding bill and directly make the rules." Benson spread his hands and pointed at the dining table. "All right, it's time for us to welcome in the new year." There were 3 sets of knives and forks, 3 empty porcelain plates, and 3 cups on the dining table. Of the 3 cups, 1 was beer and 2 were ginger beer. December 31st, evening. Audrey, who was dressed to the nines, stood in the lounge, waiting for the New Year's party to begin. However, from her expression, one couldn't see the excitement, and joy of her coming-of-age ceremony. There was a newspaper in front of her, and it read, "According to preliminary statistics, more than 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent spread of the plague killed nearly 40,000 people, including young children and strong young men and women, few." Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. At that moment, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and entered. They praised in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone else tonight, baby. It's time to go out. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly exhaled and revealed an elegant and bright smile. Accompanied by her father and mother, she walked out of the lounge and into the banquet hall. She walked all the way to the front of the stage, and under the amazed gazes of everyone, she handed her hand, which was wearing a white silk glove to the elbow, to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the stage and faced all the guests. After a slight pause, the Queen smiled. "Although this is a dark period in Beekland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city. Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, and her etiquette are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to all of you. Miss Audrey Hall." Bang, bang, bang. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, fireworks rose into the sky, exploding with dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age in a social sense. On the afternoon of January 3, 1350, in a newly opened cemetery on the outskirts of East Borough, Klein used divination to find the graves of Old Kola and Liv. It wasn't a grave in the true sense of the word, but a cabinet used to store urns of ashes. One after another, row after row, stacked on top of each other. Klein stood there and saw that not only were there no photos or epitaphs on Old Kola's cabinet, but even his name was missing. Such situations weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes here that couldn't be found by their relatives and friends. No one knew what they were called, what they looked like, and what experiences they had. No one was interested in them, and only the numbers on the cabinets could distinguish them. Klein closed his eyes, took out a piece of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and engraved a word on the cabinet door, Kola. Then, he added an epitaph: he was a good worker. He was a good worker. He had a wife and a son and a daughter. He worked hard to survive. Retracting his wrist and flicking it, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and thin Klein made the paper burn in his hand, as though he was paying tribute to all the souls here. He didn't directly help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister. Instead, he wrote an anonymous letter to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail so that he wouldn't implicate her because of his own matters. Reporter Mike had met Daisy before and knew about her situation. He had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity foundation, so Klein believed that he would help Daisy get more aid so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names and photos of the victims, who didn't even have any of that. He raised his head and slowly exhaled a breath of white air. Then, he turned around and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Beekland, Melissa was focused on her textbook, while Barnson quickly began chatting with the passengers around him. "It's too expensive, too expensive. A whole 10 soli, £half. A burly man who wasn't even 30 years old sighed from the bottom of his heart. "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't get a third-class seat or ticket, I wouldn't have spent this money. This is equivalent to half a week's salary. Indeed, too many people are heading to Beekland after the new year," Barnson echoed. The burly man put away his pained expression and said with anticipation, "Because they promised 21 soli a week and promised to work no more than 12 hours a day. We signed the contract. When I rent a house and get my first paycheck, I'll get my wife to come to Beekland. She should be able to find a good job, one that pays 12 or 13 soli a week. I heard that Beekland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll have a salary of more than £5 a week. We can eat meat often. Your wish will definitely come true. The king has already signed an order to allow the minimum pay and working hours to be implemented." Barnson sincerely gave his blessings before smiling. "That's the land of hope." Whoosh! The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Beekland. At that moment, the sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned significantly. The gas lamps hanging on the platform were no longer lit early. Barnson protected his sister and wallet in a very experienced manner. He carried his suitcase and followed the crowd out of the station. Suddenly, they felt a gaze sweep past them at the same time. Following the gaze, Barnson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses pressed down on his top hat and looked past them into the distance. Barnson and Melissa also retracted their gazes and looked at the pillars spewing smoke in the garden in the middle of the street. They looked forward to seeing the underground transportation in Beekland. Klein carried his suitcase and walked past them with an expressionless face. He walked into the departure station while facing the huge crowd that had surged into the land of hope. He welcomed the people who had great expectations amidst their anxiety. This was the worst of times, and this was the best of times. Chapter 486. I wrote about 850,000 words in the second volume, which is considered an extremely long novel in the framework. From what I remember, only the third and fourth volumes of my previous life were longer than it. I spent every day thinking and writing. Although I was very happy, it was really tiring, especially when I had to work out in the last month. I almost didn't even have time to read novels. The name of this volume was Faceless, and I expected it to have 3 meanings. Note, The following are the standard answers for reading comprehension. First, it referred to advancing to a faceless. This was the simplest and easiest to think of. Second, it referred to Little Ku's living condition in Beekland. He used a fake face, a fake name, and a fake identity to get to know people, deal with matters, and get involved in storms. But when he returned home, he was still lonely and cold. Thirdly, they referred to the people who were crushed into powder or rushed to the great age. In the history books, they had no names, no appearances, no pasts, no lives, and only existed in simple numbers or descriptions. In a sense, weren't they faceless people? The simplest cameo, the most inconspicuous cannon fodder, who would care what their faces looked like? Just like the phrase, great hunger, and cannibalism. How much sadness, pain, cruelty, bloodshed, and despair are contained in these 6 simple words, and how many faceless and nameless living people are concentrated in them? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Therefore, I tried to give some descriptions to old Kola, Liv, and Freya in the waves of the times. I tried to restore the hopes, hardships, and tragedies of these faceless people, making them look like people and not numbers. Although this was a major reason why the second volume was scattered, it was a hidden main storyline. As they passed away, more people like them poured in. The faceless people always existed. They were the stepping stones of the times, and they were also the pioneers of the times. They were also the characters that were indispensable to the entire story. With this in mind, I abandoned the sadder and more shocking ending. After all, this volume was called Faceless. It was a resonance between the worst times and the best times. It could very well and powerfully express what I wanted. The times advanced, heartless and helpless, but countless faceless people lay at my feet. The name of the third series wouldn't have so many symbolic meanings, because the main storyline was very clear and direct. The name of the third series would be Traveler. Everyone should be able to imagine some things, but let's focus back on the second novel. There are actually many plot lines that haven't been completed in Bay City, such as the Snake of Mercury, the underground evil spirit, the royal family's true plot, 0 to 17, vampires, and psychological alchemy. This is because we need to give Audrey, Force, Zio, and Emlyn a chance to showcase themselves in Bay City. It's also because Bay City is the most important stage in the entire novel. Lil Ku will definitely return and stay for a long time. The second novel is said to be scattered, but in fact, it's still alright after many things are strung together. To me, it's not bad that it's scattered but still attractive. The real problem is actually another point. It's that the pace of the story has always been rather tight, without relaxing. In other words, it's constantly encountering events and constantly resolving problems. There's a lack of a long and relaxing period in the middle, making it tiring and irritating to read. Although this is due to the Beyonder characteristic convergence effect, there are indeed some problems with the settings. The problem is that the tarot is held once a week, so the timeline is split into weeks. It's easy to feel repetitive and stiff, and there has to be a certain matter every week. Therefore, the pace of the Beyonder events is a little tight. The solution I'm currently considering is to skip some of the less important tarot gatherings and have more freedom in the control of time. Of course, the tarot itself is also the main body, so there's definitely no lack of it. For example, I haven't forgotten the first time Emlyn joined. There are also many things that my friends mentioned, such as the church's reaction and the other copper whistle. I remember all of them, but I deliberately didn't write them down, planning to leave them for the beginning of the third novel. This is because I don't want the minor details to dilute or destroy the overall picture and emotional progression of the final 2 novels. Therefore, I can only use certain technical methods to deal with it. After I finished writing the second novel, I was very happy to erect the characters one by one. Everyone liked it. It wasn't impossible to use 0 to 17 to end the novel violently. On the one hand, it was because the profiling revealed that the church was still very impressive. It wasn't without reason that they were able to be the ruling class for so long. On the other hand, it wasn't an ending in itself, but a continuation, a link between the previous and the following. It pointed to some subsequent events, but I won't mention the specifics to prevent spoilers. Finally, as for the writing style, I've been increasingly pursuing simplicity and piercing through the novels. That is to say, if I can use the simplest and most simple words to accurately describe things, I'll try my best not to write long and elaborate things. I'll use the calmest and most objective lines to accumulate emotions. At the most suitable time, I'll use the most precise and concise words to pierce through the barrier and pierce the softest spot in the heart. Looking at it now, although there are still many problems, it's barely on the way. Of course, the characteristics of writing web novels determine that I can only do this for the most important chapters. I can't write like this for every chapter. Many things can only be fixed in the future when I'm free. Under normal circumstances, I actually have a lot of vocabulary, but it's very rusty. After all, it's accumulated step by step and I haven't used it much. In other words, when I write, I habitually use the most commonly used words in my brain. Therefore, it's hard to avoid the problem of repeating words. Also, there's the problem of using adjectives indiscriminately. It's because I want to present the image in my mind in the clearest, most intuitive, and most important way. Therefore, I try to make some innovations in the words, but there's still room for exploration and improvement. That's the technical summary of the second novel. Writing novels is a very difficult and torturous thing. But after writing it, being praised and praised makes me especially happy and satisfied. Recently, everyone's praises have made me so happy. Everyone, I like to write novels. I like to tell you stories. I like to create a well-developed character. I like to present an interesting and novel world to you. Writing novels is really something that makes me happy. Yes, up until today, there were only 53,000 high subscriptions on the platform, but the average subscriptions had already exceeded 41,000. The 24-hour subscriptions were originally 27,000 or 28,000, but the last 7 or 8 chapters have officially exceeded 31,000. This means that the retention rate is very high. This means that most people who have read it are still subscribing. This means that you all are full of love. Also, the recommendation votes have always been in the top 15, and the monthly votes have always been in the top 5. I'm a very lazy person, so lazy that I don't have the energy to grind any numbers. Therefore, every vote, every reward, every subscription, is full of love. Everyone, the second novel has ended. I want to ask for praise, ask for monthly votes. Ask for monthly votes. The sound of a groundhog. Finally, according to the usual practice, there will be a 2-day break, which is Monday and Tuesday. Updates will resume on Wednesday at 12:30 noon. It's still the same time. What? Did you say this half a day on Sunday? I didn't hear it. Alright, I'm just joking. Such a long novel has ended, so I'll rest for half a day. Chapter 487. Outside the window, the sky was dark, but there was no fog that Klein was familiar with. The waves came crashing in, blowing away all the haze, causing the clouds in the sky to unfurl and arrange themselves into various shapes, reflecting the golden-red sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest harbor in the Kingdom of Ruin. Klein, who was wearing a light-colored vest and white shirt, stood by the window and stared at the outside world for a while until his pocket watch urged him to return to the mahogany table. In front of the warm fireplace, he picked up a black fountain pen, unfolded the letter, and slowly wrote, "Dear Mr. Aztec, please forgive me for not writing to you until today. In the past few days, I've been wandering around Beekland, immersed in the devastation caused by the previous incident to this metropolis. If we were all ordinary people, we might have already been covered with white cloth and carried to the crematorium, staying in an extremely tiny box. I've waited for a long time and finally found an opportunity to retrieve the items that belong to me. Among them is the card of blasphemy that I promised. In addition, there's another item that I'll get a messenger to bring to you. It's a copper whistle that can summon a messenger. It came from a chance encounter with an elder who had crawled out of a coffin. You must be very puzzled after reading this, because the description I used can also point to you. This is what I'm puzzled about. That's the specifics of what happened. I suspect that the original owner of the copper whistle was a member of the charismatic order who attempted to resurrect death. Furthermore, his level wasn't low. Perhaps you can tell something from this copper whistle, before leaving Beekland, I wrote a letter to the machinery hivemind, describing the massive underground ruin where you and Insangwal fought. I hope that they can use this information to figure out the truth behind the matter. After a roundabout and indirect probe, I've confirmed that they don't have any enmity towards me and you for the time being. If you encounter any trouble, perhaps you can try to seek their help. Finally, I have another question. Is there any way to remove the mental corruption that remains in a solidified Beyonder characteristic? I'm about to embark on a long journey. I wish you a smooth journey in searching for your memories, and I wish myself a safe journey. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. After putting down the pen and reading it from the beginning, Klein folded the letter and stuffed it, the Black Emperor card, and the copper whistle that was suspected to be left behind by a member of the charismatic order, into the envelope. After doing all this, he picked up the copper whistle that Mr. Aztec had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall and made of pure bones. Its eye sockets burned with pitch-black flames, but Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was already another messenger. Sighing inwardly, Klein raised his arm and put the letter into the man's hand. The messenger lowered his head to take a look, then quickly disintegrated, turning into white bones. Then, like a torrential rain, they drilled into the ground. Upon seeing this, Klein tapped his right molar and deactivated his spirit vision. He returned his gaze to the table, where there was a light yellow identification card. This was a necessary item to purchase an ocean voyage ticket through the proper channels. For this, he had specially sought out Sharon and obtained a new identity through her circle. This identity belonged to a bounty hunter, a lunatic who wanted to adventure at sea in order to get rich quick. According to Klein, his name was German Sparrow. Hunting sins. Klein muttered as he put away the series of documents that proved his new identity. Right on the heels of that, he drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog. There was still some time before the tarot gathering. Klein quickly flipped out Creeping Hunger and wore it on his hand. Closing his eyes, he sensed the distorted and illusory souls and attempted to release the faceless. If this were the real world, Creeping Hunger would happily eat this gift and spit out the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. However, being above the grey fog, it didn't dare have any impulse. It allowed the faceless soul to leave the glove and appear on the side of the long bronze table. It was a middle-aged man with a blurry face. The feeling of distortion and pain had dissipated significantly. With great difficulty, he bowed to Klein, who was leaning against the back of the chair. His figure gradually faded and was about to fall into the grey fog. Inside the towering palace, Klein didn't need to prepare any additional rituals to directly channel the spirit. Hence, he emanated his spirituality and stabilized the other party. "Do you know where there are living mermaids?" The man replied in a daze. "Apart from those reared by the Church of the Evernite Goddess, I can only find them by sailing deep into the Sonia Sea from the Gargas archipelago for at least a week. That's my destination." So he's also a faceless who's seeking to advance. In order to pursue mermaids, he risked his life out at sea, but for some unknown reason, he died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. The Church of the Goddess reared many mermaids. Klein suddenly realized something and asked, "Which organization do you belong to? Or should I say, where did your potion formula come from?" The middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled, and he only spoke after 2 seconds. "The Secret Order. I belong to the Secret Order." "Secret Order? The Secret Order doesn't have their own mermaids." Klein deliberated for a moment and said, "Have you seen your leader, Zaratul?" The illusory and transparent faceless fell silent at first before shouting with a sharp voice, "Yes, he's not normal. He's an undying monster." As he spoke, his figure became thinner and was on the verge of dissipating. Zaratul is indeed still alive. What exactly happened to make the members of the Secret Order fear him so much? To be precise, should I use it? Klein hurriedly asked another key question. "Apart from the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and your Secret Order, where else can I obtain the high-sequence Beyonder potion formula of the seer pathway?" The faceless became more and more transparent and incorporeal. Finally, he could only say the Church of the Evernite Goddess. "Cathedral of Serenity, Holy Cathedral." Klein silently watched as the faceless spirit body was completely liberated. He repeated a single word in his heart. The Cathedral of Serenity was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the holy cathedral that the Nighthawk spoke of. There really is a high sequence beyond a potion formula of the seer pathway hidden there. I wonder how many secrets the various churches have buried and hidden. As Klein sighed, he made the black-green gelatinous substance condensed on the surface of his glove slide onto the surface of the long bronze table. The faceless beyonder characteristic finally formed a translucent jelly-like object. Against the black-green background, there would occasionally be different faces floating inside, like figures hidden behind dark-colored curtains. Klein took a few glances, nodded indiscernibly, and muttered to himself. Later, with the help of the world, I'll get Mr. the Hanging Man to sell this beyonder characteristic to an artisan or a beyonder who needs it. Although he had found a loophole in the official beyonder surveillance of 15 Minsk Street with the help of the divination above the grey fog, in order not to provoke them and expose the secret of his spirit body, he ultimately didn't return there. Instead, he spent extra money to buy a change of clothes, as well as some necessities for life. He spent a total of £12. Together with the £8 he had to pay for the documents of his new identity, his wallet was so shriveled that there was no need for it to exist. As for the 10% shares of the bicycle company, Klein found an opportunity to meet Detective Eichinger Stanton. He signed a legal document and entrusted it to him. After all, their relationship wasn't a secret in the eyes of the Nighthawks and the machinery hive mind. I still have £5 in cash and 5 gold coins. It will cost £4 to go to the Rorsted Archipelago, and this is a third-class ticket in the lower cabin. It will cost at least £4 to transfer from the Rorsted Archipelago to the Gargas Archipelago. I have to sell off the faceless beyonder characteristic as soon as possible. This way, I can at least sit in a second-class cabin and eat good food. Thankfully, Emlyn's suitcase has been left above the grey fog. Otherwise, I'd have to buy another one. Klein silently calculated his financial situation, as though he had returned to the time when he had just transmigrated. He had to rely on his salary as a Nighthawk to afford a formal suit. A sequence 6 beyonder characteristic ranges from £3,000 to £4,000. If someone is in urgent need of it, there's a premium. But apart from maintaining my livelihood, I still have to consider the cost of the supplementary ingredients for a Nimblewright master. I also have to consider the cost of the ritual to remove the mental corruption of the main ingredient. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. Seeing that it was almost time, he first sent Little Sun a message to prepare for the gathering. Force vision suddenly turned clear as she saw 3 figures sitting across the long mottled table. There's an additional member. With a thought, she quickly calmed down. At that moment, she didn't care if there were any new members in the tarot. Her mind was filled with the smog and plague from last week. She clearly remembered that at the last gathering, the world had reminded her and Miss Justice that something big was brewing in Beekland, and it was very likely that it would bring about a tragedy. Mr. Fool had confirmed this guess and further pointed out that the key figure in the problem was Prince Edisac. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's abilities, but she thought that the tragedy needed time to brew and that there was still plenty of time to investigate. Who knew that it would come so quickly and so suddenly? It's reported that Prince Edisac also contracted an illness in the smog and unfortunately died. It really happened. It really happened. Force recalled the contents of the newspapers from a few days ago and seemed to understand something, but she couldn't grasp anything. For a moment, she felt a little panicked and uneasy. As a Sequence 9, it seems that because I joined the tarot, I intervened in advance in this terrifying matter that involves a huge city, a prince, and the lives of tens of thousands of people. It was only at this moment that Magician's Force deeply understood the weight of being a member of the tarot. Then, she heard Miss Justice's usual greeting, but it had lost its cheerfulness. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You've saved Beekland once again." Chapter 488. Thinking back to the recent major events, Emlyn quickly locked onto the Great Smog and the outbreak of the plague, guessing that the lady opposite him was referring to this. "But I heard that it was caused by a demoness of despair seeking to advance. Furthermore, the Church of the Storm quickly responded by creating a hurricane to blow everything away. How can it be said that Mr. Fool saved Beekland? With his race backing him, Emlyn was rather well informed. When he compared the two, he couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. Although he had always been proud and didn't wish to spend time socializing, he still had an instinctive fear when faced with a question mark. When he came to address the hidden existence, he still felt an instinctive fear and didn't dare to rashly ask about it. He planned to listen to it for a while first. Even though the hanging man, Alger, was floating at sea, he had received news of the great smog of Beekland. He was rather interested in the secrets and the truth behind it. He firmly believed that it definitely involved a battle between deities. After all, it had attracted Mr. Fool's attention. I'll ask Miss Justice when I exchange information. However, she might not be too sure. There's no way for her to know the actual details from her position. She's very curious. With such an opening, she'll definitely attempt to obtain an answer from Mr. Fool. I hope to have a chance to listen. With this in mind, Alger turned his head to glance at Sunday. Seeing that he wasn't in a rush and was calm and reserved, he knew that he and the City of Silver's expedition team had escaped the cycle of fate. Similarly, Audrey could also tell from Sun's reaction that their operation had gone smoothly. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and planned on understanding the situation in detail later. After bowing solemnly at Mr. Fool, she thanked the world, thanking this tarot member who didn't look like a good person for warning them ahead of time. Mr. World, if it wasn't for your advance warning, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people in Beekland would have died in this smog. In fact, this also saved me. Klein controlled the world to laugh hoarsely. He spoke sincerely without any pretense. This was because if he hadn't informed Miss Justice ahead of time and had her warn the Church of the Evernite Goddess, the powerhouse who had erased Mr. A wouldn't have arrived in time. And he might not have been able to last that long. If I'm torn apart and eaten by Mr. A, I might not be able to resurrect. Klein rejoiced. Mr. A's eating was real eating. Right on the heels of that, as the Fool, he leaned back in his chair and replied with a smile, I've only provided a little help that is not worth mentioning. No, your adorer truly saved Beekland. His contribution was the greatest among all of us. Audrey praised sincerely. His warning allowed the goddess and the Church of the Evernite Goddess to make preparations. They eliminated the demoness of despair in time and prevented the primordial demoness from awakening, allowing the pollution of the Great Smog to be under control. Furthermore, he directly destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, once again isolating the true creator, who was attempting to descend, from the real world. As she had provided the most important information, Audrey received unanimous praise from the Earl Hall and his wife. They didn't hide the results of the investigation and some of the details from her. Of course, they also raised their parents' wishes. They told their daughter not to get too deeply involved with the secret organization and to stay in the outer circle to obtain some information and maintain her strength below Sequence 7. The primordial demoness wants to awaken. The true creator is attempting to descend. What exactly is happening in Beekland? At the same time, the hanging man Alger and the moon Emlyn had the same reaction, but their expressions were different. The former only raised his eyelids slightly, his pupils constricted, and he subconsciously sat a little sideways. The latter gave the illusion that he was about to jump up. Mother, no, moon above, when did Beekland become so dangerous? Two evil gods actually appeared in the Great Smog this time. That lady must be lying, right? Although Mr. Fool is an existence suspected to be a deity, it's impossible for him to offend two of the same level at the same time. Could it be? Which orthodox deity's incarnation is it? Or, there's an alliance between deities behind it. Is this what the ancestor wants me to pray for? The reason for praying? The more Emlyn thought about it, the faster his heart beat, but he couldn't verify it. The Sanguine's nickname of vampire didn't mean that they didn't have a heartbeat. It was just that it was relatively slow, and the heart itself was one of the Sanguine's fatal weaknesses. Indeed, as expected of an incident that garnered Mr. Fool's attention. But what benefits can I obtain from destroying the evil god's schemes? The hanging man Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Magician's Force was alarmed and afraid. She never expected that the terrifying smog that had claimed tens of thousands of lives hid an even more terrifying truth. If it wasn't stopped in time, all of Beekland would have been destroyed, and Zio and I definitely wouldn't have survived. Force swallowed her saliva with great difficulty. Audrey's thoughts were exactly what she felt. Through this incident, the noble girl truly understood one thing. That was, the peaceful, normal, and stable life that she had thought of as peaceful, and normal was like a soap bubble in the clash between gods. It would burst at the slightest provocation. Or rather, the entire kingdom, the entire human society, only exists because of the balance between deities, and this balance is abnormally weak. Every time such a thought surged through her mind, Audrey felt gloomy. Seeing that someone knew and remembered his contributions, Klein immediately felt gratified as he smiled. He smiled and said, unfortunately, he had to leave Beekland because of this. Mr. Fool's Blessed has temporarily left Beekland. Audrey stood up again and bowed sincerely. Please convey my gratitude to him. Klein maintained his image and didn't respond. All he did was nod. At this moment, Audrey added, I'm very sorry. As the 3 churches and the military are cleaning up Beekland, I haven't been able to obtain the subsequent pages of Roselle's diary. Please wait another week. Sure, Klein said calmly. Upon hearing their conversation, Force jolted awake and hurriedly looked at the end of the long bronze table. She hurriedly looked at the end of the long bronze table and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have received 3 pages of Roselle's diary. That's right. The more members we have, the more channels we have. Many things will snowball. Klein nodded slightly. Very good. Roselle's diary? Emlyn felt as though he had heard something incredible. Under his puzzled gaze, Force conjured the 3 diary pages and passed them to Mr. Fool. It was only at this moment that Klein recalled that he had missed out on a particular vampire. He chuckled and introduced him. This is a new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called Tarot. They are, Mr. Moon, I thought the one who would choose the moon card would be a lady. As Audrey politely greeted him, she began to think in a relaxed manner. Similarly, Emlyn was also guessing if the hanging man, Justice, and the other members were humans or beyonder creatures. What pathway they were in, what their sequences were, which organization they belonged to, and if they were friendly to the Sanguine. Klein didn't mind them sizing each other up as he cast his gaze at the diary in his hand. The 11th of February. Today, I learned a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. So it turns out that the hunter pathway they control will undergo a sex change at sequence 4. The men don't change, but the women become men. It's no wonder that none of the high sequence beyond us of the Sauron family I know are female. Iron-blooded knights are indeed true men. Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for this secret being so secretive, I would have used this to mock Florent next time. The ancestor of the Sauron family he resembles might have been a woman. Isn't this potion too much of a scam? I hope there won't be any strange changes after becoming a high-sequence savant. I don't want to suddenly realize that I either can't advance or have to become a woman. Upon seeing this diary entry, the first thought that flashed through Klein's mind was, Emperor, you won't become a woman, but you've slept with a demoness, perhaps more than one. There's indeed a pathway that causes a woman to change into a man, and in the few that I predicted. Hunter represents war, and it will cause a woman to undergo a sex change at sequence 4. This doesn't seem right. The demoness pathway is at sequence 7, which... There's actually no strict correspondence. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt a sense of distortion and madness. This was brought about by extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his best to control himself from frowning. The 12th of February. I can't. I feel like laughing the moment I see Florent. Ha 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 ha. On the 15th of February, the improved cannon that I designed and supervised was completed. The effect was a little worse than I had expected, but it's not a big problem. With it and mass production, I'll let this world and this era witness true advanced tactic. In order to celebrate, I've decided to hold a banquet and invite those who look down on me. Just wait to be smacked in the face. The Emperor really can't hold a grudge overnight. As Klein sighed, He flipped to the second page of the diary. The 5th of May. That unspeakable organization once again gathered its members for a gathering. I'm shocked by the way they gather their members every time. It's a miracle, no, a miracle. After my previous observations, I raised some questions at this gathering. For example, all the sequence 0 names on the blasphemy slate have sufficient status. Only Red Priest appears unique and isn't high enough. The old gentleman sitting beside me told me that red refers to the red of war. Priests can be understood as sacrifices of the essence of power. Some people objected to him, believing that the priest of Red Priest refers to the priest of the original creator. I'm inclined towards the former, so I asked the old gentleman's name softly. I don't know the identity of every member here. To put it in extreme terms, I only know a portion of them. The old gentleman answered me with a smile. He said his name was Hermes. Chapter 489. Hermes. That's an ancient powerhouse. Klein's brows twitched. With a solid foundation in mysticism, he knew very well which era the old gentleman who created ancient Hermes was active in. That's the second epoch when giants ruled the land and dragons soared in the sky. In a sense, he appeared in human history even earlier than the god of combat and Earth Mother. In other words, before Little Sun joined the tarot, he didn't know the 7 deities, but he had likely heard of the name Hermes. Yes, I'll find a chance to get the world to confirm it later. That old gentleman personally experienced the thorny path of human ancestors using themselves to test medicine and seek beyonder powers step by step. He used Jotun and Dragonese as a blueprint, and standing on the shoulders of pioneers, he created a beyonder language that belongs to humans. There's a high chance that he saw the first blasphemy slate. He actually lived to the time of Roselle the Great, and he might even be alive to this day. He's a living fossil of human mysticism. Klein sighed as he experienced the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order from another angle. Even Hermes was one of its members. As for the other secret organizations, or even the Church of the 7 Deities, they often used ancient Hermes during their sacrifices and rituals. The Twilight Hermit Order sure is high-end, impressive, and high-class. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he was most envious of wasn't that the Twilight Hermit Order had a legendary figure like Hermes, who existed alongside human history, but that he had a second blasphemy slate. That's practically cheating. When Klein thought of how the tarot only had 1/22 of the cards of blasphemy, he felt a little wistful. He focused his gaze back on the piece of paper and continued reading the rest of the diary entry. Heavens! The ordinary-looking old man sitting beside me is actually Hermes. He lived from the dark 2nd epoch to the 5th epoch when Beyondus declined. I made the right choice to join this organization. I see my bright future. 3 exclamation marks aren't enough to describe my current feelings. This bunch of important figures, these old farts, are gathered together purely because they believe in the idea that dusk is approaching? No, it's definitely not like that. At least I'm not. Among them, there must be people who believe in those ideals fanatically, and they simply want to wait for the original creator to awaken. They want history to progress to that point as planned. According to my understanding, it's most likely not awakening, but resurrection. Wait a minute, I thought of a problem. After I agreed to the secret invitation, I quickly joined the gathering without going through any investigation. Although the organizer of the gathering said that in order for me to join, there was a disagreement among the members and they had no choice but to vote, and with more than 2/3 of the votes, I was barely allowed to join. But that wasn't the point. The point was that they didn't care if I believed in the concept of approaching dusk, and they didn't mind that I had all kinds of ideas. How did they know I wouldn't harm the organization? Could it be that there's a high sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway here, a high sequence beyonder who has reached the level of an angel? He has unknowingly used my verbal promise to plant a secret psychological cue, and is confident enough to discover the hidden malice of the members? That's really possible, but it makes me shudder just thinking about it. In addition, once the organization's name is mentioned to the outside world without permission, it will immediately be detected. They even gave me a few former members who had been eliminated as examples. Even if it's written on paper, even if it's in a newly invented language, it's not allowed. Let me think. The The spectator pathways sequence 2 is clairvoyant, and sequence 1 is author. Who here matches the corresponding characteristics? Note 1. Yes, I have a suspect, and that's the organizer of the gathering. Right, there's also the spectator pathways sequence 0. Its name is Visionary. But I don't think anyone here has reached the level of a true god. Otherwise, there's no need to hide behind the scenes. Of course, they might be a divine item at sequence 0, such as a uniqueness of a particular pathway. Perhaps it's the one that created this true dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent, and it has the ability to react the moment its name is mentioned. Back then, I didn't think too much about it. Amidst my shock, I asked about other things, such as why would there be the word authority in the description of deities. Old Mr. Hermes gave me an excellent answer. Upon seeing this, Klein realized that the diary page had reached the end. He hurriedly flipped to the next page, but he quickly turned back because the subsequent diary page didn't connect to the previous one. Where's the answer? Is it on the original page, or is it because it's too long and he can't be bothered to write it, or is there no need to record it in the diary? Klein was so frustrated that he wanted to transmigrate to the past and grab Roselle's neck to get him to tell him Hermes's answer. Of course, he didn't show any signs of emotion on the surface, nor did he make any extra body language. So the spectator pathways sequence 0 is called Visionary. This corresponds very well with the dragon of imagination. I thought it would be dragon. Visionary is closer to what humans know. That is to say, consuming the corresponding sequence 0 potion won't necessarily make one into a dragon, sequence 1 author. Just from the name of the potion, I feel that it's somewhat similar to the characteristics of the quill, 0-08. The way the Twilight Hermit Order gathers its members is by relying on a real dream that connects the east and west ends of the continent. The description of miracles at the beginning of the diary gave me a fright. I thought they also had the grey fog and the mysterious space above the grey fog. Klein calmed himself down and realized that the diary page provided a lot of useful information that was very important. First of all, he knew that this ancient sage, Hermes, had lived to Roselle's era 1 or 2 centuries ago, and that he was a member of that mysterious organization. Secondly, from Roselle's description of the organization's ineffable name, he basically confirmed that the mysterious organization was equivalent to the Twilight Hermit Order. Finally, he learned the names of the spectator pathways sequence 0, sequence 1, and sequence 2. Although he wouldn't be able to use them for the time being, it had truly enriched his knowledge of mysticism. Who knows when Miss Justice will raise relevant questions? She's always been very curious. Klein forced himself to forget the missing answers and flipped to the last page of the diary. As he read, Audrey habitually observed the various details. She acutely discovered that the Dark Emperor card that Mr. Fool had placed on the long, mottled table had disappeared. He bestowed it to his adorer and provided the corresponding help, or did he exchange items with some other existence? Audrey's eyes flickered as she attempted to guess the reason. She was more inclined to the first idea, because without Mr. Fool's help, his adorer might not have been able to destroy the true creator's descent ritual. He's a man of medium height, and is wearing the most popular double-breasted frock coat in Ruin. Back then, he was near Red Rose Manor. Through this investigation, I might be able to lock onto a target. But this might anger Mr. Fool. He didn't allow me to expose the identity of his adorer. Audrey, don't think too much about it. Don't be curious. Perhaps you will meet and get to know each other in the future. Audrey retracted her gaze. At this moment, Klein felt like laughing because of the contents of the last page of the diary. The 16th of March. First time attending this world's aristocratic ball. Those ladies and madams are much better than I imagined. In the novels I've read, there are descriptions of medieval world that don't bathe and rely on perfume to conceal their disgusting body odors. They often step on feces when they go out, and they smear their faces with things that can easily lead to heavy metal poisoning. But it's different here. They love bathing, have charming perfume, fair skin, tight waists, and most of their figures aren't bad. I overcame my nervousness and had a good chat with Viscount Delalos's youngest daughter. We talked about the contributions my ancestors had made, my family's manor, and my current title. Then, She politely suggested that we go have something to eat. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking that picking up girls needed to be done step by step. However, when I went downstairs for a stroll in the garden, I found her having sex with Count Florea's eldest son in an empty study. F***CK. It's their first time meeting. Am I, Huang Dao Roselle, not handsome enough, or am I not humorous enough? How realistic. Thankfully, those madams treat me well. I can sense their hidden passion. Hey. Roselle really wasn't used to inties in the beginning. According to historical records, the Gustav family had declined for several generations, and they only had the title of baron. They didn't have much land and assets until Roselle made his fortune. I didn't expect that the emperor's woman would be snatched away. Wait, I remember Roselle mentioning in one of his diary entries that he had slept with Count Florea's wife. Impressive, impressive. Klein moved his gaze down and read the remaining 2 diary entries. They weren't of much value. They were Roselle's records of his life in the manor. The entire content was about his desire to hunt, his yearning for delicacies, and his desire to obtain beyonder powers and beautiful maidservants. Klein leaned back slightly and made the diary disappear from his hand as he said with a smile, he smiled and said, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at Sun diagonally opposite her. "Have you broken out of that cycle?" Sun nodded honestly before bowing at the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you very much for your guidance. This allowed me to find the key point of the Angel of Fate from the murals with the words Rose Redemption. I helped the chief destroy the cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate?" "I don't know anything." The dumbfounded Klein replied with a smile, "That's right. Not bad." Chapter 490. Similarly, Emlyn was also dumbfounded. What Rose Redemption, Angel of Fate, and Cycle of Destruction? They were beyond his knowledge. He felt that he could understand every single word, but he had no idea what they meant when they were strung together. Could it be that the young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Emlyn made guesses based on the small portion of content he could understand. And after Derek thanked Mr. Fool, the hanged man changed his sitting posture slightly and looked at him diagonally. Starting from Miss Justice's question, he said in a normal tone, "That's right. What's the specific process?" Derek didn't hide anything as he answered honestly, "That's right. Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Magicians, and Mr. World, thank you for your concern, and thank you for your previous suggestions. In the 6th exploration, I tried." He described his actions and the corresponding results, emphasizing the fact that Jack came from Enmat Harbor and the details of the mural where the Rose Redemption was located. Enmat Harbor. That strange boy, Jack, is really from the Kingdom of Ruin. In other words, the forsaken land of the gods where the City of Silver is located is connected to the northern and southern continents in some way. As long as I find the right location, I can enter. Klein listened leisurely as he made a judgment in his heart. Enmat Harbor was located to the east of Tingen City. It was one of the most famous seaports in the central part of the Kingdom of Ruin. Together with Pritz Harbor, they supported more than half of Beekland's supplies. Spirit medium, Maram Daly, had once settled there. The Aurora Order's Mr. Z seems to be there as well. Klein recalled some of the past. The same judgment appeared in the hearts of the Hanging Man Alger, Justice Audrey, and Magician's Force. For this, some of them were purely excited, while others were filled with curiosity and worry. They were afraid that the all-devouring darkness around the City of Silver would continue to spread, eventually enveloping the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. The first seat told me that through what happened before and my reminder, he recalled some ancient records that he couldn't tell were true or false. It was said that when the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, watched over this land, he was surrounded by many angels, and the leaders of the angels were the kings closest to the divine throne. There were a total of 8 of them, including the children of the gods. Sun recalled Demon Hunter Collins' words as he slowly said, he suspects that Amorn is the angel of time from the King of Angels, and the one on the mural is the angel of fate, Tail Devourer Ouroboros. 8 kings of angels. The 8 kings of angels who are closest to the Creator's throne. Audrey was inexplicably excited when she heard this. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Mr. Sun, What are the titles and names of the other 6 angel kings? The chief didn't say, so I didn't dare ask. Sun replied, feeling a little ashamed. I really want to know the answer. Audrey subconsciously looked towards the end of the long bronze table, looking at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grey fog with a yearning gaze, hoping to obtain the corresponding answer. She had already decided what price she was willing to pay. Why are you looking at me? I don't know either. Klein controlled the corner of his mouth to twitch. Of course, he wasn't completely clueless. He could barely guess who the 2 kings of angels were. The evil spirit in the underground ruin described the Medici family as one of the founders of Rose Redemption, and from the mural, Angel of Fate Ouroboros is likely one of the leaders of Rose Redemption. Both of them are basically equal in status, which also means that the Medici family has a king of angels, but it's impossible to determine if he has perished. The Medici family is suspected to be in control of the Hunter pathway, which is also the Red Priest pathway. That king of angels title should be Red Angel or War Angel. Since the Son of God is a king of angels, and Amorn is one of them, the angel of time, it's impossible for Adam not to be one, but it's impossible to determine his title. I can't guess who the other 4 kings of angels are. Perhaps one or a few of them are in the Twilight Hermit Order. It's possible. The Twilight Hermit Order is hostile to the fallen creator, and it corresponds to Rose Redemption, which worships this evil god. Perhaps it really comes from the few kings of angels from back then. Yes, there's a side proof that isn't strong enough. According to the legends of the City of Silver, the authority of the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, was taken back by the Creator. Logically speaking, it's not impossible for the Lord who created everything to give a portion of this authority to the King of Angels beside the throne. And the descriptions and guesses in Roselle's diary indicate that the Twilight Hermit Order might have a spectator, which is the power of an angel of the visionary pathway, or even higher. The 2 can correspond. Hermes is someone who experienced that period of history. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein smiled. You will come into contact with it in the future. When I figure it out, I'll sell the corresponding information to you, he added inwardly. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't have any intention of answering, Audrey retracted her gaze in disappointment and gestured for little Sun to continue narrating. The hanging man Alger had a bold idea: the history before the cataclysm can no longer be verified. At the end of the 3rd season and the beginning of the 4th epoch, there were only 6 orthodox gods. Including Amorn and the Tail Devourer, wouldn't there be 8? They obtained benefits from the passing of the Creator and successfully advanced to Sequence 0? For a moment, Alger felt that his thoughts were blasphemous actions that could be punished by burning at the stake. He couldn't help but feel excited. It wasn't easy for him to calm down as he focused on listening to little Sun's story. Towards all of this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank expression. Although the Sanguine had a long history and had a long lifespan, and they knew a lot of history before the cataclysm, it was all concentrated before the ancestor fell asleep. It didn't involve the so-called kings of angels. As Sun recounted the details of how the City of Silver's chief, Colin, had destroyed the cycle of fate, Klein was thinking about something else. It can be roughly confirmed that Tail Devourer Ouroboros is a Sequence 1 snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. All kings of angels correspond to Sequence 1. Could that angel of fate be the snake of Mercury that pursued Will Orseptin? If that's the case, it means that the true creator's influence in Backland isn't limited to Mr. A and his subordinates. However, the battle between the 2 snakes of Mercury for the position of Sequence 0 has taken up all of the Tail Devourer's attention, making it unable to care about anything else. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Will Orseptin is equivalent to Ouroboros, but the probability isn't high. Rose Redemption has quite a number of demigods and even angels, so it's unlikely that the Tail Devourer would rely on an ordinary person to restart without protection. There's also another possibility. The 2 snakes of Mercury in Beakland aren't the Angel of Fate. The latter is still active in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. If that's the case, 3 snakes of Mercury will be gathered. After recounting the escape, Sun expressed his gratitude once again. And even though this was the second time hearing about the repeated cycle, it still left Audrey and company feeling a chill run down their spines. Their hair stood on end as they felt curious and afraid. This has already exceeded my understanding of beyonder powers. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's help. Audrey sincerely praised the owner of the tarot in her heart, feeling full of confidence. The hanging man, Alger, and company had similar thoughts as her. They all believed that the repeated cycle was close to a miracle that could only be broken by a deity. And fortunately, the owner of the tarot was a deity. Mr. Fool was a deity. At this moment, son Derek looked across and said sincerely, "Miss Magicians, there were some accidents on the way back to the City of Silver." Miss Magician, there were some accidents on the way back to the City of Silver. Although they have been resolved, they have delayed our speed, preventing us from returning to the City of Silver in time. Your Spirit Eater stomach pouch will need to wait for another 1 to 2 days. Yes, I feel like there's no surveillance on me anymore. No problem, I can wait. I've prepared enough gold pounds. Magician's Force heaved a sigh of relief. She had already sold the Mirror Dragon's Eye to Miss Justice and received £1,000 in cash. After informing her teacher, Dorian, of the exact outcome, she was praised and rewarded for her honesty. Dorian told her that the reason why she had offered £800 was because she wanted to give her about £100 for her hard work. This way, the extra £200 would be an additional gain for her. In other words, she had earned £300. Together with her original savings, she had a total of £650, enough to buy a Spirit Eater's stomach bag. With this matter, Dorian trusted her a lot and revealed a lot of information about the ingredients. I'll need at least 2 weeks to digest the extra potion. There's no rush. Force looked diagonally across her and said, "Mr. the Hanging Man, there's news of the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeball that you needed. £2,200. Dorian's guiding price was £2,000. On the one hand, Force wanted to leave room for bargaining, and on the other hand, she wanted to earn a little more. £2,200. The hanging man Alger couldn't help but frown. After buying the wind-blessed potion formula, his financial situation wasn't optimistic. Although he still had some private stashes, they were either useful to him, or he couldn't find a buyer for a long time. Phew. He secretly exhaled and said without batting an eyelid, "Very good, but I need some time to gather the funds." "Very well, but I need some time to gather the funds. Also, this is too expensive. I have many channels to get cheaper ones. £1,900, this is the highest price I can accept." "No, £2,000. That's my bottom line," Magician's Force replied without any hesitation. She was afraid that if she shouted too high, the other party would give up on the deal. Alger immediately nodded. "Deal. This." Force was momentarily taken aback. Emlyn, who was listening by the side, witnessed the conclusion of a deal. After some thought, he eagerly asked, "What's the matter?" After thinking for a moment, he eagerly asked, "Everyone, does anyone know how a sanguine can increase their strength without relying on the gifts of their elders?" Just as he said that, he felt gazes cast over. Sanguine? Are these the legendary vampires? Audrey's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Mr. Moon. And as a novelist, Magician's Force undoubtedly had all sorts of beautiful or bizarre imaginations of the sanguine. Her eyes were similarly bright and spirited. Sanguine? The hanging man Alger was first taken aback before he relaxed his brows. A vampire that hides in the depths of the darkness, covered in pus, and moves like the wind. Sun couldn't help but size up Emlyn. Chapter 491. Emlyn, who was being stared at, was immediately at a loss. He vaguely knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have. "What are you looking at me for? Am I not allowed to have a vampire friend? Should I explain?" "No, what's wrong with the Blood Clan? I am a member of the Blood Tribe, there is nothing to be ashamed of. The Blood Race has a long history, a long lifespan, and a rich accumulation. We are a noble race. You guys aren't particularly powerful either. The items you traded were at most sequence 6. As his thoughts flashed and changed, Emlyn White raised his chin and proudly added, "Yes, I am a pure-blood breed." No one asked him if he was. Mr. Moon is feeling a little guilty, so he reacted in an extreme manner. Audrey read through Emlyn's performance. "He's really a sanguine." Magician's Force asked curiously, "Mr. Moon, Has your sanguine imitated humans and created titles like Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron to mark powerhouses of different levels and statuses? No, it's you humans imitating us bloodbreeds. Long before the cataclysm, back in the Second Epoch, we sanguine already had the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Those who haven't fully grasped their powers are considered underage sanguine. As for me, I'm an adult. If I advance one more rank, I'll obtain the title of Baron. Then, it'll go up to Duke. Above Duke is the position of Queen and Prince. Back then, you humans were still under the rule of the giant king's court. Just as he finished his sentence, Derek blurted out, "That's not a good idea. There are no such records in the history of our City of Silver. The division of the blood race is based on the appearance of the first blasphemy slate. Previously, it was vague and vague. There were only different family leaders, different leaders of different regions, and so on. At the top was Ancestor Lilith. After that, it was strictly based on the potion system and the different sequences." Emlyn replied disdainfully, "That's right. The history of our sanguine is written over a long period of time. It's not something that a small, ordinary City of Silver's random records can overthrow." Wait, they keep mentioning the City of Silver. Where is the City of Silver? Why haven't I heard of it? After retorting, Emlyn realized that he seemed to have overlooked an important problem. Our City of Silver doesn't fabricate history. Our records come from ancient texts that can be verified or the ruins of other cities, Derek emphasized, feeling aggrieved. If no one stops them, I think they can argue about this until the end of the gathering. Although Little Sun is honest, sincere, and introverted, he's a very stubborn and persistent person. Mr. Moon seems to be especially interested in the history of the sanguine. Audrey was engrossed in her daily observations as a telepathist. At this moment, the hanging man Alger interrupted the Sun and the Moon's discussion. "I know how to increase the strength of the blood race." Emlyn's attention was instantly diverted. "Ah, Mr. the Hanging Man, what kind of payment do you need? I can use the lost history of the vampires to trade for it." The Hanging Man Alger smiled. "No, we are all members of the Tarot. This kind of information exchange is free. Mr. the Hanging Man is really a generous and noble person." Emlyn made a preliminary judgment. "Thank you for your kindness." Alger thought for 2 seconds. The bloodbreeds can also consume magic potions to advance, but it has to be the right kind. There are experiments conducted within the major churches, and the results have proven that this method is feasible. However, I have no access to the specific information. But the main ingredient of those potions is from my race. Emlyn rejected this method. The Hanging Man smiled. "Never talk about absolutes. For example, I have clues to a sanguine baron's characteristic. He died in a sudden conflict, and he didn't have the time to find an heir. As for you, you can use magic potions to receive this inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost." This was an item owned by a great pirate that Alger knew. As he didn't know what sequence or potion it corresponded to, he had never been able to sell it. Furthermore, the artisan channel that he had just established wasn't very interested in it either. Using magic potions to inherit an inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that what Mr. the Hanging Man said made sense, so he changed his tone and asked, "What's the price?" The Hanging Man Alger chuckled and said, "Between 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. I'll only know the exact price when I find the owner." He had yet to communicate with the pirate, but he believed that as long as the price wasn't ridiculous, he would accept it. This was because to a pirate, selling it was a profit without too much capital. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn exclaimed in surprise. With such a large sum of money, I would be able to move the dolls I had been eyeing home for a long time, and I would be able to buy a few new sets of clothes for all the dolls. Emlyn's first reaction was to give up on such a deal, but when he thought of the ancestors' favor, the glory of the sanguine, and his identity as the savior of his race, he was placed in a difficult position. Alger didn't rush him as he smiled nonchalantly. "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time to think about it. There's no rush." "All right." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Hanged Man is really Audrey mumbled inwardly, turned to look at the moon Emlyn, and said to all the members, "Mr. Hanged Man, ladies and gentlemen, is there any news about the fruit of the elder tree and the blood of the mirror dragon?" "Yes," Emlyn answered without hesitation. Previously, he had made a killing by purchasing Beyonder ingredients for a great detective, so he paid close attention to such information at every sanguine gathering. Without waiting for Miss Justice to press him further, he continued, "The price of the fruit of the elder tree is between £600 to £700. The price of the elder tree's fruit is between £600 to £700, and the mirror dragon's blood is no more than £100. I don't remember the exact amount." He truthfully gave the original price indicated by the seller and frankly added, "But you have to pay me an additional £50. But you have to pay me an extra £50, no, £100. You know, I have to take risks and waste my time." This was something Emlyn had learned from Sherlock Moriarty. He felt that it was very good and reasonable, because intermediaries also needed to be paid. Deal. Just as he said that, Audrey happily chose to accept. She knew that such matters could be negotiated, but she felt that there was no need. She was afraid that she would anger the other party and cause the deal to fall through. "To me, the most important thing is to advance to sequence 7. Roselle the Great once said that any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem." Audrey's heavy mood had improved recently. After the New Year's ball, she had obtained control of her £400,000. All she had to do was hire a few accountants and managers sent by her father. At the same time, she received more than £20,000 in gifts such as jewelry, horses, hounds, and paintings. Most of them came from her mother, her 2 brothers, and the other members of the Hall family. As for cash, it wasn't much. It was only £5,000. She didn't receive any rewards for her contributions to the Great Smog of Beekland due to her request to conceal it. All of this turned into political resources for Earl of Hall. For this, the aristocratic banker said that any expenses his little angel had in the field of mysticism could be reimbursed. Of course, Audrey didn't dare reveal that she was trying to break through to sequence 7. She could only use her pocket money and private stash. I can pay off the balance of Glaint this month. Next month, I can pay Mr. Fool's adorer £2,000. Very easy. Audrey thought in a good mood. Very rich. Emlyn nearly failed to react as he asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" He then asked in puzzlement, "How do I complete the transaction?" He then asked in puzzlement, Audrey explained with a faint smile. "By making a sacrifice to Mr. Fool." She took the initiative to obtain the Fool's approval and conjured the corresponding ritual requirements. When Emlyn received the 2 pieces of goatskin, he was taken aback. Such a transaction method had exceeded his imagination. Only at this moment did he deeply realize that the tarot was different from the typical secret organization. Watching the members' transactions, Klein felt rather gratified. This was because, with the passage of time, the tarot was connected to more and more channels and resources. It was much easier to achieve their respective goals. They no longer had to make requests that went unanswered. Miss Justice, who represented psychological alchemy, the ruin aristocratic circle, and the power of money, Mr. the Hanging Man, who represented the Church of the Storm and the resources at sea, Little Sun, who represented the forsaken land of the gods and the City of Silver, Miss Magicians, who represented the House of Abraham and a number of lower and middle-class Beyonders in Beekland, and the Moon, who represented the Sanguine. They made the tarot's ability to trade resources and intelligence more and more perfect. They're about to advance as well. As Klein thought, he controlled the world to say in a hoarse voice, "I have clues to the characteristics left behind by a psychiatrist. I have clues about a psychiatrist's characteristic. Miss Justice, do you need any more?" The reason why Klein didn't snatch the business from Miss Justice was because he knew that Miss Justice had a pet of the same pathway, so she wasn't afraid that no one would want the item. Of course. Audrey didn't hesitate at all. Her thoughts were very simple. If they were to encounter an enemy attack, it might not be enough to rely on herself to provide an unexpected surprise. It would be even more appropriate to include the unexpected Susie. This will take a certain amount of time. It might take a month or even 2 months, the world added in a low and hoarse voice. No problem. Audrey didn't feel any psychological pressure. She knew that Susie hadn't digested the telepathist potion. Phew, it's good that the transaction is finalized. I hope that I can free that psychiatrist as soon as possible. Miss Justice didn't seem to ask about the price. In her heart, with the fool supervising, the price wouldn't be too ridiculous. And as long as it wasn't ridiculous, she could accept it. Her financial situation has improved quite a bit recently. Klein made the world look at the hanging man and chuckle. Are you interested in helping me sell another item? The price is no less than £3,500, and I'll give you a 15% commission. It's a pleasure working with you. The hanging man Alger agreed first before asking with interest, what item? He was rather curious about the world. He had a nagging feeling that the other party knew a lot and had many good things. A characteristic left behind by a Beyonder. It's equivalent to a sequence 6, and its main effect is to change one's appearance and figure. It also comes with combat, fire control, and other abilities. Of course, the exact effects will depend on the artisan's thoughts and standards. The world chuckled. Changing my appearance and figure. I really want it. Audrey and Magician's Force had the same thought at the same time. The difference was that the latter only had a thought while Audrey spoke with sparkling eyes. Mr. the Hanging Man, can I pre-order a mystical item created by an artisan using this characteristic? As long as the effects of changing my appearance remain. Chapter 492. Pre-order a mystical item? The hanging man Alger was taken aback for a second before he realized what Miss Justice was talking about. The limitations of his thinking were immediately opened, and he felt that there was room for him to make use of this matter. In a sense, the Beyonder characteristic entrusted by World has already been sold. The item has a definite destination. I can simplify the process and make things easier and more beneficial to me. That is to say, there's no need for me to sell it to the artisan. I should choose to commission it. This way, I don't have to worry about whether the characteristic will be sold or not. Not only can I receive a commission from World, but I can also obtain more profits from Miss Justice. The upfront cost I need to pay is only the commission fee. Of course, I have to consider the risk of the artisan not keeping his promise. Thoughts after thoughts surfaced in his mind. The hanging man Alger quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. No problem. I'll handle this matter. He looked at Miss Justice and felt that she was emitting a golden glow that made it impossible to look straight at her. Even after he joined the Church of the Storm and drifted on the sea for many years, he had never seen such a person anywhere else. Many sea merchants were extravagant, and there were even more rich ones, but none of them really cared about money. Miss Justice's financial situation has improved to such an extent. The fool Klein jumped in fright as well. For a moment, he wanted to urge her to pay the £2,000 she owed his adorer as soon as possible, but considering that he had already promised Miss Justice to delay the repayment until February or March, he could only remain silent and remain motionless to prevent himself from destroying the fool's image. At the very least, the money for the faceless Beyonder characteristic can be obtained quickly. The speed depends on how Mr. the Hanging Man contacts a particular artisan, as well as the speed at which the artisan creates the mystical item. Unfortunately, I can only rely on Mr. the Hanging Man to contact an artisan for now. Otherwise, I can directly sell the characteristic to Miss Justice without paying a commission. With this in mind, Klein felt mixed emotions. After finalizing a big deal, the hanging man Alger silently heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his financial situation was slowly improving. He thought for a few seconds and asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, do any of you have a method or item to put everyone on a ship to sleep at the same time?" The reason why Alger hadn't gone to the primitive island to hunt the blue shadow falcons was because he hadn't thought of a way to leave the Blue Avenger without arousing suspicion. He also hadn't thought of a way to leave the Blue Avenger and the dozen sailors and crew members who belonged to the church. Let all the people on the ship fall into a deep sleep. The first thing that came to Klein's mind was the biological poison bottle, but the effects of this thing couldn't be controlled at all. The scene would probably not be pleasant. Right on the heels of that, he recalled the soul of the nightmare in Creeping Hunger. Making people sleep and dragging them into dreams was a specialty of this Beyonder job. But the problem is that there's no way for a nightmare to make so many people enter a dream at the same time. It can only affect more than 10 people. To satisfy Mr. the Hanging Man's requirements, one has to be at least a sequence 5 of the corresponding pathway, or even a powerhouse at the demigod level. Klein dispelled the idea and didn't let World speak. At the same time, Audrey, Magician's Force, and Sun either shook their heads in response or answered with no. Emlyn thought for a moment and said, I can help you ask around. I can help you ask around. Perhaps we sanguine have mystical items with similar effects. Always saying we sanguine. In the future, I can try to convince them more from this angle. The Hanging Man Alger grasped something as he nodded with a smile. Sorry to trouble you. Seeing that the transaction was coming to an end, Klein hurriedly got World to mention the latest requirements. Everyone, help me take note of the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith and the eyes of a 6-winged gargoyle. Other than that, the supplementary ingredients weren't too difficult to purchase. He believed that there was no need to use the tarot. All right. Sun was the first to respond. Then, he added in embarrassment, Mr. World, the method you want to remove the mental corruption in the Beyonder characteristic will still need some time. I should be able to advance to sequence 7 very soon. As he spoke, he looked to the side. Mr. the Hanging Man, once I return to the City of Silver, I'll compile a list of the common monsters in the surrounding area. Everything that he owed others, every promise that he had made but had yet to fulfill, he kept it firmly in his heart. He felt that he couldn't sleep well enough. No problem, the gloomy World said indifferently. Klein really wasn't in a rush. His faceless code had yet to be perfected, and the digestion of the potion had only just begun. It would still take several months. Therefore, his plan wasn't to head straight for the Gargas archipelago. He would be active in the various colonial islands along the way as an adventurer and traveler. From time to time, he would change his identity and experience life, so as to refine the faceless code. During this process, he would inquire about mermaids in more detail. After knowing that the Church of the Goddess reared such spiritual creatures and that they possessed the high sequence potion formula of the seer pathway, Klein was always worried that the Gargas archipelago had a trap that targeted every faceless who sought to advance. In other words, Klein would have to spend 2 to 3 months traveling and adventuring on the Sonia Sea. This interval was long enough for Sun to obtain the potion formula, gather the corresponding ingredients, and advance to sequence 7 High Priest Sunday. With the end of the transaction, the members of the Tarot entered the time for free communication. Justice Audrey didn't disappoint the Hanging Man's expectations. She stood up first, lifted her skirt, and bowed to the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the truth behind the Great Smog of Beekland. Was this purely a result of the cultists trying to awaken the primordial demonis and the descent of the true creator? Why did Prince Edisac choose to cooperate with them? According to the principle of equivalent exchange that you set, what do I need to pay to obtain the corresponding information? If I knew, the matter would have been completely resolved by now. The experienced Klein maintained his leisurely sitting posture and chuckled. There's no need. The root of the problem has yet to be discovered, but there are enough clues. I hope the people of the 3 churches aren't too foolish. The root of the problem has yet to be discovered. The matter hasn't been completely resolved. Mr. Fool got his adorer to leave some clues for the churches and the military. Audrey was rather shocked when she heard that, but she felt that it wasn't too surprising given her previous worries. Thank you for your answer. She bowed sincerely again. There's still danger in Beekland. Magician's Force immediately felt a little uneasy. After Miss Justice sat down, Klein controlled the World and chuckled. Mr. the Hanging Man, I've discovered the Baron you were talking about. The Baron involved in many cases of slaves escaping from colonial islands. The Hanging Man asked in disbelief. Yes, brownish-red skin, southern continent, Beekland accent, and the 3rd tooth on the left is fake, the World replied hoarsely. It should be him. The Hanging Man Alger recalled for 2 seconds and said, where is he? What's his current identity? Also, Mr. World, do you want £100 in cash or something of equivalent value? This was a mission from the Church of the Storm, and buying clues was a reimbursable act, so the hanging man didn't feel any pressure. Money, of course. The fool Klein, who was worrying about his living expenses, controlled the world and said, £100 in cash, £100 in cash. Baron is in Beekland. Someone saw him meeting with an MI9 member loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it is because he was wearing a mask. An MI9 member loyal to the royal family. The hanging man ruminated over the words and suddenly thought of Miss Justice's question. Why is Prince Edisac cooperating with the Aurora Order and the Demonis sect? This also points to the royal family. Can the two cases be combined? The truth behind the matter involves the disappearance of the slaves. Alger felt that he had vaguely seen some key points. You really are a well-informed person with many channels. The £100 will be paid tomorrow. The hanging man Alger thanked him with a calm expression. Heh. World chuckled and turned to look at Sunday little guy. Do you know ancient Hermes? Derek didn't hide anything and answered honestly, I'm not sure. I've heard of Hermes, but the City of Silver doesn't have the knowledge in this area. In the Second Epoch, there was no distinction between Hermes and ancient Hermes. It was only in the Fourth Epoch that there was a corresponding simplification of ancient Hermes, making it easier for daily use, teaching, and dissemination. However, it no longer had such intense and direct ritualistic effects. In other words, the Hermes spoken by Little Sun is equivalent to ancient Hermes. There's indeed a person named Hermes in the history of the City of Silver. Klein nodded to himself. What a pity. I wanted to ask you for a favor. At this moment, Audrey recalled something from their conversation, something that stemmed from psychological alchemy. She originally planned on communicating directly, but looking at the new member, Mr. Moon, she felt that she didn't know him well. All she could do was raise her hand slightly. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you. Klein nodded slightly, isolating the other people's senses. What is it? He asked calmly. Audrey said honestly, I obtained some information from the psychological alchemy. The most important thing is that their establishment originated from the excavation of the ruins of Hermes, which is the Hermes master who created the ancient Hermes language. The ruins of Hermes? This old man was still alive 100 or 200 years ago. Did he deliberately guide psychological alchemy to discover the relic, or did he perish in the Roselle incident? Klein was alarmed. After some deliberation, he reminded him with a smile. After some deliberation, he reminded her with a smile, Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention that Hermes might still be alive, because there was no way to confirm it. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Psychological alchemy might be involved with this mysterious organization. Audrey was alarmed before she heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I have Tarot and Mr. Fool backing me. Otherwise, there's no way for me to know or guard against it. She once again praised the Fool gratefully. At this moment, Klein originally wanted to console Miss Justice, hoping that she wouldn't be in too much pain and worry about the great smog of Beekland. Being mature didn't mean that one had to give up a certain good mood and smile. This wouldn't affect the importance one placed on matters. Instead, it would help one persevere longer. But after some consideration, in order to maintain his image as the Fool, he had no choice but to abandon the advice from the former clown. Following that, he removed the barrier on the other members and waited for the end of the conversation, as well as the end of the tarot gathering.